Chapter 109, The Return of the Hero, 5. It was indeed a long-awaited reunion. As soon as Hugo Le Baskerville, the leader of the Baskerville clan, heard the news of Vicier's return, he moved personally. This was a reaction so intense that not even Vicier himself could have anticipated. Even John Barrymore, the head butler, accompanied Hugo as they visited the underdog's headquarters. He went straight to the office and found Vicier. "Where is my son?" In response, Chihuahua briskly led Hugo into the office. Vicier had no chance to go out and greet him. Hugo suddenly opened the office door and came face to face with Vicier. Hugo's eyes widened. Vicier's eyes also grew slightly larger. "You've returned." "I have." "Well done." "Thank you." Considering they were reuniting as wealthy relatives, their conversation was quite dry and brief. However, standing behind them, John Barrymore watched their conversation with a satisfied and moved gaze. The master seems genuinely pleased to see him after such a long time. It was only natural for Barrymore to think this way. Hugo hadn't smiled once in the 2 years since Vicier had disappeared, not even a slight smile. Yet now Hugo was looking down at Vicier and smiling, even though his face was extremely cold and composed, almost giving no hint of it. Meanwhile, Vicier cautiously glanced at the side door of the adjacent room. Because Hugo had arrived in such a hurry, he hadn't hidden Pomeranian properly. It shouldn't be a big deal, though, as he had hastily placed Pomeranian in the adjacent room. Then Hugo tapped Vicier's shoulder. "So, how have you been all this time?" Vicier tensed up instantly. His reason for cultivating power during his absence was to ensure that Hugo couldn't discern his true strength. Vicier had honed his unique mana-hiding technique, a skill learned through surviving in a world on the brink of destruction. However, surprisingly, Hugo's hand on Vicier's shoulder exerted no pressure at all. There was no attempt to scan his internal mana or probe his thoughts. Even more unexpectedly, there was a faint warmth to Hugo's touch, which didn't match his voice at all. "What's going on?" Vicier felt a little perplexed. Could it be that Hugo was simply asking out of genuine curiosity? Was he really interested? Vicier looked back at Hugo's gaze, but there was nothing he could read. If he had to pinpoint something, it was a mixture of surprise, happiness, curiosity, and relief. It was almost as if, "He seems like an ordinary father." Vicier furrowed his brow slightly. It could be one of two things. Either Hugo's intentions had become even deeper and more sinister to the point where Vicier couldn't perceive them, or his own feelings had softened. Back before the regression, on that night when the rain poured relentlessly, Vicier could never forget the sensation of countless teeth piercing his body. How could he forget the one who falsely accused him of collaborating with demons and sentenced him to death? The owner of the hunting dogs and the king of all hunting dogs. Wasn't that Hugo Le Baskerville? Vicier sharpened his dulled fangs once more. With each passing moment, his tone became even softer. "During my time adrift in the mountains, I focused on healing the wounds I suffered from the demon. I also established friendly relations with some of the indigenous people." Hugo's complexion brightened a little. "I see, you established friendly relations with the savages." "Yes, that's good." Hugo nodded. His reaction was somewhat unexpected, considering his strong dislike for the indigenous people of the mountains. But soon, in response to Hugo's words, Vicier could only nod and think, "That's right. While you were getting friendly with the savages, you must have gathered information about their positions and strengths, right? That should make it easier to wipe them out on a large scale," Hugo said, still regarding the indigenous people as something akin to monsters. Vicier replied, concealing a sigh, "What I learned from being with them is that their power is more significant than I thought." I see. Especially the night fox. She's a threatening presence, but I found a way to control them." "Oh, what is it?" Hugo asked, clearly trusting Vicier to always provide a good answer. It seemed that's how he saw Vicier. Vicier lived up to Hugo's expectations once again. "The indigenous people of the mountains are susceptible to the Empire's goods." "Goods?" "Yes. I found that the industrial clan bourgeois merchants were secretly smuggling in and trading with the indigenous people." Hugo's expression stiffened, and he growled softly. "Money-minded traders, now they're colluding with external enemies. I'll have to eliminate those bastards soon." "Don't worry. Father, I've already exterminated them." "What?" "They were the deputy governor's subordinates of the underdog city. I executed them promptly under the deputy governor's authority. There were no witnesses. Of course, Hugo's eyes widened once again. Then his gaze, as he looked down at Vikier, transformed from surprise to an incredibly affectionate and proud one. "That's my son. That's how Baskerville should be." Then Hugo's eyes gleamed, and he asked, "So the bourgeois guys were luring the savages with minor goods, right?" "That's correct. In the Empire, things like cheap glass beads, thread crafts, or even vegetables and grains were considered valuable to them. By using this, we can efficiently control them and gain significant diplomatic advantages." But isn't this more like a trade than subjugation? It's a way to win without fighting." At this, Hugo's expression briefly turned sour. "It's meaningless if there's no fight. We exist to draw blood from the bodies of the savages, just like the monsters." A true war enthusiast, Vikier rolled his eyes internally but didn't show it. "Of course, the savages will shed blood." But earlier didn't you say it was trade?" "My point is, it's not about living peacefully with the savages." Then, in response to Hugo's question, Vikier, with a gleam in his eye, replied, "It's about using them as the frontline troops for hunting monsters." To manipulate and utilize the indigenous people for his strategies was a tactic Hugo often employed. Hearing this, Hugo's expression became rather intrigued. Let's lure them with cheap goods to provoke them to hunt monsters. Not bad. After all, the monsters are our targets too." "Yes, I've already set up the infrastructure, so you can make use of it as it is." Vikier didn't want the indigenous people of Balak to suffer because of Baskerville's actions. With Madame Eight Legs, who had been pressuring Balak from the west, now gone, Balak would likely move deeper into the mountain's depths, away from Baskerville. Then, there would be no reason for Balak and Baskerville to clash. Baskerville could easily expand into the vacated territory. Hugo was unaware of Madame's existence, so he would likely interpret Balak's move to the west as fleeing from Baskerville. From Vikier's perspective, it was a win-win situation, preventing war and securing trade deals. Finally, Hugo nodded. "Very well, I'll leave the trade with the savages to you. Can you handle it?" "If you order it, I will accomplish it." "Good." Hugo, satisfied with his loyal son, who had become even more dependable than 2 years ago, smiled contentedly. For Vikier, it was a profitable situation in more ways than one. At that moment, "Wait," Hugo interjected. "There should be a tribe among the savages called Rococo." "Yes, I'm aware. No trade with them. Promise me you'll annihilate the Rococo tribe without fail." Hugo's demeanor suddenly turned fierce again. This was an area where he would absolutely not compromise. Vikier simply nodded quietly, as arguing would risk undoing all the previous discussions. After that, a few minor matters were discussed, mostly similar to what Vikier had told Chihuahua. Hugo sat on the couch and listened to Vikier's report, mostly with satisfaction, occasionally with surprise. Eventually, Hugo spoke to Vikier. "After you rescued Morg's daughter and disappeared, we were able to gain significant diplomatic advantages in Morg. Even the royal family praises Baskerville's knights for it. But all of this must have been pointless for a father who lost his son." These words were becoming increasingly unexpected. Even Butler Barrymore seemed to be wide-eyed and well representing Vikier's feelings. Finally, Hugo concluded, "Nevertheless, now that you've returned, everything feels like it's back in place. For a while, resign from your position as deputy governor of Underdog City and take a good rest. We should also discuss an appropriate reward for you at the family level." Vikier gave a brief response and ended the conversation respectfully. Suddenly, he had a dilemma. The portrait in the pendant found inside Pomeranian. Should I report it or not? Vikier assumed the original owner of the pendant was Roxana, Hugo's first wife. He believed that Hugo's character had turned aggressive after Roxana died and their daughter Penelope, who had been kidnapped by the indigenous people of the mountains in an unknown accident, became an adult. This information was reliable as it had been shared by the pre-reversal butler Barrymore. Perhaps he should return this memento to Hugo. What about the existence of Pomeranian? No, it's better to leave it alone. Scratching that icy heart won't do any good. I can't expect anything from that cold-blooded man. Vikier lightly shook his head. If Hugo had had a sister or a daughter, Vikier might have been able to gauge how he treated female kin. But in Baskerville, there wasn't a single female, so he couldn't deduce Hugo's attitude. Women are weak, so they're not needed. or something like that. He'll probably say that mixed with Savage's blood, they shouldn't even touch a sword. Considering Hugo's usually cold disposition, it was better not to mention anything related to Pomeranian. Vikier made his decision. However, two events completely overturned Vikier's expectations. Uncle! The side door suddenly burst open, and Pomeranian rushed out. Wah, uncle! Outside rain, thunder bang bang. Wah, with tears and a runny nose, Pomeranian clung to Vikier, who had just finished his conversation. This little fellow was the first variable, and then, Vikier couldn't help but widen his eyes. A second variable was even more alien than the first. It was Hugo's expression upon seeing Pomeranian. Perfectly round eyes, a mouth that had never opened like that before. Not in all the time Vikier had known him, spanning 2 lifetimes. This was a face Vikier had never seen before, in either of his lives. Chapter 110, Grand Banquet, Part 1, Chapter 110, Grand Banquet, Part 1, Hugo Le Baskerville, the owner of the Baskerville clan, one of the 7 pillars supporting the great Empire Rock. He earned the title Sword Star for his significant contribution to unifying the fragmented power of the continent, which was once a complex system of over 60 nations, into a single empire. His rank is of a marquis, and this happened when he was in his 50s, and about 10 years have passed since then. Hugo was a man with iron in his veins, possessing the heart of a blast furnace. He drove the rampaging savages far beyond the borders and exterminated hundreds of species of monsters. With these achievements and the power that made them possible, he firmly controlled the central political scene. In the process, countless hunting dogs of Baskerville were sacrificed, but Hugo didn't care. Once he set a direction, he never looked back, a unique determination. But such an iron-blooded man is now trembling. Hugo, who spent his whole life together with Vikier, was looking at the little girl in front of him with an expression he hadn't seen in decades, Pomeranian. The girl who suddenly sprang out of the next room rushed to Vikier and hugged him. Uncle, thunder boom boom, crush! But Vikier could only hold Pomeranian quietly without taking any further action, because Hugo's reaction in front of his eyes was too unexpected. Curious, I glanced at the side, and even Butler Barrymore was looking at Hugo with an even more surprised expression. After all, it was a natural reaction from the girl's perspective to see the reaction of Hugo, the Lord of Baskerville. With such an expression, shock and fear, an awkward silence filled the office. Finally, Hugo took a step forward as if he were possessed by a ghost. You is that face, by any chance? Hugo's hand and voice were shaking. Vikier only realized for the first time now that it could tremble. His anxious gaze was fixed on the red pupils, half hidden by the black hair of Pomeranian, like bloodstains. On the other hand, Pomeranian, who was sobbing in Vikier's arms, turned around and looked startled. Why, uncle, Pomeranian cried out loud, hiding in Vikier's arms. It's a natural reaction for a girl to have when she sees a middle-aged man with a mustache approaching her with a shaky hand outstretched. Mustache, nose hair, offensive, Pomeranian squealed, hiding in Vikier's arms, and surprisingly, Hugo, who heard the words, froze in place, looking like he was in shock. My mustache, my mustache. Hugo groped his trembling hand under his nose. At that moment, Vikier stepped forward. Father, please calm down. In response to his cold and emotionless voice, Hugo seemed to regain his composure. Soon, Vikier asked him, This child is an orphan I picked up on the way. I brought her here for a personal errand. Are you concerned about some kind of omen? Well, did you find her on the road? Is that so? Hugo answered Vikier while still gazing intently at Pomeranian. However, since Pomeranian was already tightly embraced in Vikier's arms, he couldn't see her face again. When Hugo tried to lift his head again to get a closer look at Pomeranian's face, Butler Barrymore, who was standing next to him, helped Vikier. Sir, there are countless homeless children in the world, just like grains of sand. It's not particularly strange to bring one child for a personal errand, my lord. With those words, Hugo finally stopped trembling. Perhaps it's a mistake. That's right, the butler's words are correct. Gradually, Hugo returned to his usual cold expression. But why did he absent-mindedly touch his mustache? Is there something wrong with your mustache? What are you talking about now? Butler, oops, I didn't mean to. Barrymore said a word without realizing it and received a fierce glare from Hugo. Eventually, Hugo sighed and sat back on the sofa. Well then, I made a momentary mistake. I apologize. My son. Hugo apologized, and this surprised Victor once more. Gradually, Victor instructed Chihuahua, the office manager, to take Pomeranian to a quiet room. Please provide a quiet room for the child since she got startled by the thunder. Yes, I'll also prepare some warm cocoa. Chihuahua, who was familiar with the situation, took Pomeranian with him. Hugo could confirm that his confusion was due to a misunderstanding because Chihuahua, who was quick-witted, sensed Victor's awkwardness and bowed to Hugo and Barrymore before naturally turning away and covering Pomeranian's face. Then, he quickly left the office with Pomeranian in his arms. Hugo had been washing his face with trembling hands during this time. Victor looked at Hugo, who was still very much shaken, and wondered, Master, a swordsman who has touched the realm of the epitome perfection is not merely physically strong. Their souls are extremely disciplined and tempered. A swordmaster can only be reached by having a strong soul as well as a strong body. But for Hugo, a man with such a strong soul to be so disheveled, there must be something going on. Victor decided to think more deeply about Pomeranian. Then, my son. Hugo spoke, opening his mouth to look at Victor. Yes, father, Victor replied with a brief bow. As expected, the dialogue Victor anticipated came. Attend the grand banquet tomorrow. The grand banquet. It is a small-scale dinner held only by the direct line of the Baskerville family, especially by a few elites. For all lower-ranking members of Baskerville, attending it at least once is a lifelong dream. Once upon a time, Victor was also such a young Baskerville, just 17 years old, with Van middle name. If it were someone else, they would have probably happily wagged their tails and jumped at Hugo's suggestion. But Victor only nodded calmly. I will see you tomorrow evening, father, with no hint of hesitation in his demeanor. Hugo simply nodded in response. Only butler Barrymore wiped his slightly reddened eyes with a handkerchief. He has indeed become quite dignified. He remained a faithful butler who still clearly revealed what he was thinking. On that night, Victor entered the bedroom of the city hall after taking a hot shower, and lying on the soft bed, I felt something strange. Perhaps because I had been sleeping on dry straw and fallen leaves for the past 2 years, this comfortable bed felt unfamiliar. In the end, I got off Victor's bed and lay on the floor. Before coming down, I had hidden a pillow under the blanket, making it look lumpy. It was like an occupational hazard from years of assassination experience. Lying on the hard wooden floor without a blanket, I finally adapted. Come to think of it, when I used to go hunting, I always chose to sleep on such a solid stone floor. The 2 years spent with the warriors of Balak and the wolves were experiences I would never forget. It seemed like I would carry them with me for a while. Victor stretched his arms and lay down, thinking about the future. Come to think of it, Hugo's reaction today was quite unexpected. Regarding the matter of Pomeranian and the pendant, I was now somewhat confident due to his reaction earlier. After the banquet tomorrow, I plan to discreetly investigate. After that, I'll reveal the truth at the most effective moment. It might be the final moment, a good opportunity to deal the decisive blow to Hugo. Either way, it had to be a direction that wouldn't harm Pomeranian. As Victor closed his eyes and planned various things, finally, one of Victor's eyes opened. Whizzing, it was a faint breeze that an ordinary person wouldn't have felt. The cold night air touched his skin. The window silently opened, and a shadow crept in. The shadow quietly approached the bed and soon drew a pale dagger from its hand. The dagger faintly smelled of mana. Suddenly, the shadow stood in front of the bed. Originally, that was where Victor was lying. However, the shadow didn't immediately swing the dagger onto the bed. Instead, it quietly poked the end of the blanket and slipped inside. Of course, Victor wasn't inside the blanket but was on the floor, so he could observe the shadow's movements from start to finish. It hasn't even been a day since I returned. They got the information pretty quickly. Victor chuckled and got up. And then, the top-tier graduator's strength was displayed without reservation. Bang! Victor drew the Beelzebub in an instant and swept away the dagger the shadow was holding. Thunk! The shadow's dagger spun around and stuck to the wall, hilt deep. At the same time, Victor's grip flew like a snake and grabbed the shadow's throat. In an instant, the shadow's arm was twisted, and it turned and fell onto the bed. Vikir firmly pressed down on it. Vikir mounted the shadow's back and whispered softly into its ear. "Next time, request an official audience and come. I might accidentally kill you otherwise." "I'll keep that in mind." The shadow kept coughing but remained calm. Suddenly, the black mask covering the shadow's face was removed. It was an old acquaintance I hadn't seen in a long time. Chapter 111, The Great Banquet 2, Chapter 111, The Great Banquet 2. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating the shadow's face. Vikir loosened his grip on her throat. The face beneath the golden blonde bob was revealed. Cindy Wendy. She had come in person when she heard of Vikir's return. She winked at Vikir. "Why don't you just stick to what you're doing? You aren't bad at it. Cut the crap and tell me what you're here for." Vikir slid off of Cindy Wendy's body and sat on the edge of the bed. She rubbed the back of her neck, which had been held so tight just moments before, and smirked, "Still living without a shoulder. Don't you ever get bored of going in a straight line like that? Before I slap your ass and kick you out, quick." "Wow, he's a big boy. Are you sure you're 17? You look like you're 40 or 50. She lay on the bed at an angle, raising only her upper body as if she owned it. She squinted up at Vikir. "By the way, you sent a minion after me. How did you know where I was?" "From the way you've acted in the past, going to a crooked capitalist, building up trust by telling him of his wealth and then stealing it all away." "Excuse me, I'm a financial planner, and I get paid for my work." A flower girl who had once amassed a great deal of wealth thanks to Vikir's special laws. Thanks to Vikir's protection, which included a bodyguard, she was able to keep her money and lead a safe life. But it's not just about keeping the money. She didn't know how to spend it or what to call it. Cindy Wendy took advantage of that and approached the girl to work as a financial planner. She is now thriving in her role as a big sister, and I have already given her a sizable sum of money. She would have been conned if it hadn't been for me. Perhaps it's because she's so sweet and innocent. I've even given her a bodyguard. Bodyguard? Aren't they just there to protect people? Do they weed out scammers? The bodyguards included financial experts, and I had ordered them to weed out the scammers. At that, Cindy Wendy looked puzzled. "Those bodyguards didn't touch anything, so I thought you were completely out of touch with finance." "What?" At her words, Vikir nodded. "You're right. I even ordered them to let you get close." Vikir had thought that if word got out that the flower girl had 10 billion, Cindy Wendy would be the first to approach her. That was Vikir's bait and switch to lure her in, to locate her. In the end, the $10 billion bait didn't work out, as Vikir caught her right away at the slave auction, but it did help him locate her later. After realizing all of this, Cindy Wendy flopped down on the bed with a dejected look on her face. "No way. I was wondering how that Chihuahua guy knew where I was and sent a telegram. But I've been playing right into your hands the whole time. I'm dumbfounded." "Again? You're such an asshole." Cindy Wendy grumbled for a moment, then slipped her hand inside her chest. A wad of crumpled paper emerged from her chest. She tossed the stack of papers at Vikir. "These are the materials you asked for." Next time. Put it in a folder." Vikir opened the paper. It was a list of people who would be honored at the great banquet tomorrow. "I knew I'd be invited to the great feast after all my hard work. It's a good thing I did my research beforehand." It was to Vikir's credit that Cindy Wendy had come the night before the great banquet. But that's only half of it." Cindy Wendy opened her mouth. When Vikir looked up, Cindy Wendy pointed to her other breast. "I'll give you the rest after you pay the information fee." "An information fee? Did you think you were going to get it for free?" At that, Vikir nodded silently. Then, Vikir pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it to Cindy Wendy. With a pop, Cindy Wendy's eyes widened as she caught it. What landed in her palm was a white, pointed tooth. It was the fang of an ox bear. She stared at Vikir in disbelief. "That's it? Are you kidding me?" "Of course. An ox bear's tooth is priceless. They could fetch millions of gold if they were carved into chess pieces. But if it's an information fee, it's too cheap." Cindy Wendy was about to complain, but Vikir cut her short. "There are thousands, tens of thousands more like it." Cindy Wendy stopped what she was about to say and pricked up her ears. Vikir spoke again. "If you listen to me, you can get a cartload of them every year." He was talking about trade with all the natives of the entire jungle, including the Balak. Vikir is now a hero to them and to all the natives who live in the Black Mountain. In such a Vikir-led trade, The natives would gladly give up their antlers, gums, shells, truffles, and other precious forest products. From the empire's point of view, the trade could not be more beneficial, and the hierarchy or guild that would oversee this massive trade would be thrilled. Mega deal. If the trade actually takes place, it will open up the distribution of luxury goods on a scale never before seen in history. Fund managers, financial planners, and others would be dazzled, especially for the likes of Cindy Wendy, a gold digger. It was an investment she couldn't pass up. Her mouth was watering and her eyes were glistening. With a gleam in her eye, she pulled out the rest of the materials and thrust them in Vikir's direction. "Do you think the barbarians will open to trade?" Of course. With the support of all the tribes, Vikir could pull off this megadeal of epic proportions. It was the seed of a storm that could end the war and create countless other economic phenomena. And right now, there are only two people who know about it, Vikir and Cindy Wendy, who had just heard about it. Cindy Wendy picked herself up in a polite manner and sat down on her knees with her legs crossed in front of each other, showing Vikir the two documents. "I guess I'll have to call you boss from now on." "As you wish." Vikir didn't seem to care about the title and went straight to the papers. First came the first and most curious document. It was about Pomeranian's identity. Pomeranian La Baskerville, first granddaughter of Hugo La Baskervilles, head of the Baskervilles clan. Estimated age is 5 years old. Vikir's interpretation was based on what he had heard from butler Barrymore earlier. Upon closer examination, Pomeranian proved to be a direct descendant of Hugo. Hugo had married a woman named Roxana when he was 20 years old. She had given birth to Penelope La Baskerville while with Hugo and died in battle. Later, Penelope La Baskerville, in an unexplained accident, was captured by hunters from the Rococo tribe. She gave birth to a daughter, Pomeranian, and died. Something is fishy about that accident, Vikir thought as he looked at the bottom of the document. Well, whatever. Hugo's first daughter, Penelope, had disappeared about a year before Vikir was born. Hugo was about 41 at the time, so the timeline seemed to fit. The fact that it was true was a relief. Vikir flipped to the of the book. The next page had details about the official list of people scheduled to attend the dinner tomorrow. Hugo Le Baskerville rank, patriarch title, marquis title, swordmaster. Other. Hugo Le Baskerville has a total of children, including direct descendants, illegitimate children, and adopted children outside of his lineage or bloodline. Omitted below. It's no surprise that Hugo, the patriarch, is at the top of the list. It was the next one that mattered. Boston Terrier Le Baskerville. Ranks, Knights of the Pit Bull Knight Commander Senator. Title, Count title, Peak Graduate or other. Half-brother of the Baskerville family patriarch. Hugo Le Baskerville. Very belligerent and temperamental, hating to be tied down. At the great banquet, Boston Terrier, the Knight Commander of the Knights of the Pitbull Order, is in some way present. He is one of the elite, commanding one of the 7 knights of the House of Baskerville, and one of the 7 counts, who symbolize the family's military might. For someone who normally dislikes formal and informal occasions like the great banquet, why is he attending? Vikir scratched his head and flipped to the next page. As expected, he sees another unexpected name. Great Dane Le Baskerville. Rank, Knights of the Mastiff Order Knight Commander Senator title, Count title, Graduator Supreme other, half-brother of the Baskerville family patriarch, Hugo Le Baskerville. He is reserved and reticent, unwilling to pretend to be anything but, and has a particularly bad relationship with Count Boston Terrier. Great Dane, leader of the Mastiff Knights, is also officially confirmed to attend the great banquet. He is also one of the 7 counts, one of the pillars of Baskerville's military backbone. They don't usually attend events within the family, so why are they attending the great banquet? Especially when it's being hosted by their half-brother, who's a bit of a pain in the ass to look at. When Vikir scratched his head, Cindy Wendy smirked. "Are you thinking about why they're coming?" "Yes. You really don't know, do you?" Cindy Wendy pointed an index finger at Vikir in disbelief. "It's because of you I don't know why." Vikir frowned, and Cindy Wendy explained. "Normally, the senators, including the 7th count, don't interfere in the family's internal affairs, so why would they come to your great banquet all at once? They're coming to see you, the young legend of the Baskerville family who returned alive." Are there others coming? Don't be alarmed, all 7 counts have requested to attend this great banquet. Vikier was a little surprised at that. 7 counts. Normally, they are rarely seen by the lesser hounds of Baskerville in their entire lives. But the only 2 that had managed to make it onto the official list were a Boston Terrier and a Great Dane. Cindy Wendy chuckled. I heard that all the other Nightorder leaders were deployed far away, so it would take them a long time to return home. Only Boston Terrier and Great Dane, who were sent out on missions closer to home, were able to make it in time, and even then, they'll be arriving in a hurry. I don't suppose they're just curious to see my face. Of course not. They're here because they want to take you into their order to set their sights on a future knight. And they've heard that other than Boston Terrier and Great Dane, all the other knights are stomping their feet because of the distance. The Great Banquet is a rare event that only direct blood relatives can attend, so they can't send a proxy. So only 2 of the 7 counts, who were relatively close by, rode through the night in good spirits to return home. We'll see tomorrow. I'll be bombarded with scouting offers for a while, she giggled. The pinnacle of 2 orders, the Pit Bull Knights and the Mastiff Knights, are rumored to be at odds with each other, and with a very tasty piece of meat between them. Perhaps Boston Terrier or Great Dane, or both, will try to win Vikier over to their order, but Vikier's response is short. I'm not interested in either of them. He just hopes it doesn't come to that. Vikier read the following documents at this point. Important figures began to appear. Osiris Le Baskerville. Rank, member of the House of Representatives. Title, Viscount. Title, Peak Graduator. Other, the eldest son of Hugo Le Baskerville, currently first in the line of succession. The next generation of Baskerville, a cold, heartless genius, an ultra-elite who's growing up to be what Hugo once was. He can already draw 6 teeth with the tip of his blade, and his swordsmanship is said to be on par with that of the 7 counts. Rumor has it that he will soon reach the rank of swordmaster. Osiris! Vikier was silent for a moment. Before his regression, Vikier had seen Osiris a few times as a child at a distance. He was extremely reticent and cold. He never said hello to anyone, not even his own siblings, let alone those of his direct lineage. But it wasn't as if he had brothers who could speak to him before his overwhelming skill and charisma, so he was always alone. A solitary, tortured genius. Cindy Wendy looked at him and said, aside from the patriarch and the 7 counts, he must be the strongest in the Baskerville family, right? No. Maybe you're more. Cindy Wendy sneakily tried to gauge Vikier's combat strength. Vikier shrugged it off and turned the page. Seth Le Baskerville. Rank, Underdog City Magistrate. Counselor. Title, Viscount. Rank, Mid-Tier Graduator. Other, second son of Hugo Les Baskervilles, the Patriarch of House Baskerville, currently second in line of succession. The next presence was one that was still vivid in Vikier's memory. Seth Baskerville. His talent for swordsmanship was far inferior to his older brothers, and he had been particularly sickly from an early age. So even when his brother Osiris was knighted for his prowess in battle against demons, he was only given the honorary title of Viscount. His personality was unusually gentle and affectionate for a Baskerville, but this only made him appear weak and withdrawn to Hugo. Hugo was especially cold and strict with his second son, Set. Set, however, never lost his gentle nature. He was the only one in the family to shed a tear for the hounds dying like garbage. Vikier had seen Seth lay chrysanthemums at the memorial more than once. HMPH, I heard you were in training for the closing ceremony, but you must have stepped out to attend the great banquet. Vikier flipped through the information. As he read slowly, his expression became more and more expressionless. Then, Vikier spotted a familiar name at the bottom of the document. Highbrow Le Baskerville. Rank, Academy Candidate. Title, Young Master. Shadow. Rank, Sword Expert. Advanced. Other, direct descendant of Hugo Le Baskerville. Midbrow Le Baskerville. Rank, Academy Candidate. Title, Young Master. Shadow. Rank, Sword Expert. Advanced. Other, direct descendant of Hugo Le Baskerville. Lowbrow Le Baskerville. Rank, Academy Candidate. Title, Young Master. Shadow. Rank, Sword Expert. Advanced. Other, direct descendant of Hugo Les Baskervilles. Patriarch of House Baskerville. Another set of unexpected names. Vikier closed the file with a dry chuckle. He was beginning to look forward to tomorrow's great banquet. Chapter 112, Grand Banquet 3, Chapter 112, Grand Banquet 3, as the evening festivities felt like they were burning at the sharp pinnacle's edge. The banquet of Baskerville arrived. People gathered at the Baskerville ancestral home, and among them, those in important positions could enter the innermost part, a deep sanctuary. The first floor of the ancestral home was the banquet hall. Inside the large stone chamber, carved from black stone, it wasn't overly luxurious or splendid, but it was undeniably grand and majestic. The Gothic interior had an eerie and cold atmosphere. It was hard to believe it was a place for a family meal. The attitude of the servants who brought food, regardless of gender, was also peculiar. They moved like dolls, carrying food and arranging utensils, and when idle they stood against the wall, waiting for the owner's command. Meanwhile, at the large round table, some people were seated, having their meal. The walls and ceiling were rigid, casting long and gloomy shadows. At the end of it all sat Hugo, the head of the Baskerville clan. Hugo le Baskerville. He still had a ruthless and sharp demeanor as he dined, slowly cutting the meat, chewing and swallowing it. Incredibly monotonous and repetitive work, but he didn't open his mouth at all. On the other hand, two men sitting some distance away from Hugo were constantly glaring at each other. Boston Terrier and Great Dane. These two, leading the Pitbull Nightorder and the Mastiff Nightorder, had been hostile toward each other since they entered the banquet hall. Cough! Boston Terrier coughed and twirled his fork with annoyance. Then he spoke with a displeased voice. Isn't the meat a bit undercooked?" At Boston Terrier's words, everyone at the table momentarily stopped their forkwork. Boston Terrier, who was nervously poking the steak in front of him with his fork, soon lifted the meat on the fork. Blood dripped onto the plate. The faces of the servants lost their color at the sight of the bloody meat. Especially the chef's expression was as pale as a sheet of paper. After a while, Hugo turned his head. "Boston Terrier, do you find the meat displeasing?" Upon hearing that, Boston Terrier was taken aback and lowered his head. "Oh no, sir, it's not that. I was talking about the meat on the plate in front of me." At his words, everyone's gaze turned to what was on Boston Terrier's plate. There, a man with a sturdy build was silently slicing the meat. A man who silently chewed and swallowed the rare steak with dripping blood. He was none other than Great Dane, the leader of the Mastiff Nightorder. "What's the issue now?" Great Dane asked Boston Terrier in his gruff voice. Boston Terrier grimaced, contorting the scar on his face. "No, it's just that the meat seems a bit too raw. I was suggesting you cook it a bit more. I find it just right as it is." "Ah, I see. That's your preference, then." Great Dane stopped forking the steak in his mouth and asked, "What else do you think I eat raw?" "Oh dear, could you hear that? Your hearing is quite keen." "Say it again. What do you think I eat raw?" "Well, you didn't quite catch that, did you?" Instead of answering, Boston Terrier laughed inwardly, and with a voice that simmered deep in his throat, he said, "You always seem to be in a hurry to chew things raw, whether it's meat or rookie nights." The tension in the banquet hall escalated due to their confrontation. Boston Terrier spoke up to Great Dane. "You sure love your meat raw, whether it gives you food poisoning or not. I don't care, but don't think about having our new knights eat raw." "What nonsense is this? Such behavior is inappropriate for a banquet hall." "I know why you're here. You want to put my beloved nephew in that shabby Mastiff Nightorder." Boston Terrier was now openly growling. However, Great Dane calmly responded while wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Beloved nephew, I'll grant you that, but there's an issue with your previous statement. My beloved nephew, he may be your nephew, but he's also mine. As his uncle, it's only natural for me to guide and train him on the right path. Putting him in the Mastiff Nightorder, filled with knuckleheads, is the right path. Choose your words carefully. Entering the Mastiff Knightage is much better than the dull and sentimental Pit Bull Nightorder. I'll watch my words, but you better watch out for a dog bite soon. You can't even tell the difference between blood and bark. It's quite pitiful." A big, empty vessel making noise. What else can I say? Boston Terrier and Great Dane continued their heated exchange. They were both vying to recruit Vikier, using their respective knightages to persuade him. Vikier, who was quietly eating in the middle, found this situation awkward. He was familiar with the Pit Bull Knightage because he had led them once before. They were a special forces knightage consisting of 100 gladiators. They were known as the most fearsome knightage not only in Baskerville but also throughout the Empire. In the past, when Vicyr served as the deputy magistrate of the underdog city. The illegal slave auction house in the underground had been teeming with formidable criminals wanted throughout the empire. The pit bull knightage had wiped them all out in just half a day. They had a reputation for ruthlessly eradicating the underbelly of crime, and their actions included dismantling Club Burning Suspension, a hub of luxury, pleasure, illegal activities, and crime. Located underground, all of these events had taken place under Vicyr's leadership. That was why the Count Boston Terrier cherished and loved his nephew Vicyr so much. "Nephew, trust only your uncle. I'll make you the mightiest pit bull." He chuckled maliciously as he chewed the meat dripping with blood. He might have put on a kindly expression, but the servants around him were trembling in fear. However, Boston Terrier wasn't the only one pursuing Vicyr. "Cough. Nephew, the Mastiff knightage isn't so bad either. Well, it's not just because I'm the commander, but it's genuinely commendable." Great Dane had been sending subtle glances at Vicyr since the beginning. The Mastiff Knight Order, which he led, was also an elite group not inferior to the Pit Bull Knightage. Like the Pit Bulls, the Mastiff Knightage had 100 graduators. However, their operating method was slightly different from the Pit Bulls. While the Pit Bulls were known as a special forces knightage that created an atmosphere of fear through one-sided slaughter and massacre, the Mastiff Knightage was a war specialist knightage that aimed to formally subdue the opponent through declared combat or war. Both knightages were similar in terms of combat and bloodshed, but their methods varied. This was why Boston Terrier, the Count, and Great Dane, the Count, kept revealing their true intentions and growling at each other. "Those gentlemen who can't even show their teeth without an official order are trying to ruin my beloved nephew's future. Ah, where has their conscience gone? Indeed, it's quite a far cry from the honorable Mastiff Knightage. Well, it's not just because I'm the commander, but it's genuinely recommended." This entire argument was about recruiting the highly anticipated rookie, Vicyr, into their respective knightages. If they could recruit Vicyr, who was currently the hottest commodity in terms of talent, into their knightages, it would mean all of Vicyr's reputation and achievements would come under their knightage banner. Moreover, the future of their knightages would be exceptionally bright. At just 17, not even in his 20s yet, Vicyr had reached the level of a peak graduator. If such a talented individual were to join their knightages, it would undoubtedly bring a breath of fresh air to the position of knightage commanders. Furthermore, since the Baskerville family valued strength above all else, both Count Boston Terrier and Count Great Dane were no exceptions. The other 5 counts who couldn't attend this gathering due to various reasons held similar sentiments. However, in reality, Vicyr had no intention whatsoever of joining either knightage. "Because I plan to devour both of them." Is it just the 2 of them? No, Vicyr intended to put all 7 knightages of Baskerville, the entire Baskerville family, under his control. This had been his plan since his return to Baskerville, a plan he had been formulating for the past 17 years. However, the current dispute in this place was undoubtedly inconvenient. Boston Terrier and Great Dane's ongoing rivalry, with Vicyr caught in the middle, was intensifying. Feeling awkward and not knowing what to do, Vicyr turned his head. He was going to ask for help from Hugo, the head of the family and the host of the banquet. But Vicyr couldn't help but feel bewildered. It was because Hugo was watching the squabble between his 2 half-brothers with a smug expression on his face. Chapter 113, Grand Banquet 4, Chapter 113, Grand Banquet 4. Vicyr's mouth slightly hung open in amazement. It was because Hugo, the host of the family and the one organizing the grand banquet, was watching his younger siblings' argument with a smug expression. Boston Terrier and Great Dane continued their quarrel. Both counts were known for their fierceness, which had a disposition to show their teeth rather than bark, but it seemed they were restraining themselves somewhat in Hugo's presence. Vicyr observed Hugo's expression carefully. Why is he smiling like that? Ah, could it be? And soon, Vicyr came to a conclusion. In Baskerville, fierce disputes occurred daily. Among the heads of the family and the 7 counts, numerous factions existed, including independent ones. They engaged in battles of intrigue, assassination, duels, acquisitions, and mergers. Therefore, it was the family head's duty to control and monitor their half-siblings and the factions beneath the 7 counts. Ironically, the closest siblings were the most formidable adversaries within Baskerville. So, Hugo, the pinnacle of the Baskerville family, wouldn't be overly concerned about such power struggles among the counts. He might even encourage and incite them. As cunning as ever, Vicyr thought, his tongue clicking in amusement. While Vicyr was deep in thought, Hugo suddenly turned his gaze towards him. When Vicyr lowered his eyes back to his plate, Hugo spoke in a subdued voice. "It's pleasing to see my son being acknowledged." What kind of statement was this? Vicyr couldn't help but be bewildered. Hugo's face still displayed a faint smile, quite out of place. Vicyr remained silent, looking puzzled. Beside him, the butler Barrymore approached and whispered in his ear. "All 7 counts expressed their desire to attend the grand banquet, but it's all to see you. My lord, the other 5 couldn't make it due to their distant locations." "Is that so?" The younger siblings, usually proud and aloof, are now showing signs of unease. It seems even the family head is pleased with this situation. "Ah, one never knows whose offspring you are." Vicyr turned his head again. So that smug smile wasn't about enjoying their infighting. The meal progressed to the main courses, and a lavish feast was set before them. "At least it's not haggis this time," Vicyr thought, feeling a bit relieved that he didn't have to eat the tasteless and filling haggis anymore. Meanwhile, our sweet Count Great Dane seems to want to eat the dishes raw again. His true nature can't be hidden. He's already on how many glasses of wine? Seems quite drunk. He should go to bed soon. Boston Terrier and Great Dane were still arguing. Eventually, they realized that growling at each other would only lead to losses. And from that moment on, both of them tried their best to say even a single word more to Vicyr. "Yeah, Vicyr, what about your experiences in the past 2 years? Surviving in enemy territory and the Black Mountain, your old man is quite curious. How many barbarians did you kill back then? And monsters, how many did you tear apart? Ah, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Pit bull's blood, mind you, back in my day. When I was just 8 years old, they dropped me deep into enemy territory, and I had to take the proficiency test and all that. I even competed with our family head for hunting game. You know, but our nephew has achieved even greater things. I'm so proud. A brave and clever nephew you are. Your uncle won't ask you about those trivial matters. Of course, I'm really curious about what my beloved nephew went through in those perilous territories. But that can wait until I read the report you'll submit later. However, your uncle here wants to ask something else first. It might be awkward coming home after 2 years, so is there anything you need? If there is, just say the word. Your uncle can get you anything you want." And, to the surprise of even the servants, who were always reserved, they showed such a warm side that some of them were startled. Vicyr gave a faint smile. Boston Terrier was openly curious about Vicyr's life in the past 2 years, and Great Dane also seemed to be pretending not to care, but he had a subtle interest. However, Hugo cut them off. "First, let the child eat. Don't bother him too much." It was a protective gesture around Vicyr. While Vicyr was still adapting to this unfamiliar kindness, the 2 barons withdrew with a grumble. "Still, I'm curious about how my nephew has grown over the past 2 years." "That's true. I'm so eager to find out how my nephew, who was amazing 2 years ago, has achieved even more. So I rushed all the way here." But even so, the 2 counts couldn't let go of their lingering feelings. At this, Hugo furrowed his brow slightly. "So, are you saying you want to grill my son right here during the meal?" "And no, it's not like that. Shut it." In the face of Hugo's imposing presence, even though they were both barons, they couldn't help but feel intimidated. Boston Terrier and Great Dane slyly averted their gazes. At that moment, there was a voice that came to the rescue of the 2 barons. "It's about proving your accomplishments. It's not that difficult." It was Vicyr. At Vicyr's words, both Boston Terrier and Great Dane turned pale. Surprisingly, Hugo's voice carried a note of concern. "Well, my son, proving your accomplishments means you have to go out to the training grounds. Isn't it tiring to talk about it during a meal after such a long journey?" "It's all right, father, and..." Vikyr put down the fork he had been holding and began to speak. I can demonstrate my skills anytime, anywhere. Isn't daily training always a form of practice? Hugo, Boston Terrier, and Great Dane all looked pleased at Vikyr's words. You've raised your child very well, my lord. Yes, if I had a son like that, I wouldn't wish for anything more. Enough of that, don't make a big deal out of this. Hugo rubbed his mustache and turned his face. Barrymore, the head butler, watched this with a satisfied expression. But, how do you plan to prove your skills? Boston Terrier asked. Great Dane also looked at Vikyr with a curious expression. Vikyr didn't respond immediately. He simply raised his hand and placed it quietly on the table. A brief silence fell. Eventually, Vikyr, who had maintained his silence, spoke. Dane Uncle's steak seems slightly undercooked. At the same time, Vikyr turned his head and looked at Boston Terrier. Terrier Uncle's wine glass seems to be filled a bit too much. Upon hearing Vikyr's comment, Boston Terrier and Great Dane looked at each other's steaks and wine glasses. Then, something astonishing happened. T-tick-s-d-s-d-s-d-s-d-s, Vikyr's hand trembled slightly, and the tableware on the table shook ever so slightly. Boston Terrier and Great Dane immediately withdrew their hands from the table. Mana emitted from Vikyr's body flowed onto the table. And then, a strange phenomenon unfolded before the eyes of the two counts. Chee-eek, Great Dane's steak started sizzling, making sounds as if it were cooking. Although there was no change in the objects around, one side of the steak, in particular, was being cooked by intense heat. The juices evaporated, and steam rose. What was once a perfectly browned rare steak had transformed into a well-done steak. Ah! Great Dane picked up his fork. Even though the fork was right next to the steak plate, it was not hot at all. When he pierced the meat, it had a firm texture, and a faint smell of grilling wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Boston Terrier burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! He was also looking at his wine glass. Bubbles were forming in the silverware, and the grape wine inside began to boil, turning a deep purple color. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into sweet-smelling steam, spreading throughout the dining area. The boiling wine ceased precisely when half of it had evaporated. With just the touch of his palm on the table, Vikyr had cooked the meat and boiled the wine, manipulating mana into objects, controlling the exact points of release, and determining the strength and density of the aura at those points. A state of mastery. What would happen if this concept was applied to swordsmanship? Injecting mana into a blade and creating precisely controlled auras with the desired intensity and sharpness. This level of mastery was known in the world as a graduator, a stage beyond sword expert. It was the most mature stage that a swordsman, even one ranked among the Empire's elite warriors, could hope to achieve. Vikyr had reached the level of a mid-tier graduator, a realm that even the geniuses of Baskerville could only aspire to reach at around the age of 35. Mid-tier graduator at the age of 17, the youngest in history. This achievement would obliterate all official records held by Baskerville to date. Chapter 114, The Grand Banquet 5. Chapter 114, The Grand Banquet 5. Boston Terrier raised the wine glass that had just been boiling a moment ago and drank it in one gulp. Great Dane, likewise, swallowed a large piece of sizzling meat in one bite. Is it because our nephew made the wine? It tastes fantastic. Meat cooked with the aura of a graduator. It's a delicacy. The two counts began to fix their intense gazes on Vikyr, as if they wanted to recruit him into their nightly orders, no matter what. Meanwhile, Vikyr was thinking to himself, it's better to reveal only up to the level of a mid-tier graduator. In fact, he had briefly demonstrated this level of power a few times in the past. He had performed a similar feat when detonating the Champagne Tower at Club Burning Suspension, and had displayed a similar level of power when he first met Madam of the Abyss. The difference now was that he had reached the level of a mid-tier graduator in secret, a level that even the geniuses of Baskerville could only aspire to reach at around the age of 35. A mid-tier graduator at the age of 17, the youngest in history. This achievement would obliterate all official records held by Baskerville to date. Vikyr glanced briefly at the seats of the three bro siblings at the banquet table. High bro, middle bro, and low bro sat quietly, having their meal without saying a word. They haven't reported what they last witnessed in the abyss to Hugo. I don't know why, but whatever the reason. It's fortunate. I was afraid I might have to reveal my abilities up to the level of peak graduator. Vikyr decided that after the banquet, he needed to tightly control and supervise high bro, middle bro, and low bro to ensure their silence. On the other hand, Boston Terrier and Great Dane couldn't stop praising Vikyr's achievement. Just by touching the table and resonating with mana, you cooked the meat and boiled the wine. It's not something that can be achieved with ordinary mana control. Haha, it's truly amazing. When I was your age, I was at most a sword expert. Reaching graduator is impossible without mastery of mana control. It's like a genius that has never appeared in Baskerville. I was at this level when I was 33. If they were ordinary hunting dogs from Baskerville, they would have reached this level at the age of 35 at the earliest. Vikyr had achieved it at the age of only 17, almost 20 years ahead of schedule. Boston Terrier and Great Dane looked at Hugo and exclaimed, "A mid-tier graduator. I only achieved what I did when I reached 33. To think that our nephew has achieved this at the age of 17. There's no one else like him in the world." They were completely enamored with him, and even Hugo was smiling contentedly at the situation, with a visible upward curl at the corners of his lips. Then, Hugo, Boston Terrier, and Great Dane started discussing Vikyr as the main topic of conversation. However, when the attention of the adults was momentarily elsewhere, a new voice spoke to Vikyr. "Young one." The pronunciation was precise, and the voice was chilling. Vikyr turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw long, black hair-like curtains and red eyes that shimmered between the strands. Osiris le Baskerville. Osiris le Baskerville, the current Baskerville's strongest peak graduator and the top candidate for the family's inheritance. He held the position of little family leader, responsible for representing the family in the absence of the family head. He was now sitting diagonally across from Vikyr. Vikyr looked straight into Osiris's eyes, a small absolute existence, an impossibly arrogant and aloof figure, a being he couldn't even meet eyes with before his reincarnation. But now Vikyr possessed the skill and power to confidently meet his gaze. Without a hint of emotion, Vikyr met Osiris's gaze. Finally, Osiris spoke. "You've worked hard." Upon hearing those words, Vikyr's pupils dilated slightly. It was surprising enough that he had initiated the conversation, but praise too. Considering the image he had before his reincarnation, it was an unimaginable event. However, the amazement didn't stop there. "Well done, keep striving even harder in the future," Osiris repeatedly praised Vikyr. Still, his expression remained unchanged. His cold tone as if an ordinary person might think he was angry. Younger Vikyr, before his regression, had also thought that way. However, looking at it again after aging, that wasn't it. Osiris's expression and voice were clearly as cold as ice, but within them there was a very small and faint warmth. Not expressed in his face or gestures, not even knowing how to express it to himself. It was truly an awkward warmth. Looking at him like this now, he doesn't seem entirely frightening. Vikyr bowed slightly and thought silently to himself. Why did that person look so scary before his regression? Because he was the head of the family, because of his arrogant and dignified expression and voice, because of the vast difference in status and power, or simply because he was more than 10 years older than himself. But now, Osiris is much younger than the age Vikyr actually reached. And then, Vikyr began to see the somewhat awkward and unskilled aspects that Osiris had. Subtle signs of being bad at cutting with a knife, picking out disliked ingredients and eating them sneakily, getting tipsy easily, cringing just from the smell, constantly unfolding and flattening crumpled napkins with his hands to calm himself. Surprisingly, he has a human side. When you let go of the prejudice that he's an unattainable upper-class person, you can finally see his true self. Osiris le Baskerville. He wasn't the perfect superhuman as the world knew him, and as Vikyr remembered before his regression with no blood or tears, right at that moment. "Hey, big brother is praising his little brother. This is amazing." From Vikyr's side, a new voice was heard once again. When he turned his head, a handsome man with exceptionally fair and pale skin was winking at Vikyr. A dark-haired, charming man with impressive dark circles under his eyes. He was none other than Hugo's youngest son, Seth le Baskerville. He approached Vikir with a friendly smile and spoke softly. I've never seen Osiris Hyung praising someone before, and to see him smiling so happily like that. Was that a smile? Vikir glanced back at Osiris for a moment. Osiris was still cutting his steak with an expressionless face. It still looked like a face that someone might mistake for anger. So that's why everyone was afraid of Osiris before his regression. But that was a smiling expression, even though it surprised Vikir again. When Vikir didn't respond, Seth chuckled. You're poker-faced like Osiris Hyung too. Well, that's how everyone in our family is, also poker-faced. A shame. Unlike Osiris, Seth had a much more expressive face, different from anyone else in the family. Vikir looked at Seth with a bit of reluctance, who was smiling with a hint of disappointment. Seth Baskerville, that Vikir remembered, was a good person, lacking talent in swordsmanship and not being particularly brave, but always caring meticulously for anyone in the family. He even used to comfort the recently arrived maid with discomfort, being a gentle person. Among the immediate family members, Seth was the only one who would offer chrysanthemums at the graves of the dead hunting dogs. His tears shed for all the younger siblings who were dying for his father and older brother, who had no blood or tears, were still vivid in Vikir's memory. And the pitiful moments when he would go alone to the flower garden and shed tears on the day he was ignored and belittled as a weakling by his father and older brother were still fresh. And even after his regression, it was still the same. Hugo and Osiris almost ignored Seth. In the Baskerville family, which valued strength, it was somewhat natural for Seth, who was weak, to be treated this way. So, Vikir had always sympathized with and admired Seth before his regression. That's why, without gaining anything in return, he had worked for him and done his bidding. It was because he was so grateful for Seth's kindness to him and the other hunting dogs, even while enduring such mistreatment for being weak. But now things were different. Vikir recalled the information Cindy Wendy had provided yesterday. Seth LeBaskerville class, Underdog City's magistrate, member of the lower house title, Shadow Viscount, Chinese letter, rank, mid-tier graduate or others, the second heir to the Baskerville family, mild and warm personality, weak constitution, no talent in swordsmanship, hated by Hugo, well-liked and popular among all the younger members of the family, vacant in the position of Underdog's magistrate for a long time. Went out for a while for a grand banquet during closed-door training. The information Vikir already knew was listed in detail. But in the end, there was a line of information that was new even to Vikir. Seth LeBaskerville is speculated to be not human. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Grand Banquet 6, Seth LeBaskerville. Seth has been speaking to Vikir with a consistently gentle and kind demeanor. How's it been since you came home after a long time? Are you adjusting well? Do you need any help from me? Aren't our father and brother a bit cold? Even so, they seem to treat you very gently. You're young and talented. But to people like me, who lack abilities, well, they're like ice sheets. Try some of this. It's a dish specially crafted by my favorite chef. How does it taste? It's grilled with cream on top of sturgeon eggs. I'll come to your room later, so tell me about your experiences. I'm always either in the medical ward or the training hall because of my weak health. Oh, my training hall is very close to the Underdog City where you served as a sub-governor. By the way, thanks to you, Underdog City has become much more peaceful, right? That's a good thing. Originally, I should have been the sub-governor there. But with my frail health and lack of talent, it was too much of a burden to take on. It would be nice to have a capable younger brother like you helping me with my official duties. Haha, Seth keeps talking to Vikir to keep things from getting awkward. He even asks the servants who bring food about their well-being. If Vikir were an ordinary hunting dog, he would have been touched by Seth's kindness and affection. Vikir used to be like that before his regression. However, Vikir after his regression is different. Vikir silently gazes at Seth's face as he speaks kindly. Seth has always had a kind personality that is not typical of the Baskerville family, and he took good care of those around him. This caused him to receive criticism from Hugo and Osiris, and Vikir always lived with a sad expression because of it. Young Vikir before his regression had a fondness for Seth because of this. But Vikir, now a seasoned veteran who has survived the era of destruction and has become a bloodthirsty hunter, looks at Seth from a slightly different perspective. Seth Le Baskerville is suspected to be something other than human. Vickers recalls the intelligence report sent by Cindy Wendy last night, though there was no need to recall it. The pungent smell coming from Seth's mouth has been overwhelming. Even Vickers, who has a strong stomach, finds it difficult to conceal his expression. The stench is so strong, yet people around him can't smell it. Vickers can see through the true nature of this stench. It smells like magic. This intense odor, a mixture of the smell of incantations being cast and the stench of decaying corpses, can only be smelled by hunters who have survived the era of destruction. Before his regression, he was numb to this smell, as it was everywhere in the world. But after regression in the peaceful world, he could clearly identify it. A nauseating smell that could make even the monsters hiding in the arteries trapped in Beelzebub beads fly away. This was the vicious corpse poison. Why does Seth emit such a foul odor from his body? Vickers regains his composure in an instant. Then Vickers discreetly tilts his glass. Hugo and Osiris, as well as Seth, are reflected on the surface of the reddish liquor. But surprisingly, there are only two figures in the glass. Hugo and Osiris. Seth's figure is not reflected. Look at this, Vickers thought cunningly. A demon beings from the demon realm. They are generally divided into demons and monsters. Demons refer to higher-level evil spirits, while monsters refer to creatures, making them somewhat different. This is similar to the way humans and animals are distinguished. Regular monsters are reflected in mirrors and water, but it's not the same for demons. Unless they use special magic to intentionally conceal their appearance, demons don't reflect in mirrors or water. In the era of destruction, everyone would have known this, although they would have had to pay a hefty tuition fee, but as of now no one knows. Except for Vickers, that is. You let your guard down, Seth, Vickers thought after emptying his glass. Seth has become so arrogant that he doesn't even guard his drink. Right now, Seth may be wearing the outer shell of the youngest Seth, but his inner self could be a completely different being. Vickers recalled the testimonies of those around Seth. Young Master Seth, right? He is a good person, isn't he? When he was young, he was cold and aloof like the other Baskervilles, but his personality changed a lot after that unfortunate incident. He became gentle and affectionate. Should I say he became mild-mannered? That unfortunate incident. Well, it's something I'll only tell young Master Vickers. Actually, there was a time when young Master Seth tried to commit suicide. It was the night he was severely scolded by our master for being talentless, and then, fortunately, we found him early and were able to save his life. But he was greatly shocked, and since then, his personality had completely changed to become kind and affectionate. Perhaps it was because he felt a great sense of crisis in a life-or-death situation. Vickers had once caused a small fire in the Baskerville Academy's library. When the servants were in a panic, Vickers had covered it up for them, and since then, the servants had mostly been friendly towards him. Vickers based his deductions on the information he had obtained from the servants. The real Seth is probably dead, and it seems that a demon has taken over his empty shell. Suddenly, another thought came to mind. Generally, for demons, the blood of human children is considered a tonic. According to Cindy Wendy's investigation, the large-scale kidnapping incident in Underdog was not focused solely on kidnappings. Many orphanages and childcare foundations lost children. They were adopted through official or unofficial channels, and then all disappeared without a trace. They only existed on paper, and Cindy Wendy used money and informants to trace the whereabouts of the missing children. The last place the children were seen revealing their true selves was the training hall where Seth Le Baskerville was conducting his training. It's not far from Underdog City. After acquiring one of the childcare foundations and investigating the adoption routes of the children under the pretext of a donation, we found out. I had to investigate this illegally to find out. Cindy Wendy's eager demeanor was vivid in his mind. Vickers paid very close attention to this information, as it was the reason he was executed just before his regression. Demons feed on the blood of young children. At that time, when Vickers was serving Seth, he was accused of collaborating with demons because bones stained with the blood of children were discovered in the basement near his room. And then he was executed, regressed. Maybe, just maybe, Hugo may not be guilty after all. The possibility was low, but it wasn't non-existent. Hugo, who knew nothing, might have executed Vikir based on circumstantial judgment, deceived by the conspiracy of his son. Seth, Vikir thought cunningly. The key is how much Seth's soul has been eroded. If the stench is this strong, it means he's almost 100% devoured. Seth probably harbored feelings of resentment, hatred, inferiority, lack of talent, emotional deficiencies, and self-destructive emotions before he died, and this would have opened the door to summon demons into his soul. Vikir wiped his mouth with a napkin. Before Regression, he had known that the owner he had followed was, in fact, the mastermind behind the brutal murders. But strangely, he didn't feel shaken. Rather, he felt his blood chilling in his veins. Seth, who knows nothing about Vikir's inner turmoil, continued to speak affably. "Younger brother, which night order do you like the most?" "I think the wolfhounds look the best. Well, I like the pit bulls and mastiffs too. Oh, personally, I really liked the Doberman night order when I was young. Their uniforms are stylish, aren't they? By the way, now that you're back home, what are your plans? Are you thinking of enrolling in the academy again, just like Osiris Hyung did? Or do you plan to continue working as a sub-governor in Underdog? I heard that the citizens you like so much even held protests, demanding your permanent tenure. If I return as a sub-governor in the future, we can work together." As Vikir picked up a piece of meat with his fork, Seth continued to talk about various things, just as Vikir was about to furrow his brows due to the stench coming from Seth's mouth. "Enough!" Osiris interrupted Seth's words. When Seth closed his mouth, Osiris spoke in a cold tone. "Dinner isn't over yet, but you're quite talkative. Don't disturb your brother's meal with trivial chatter. Finish your own meal." Upon hearing these words, Seth closed his mouth and lowered his head. Finally, Vikir could free himself from the foul stench emanating from Seth's mouth. "It looks different from this perspective," Vikir thought as he observed Osiris and Seth's relationship from a slight distance. If it were the young Vikir before his regression, he might have interpreted the recent situation as Osiris pressuring Seth. The scene just now would have appeared as the stern eldest trying to assert his dominance over the younger siblings. In fact, the servants around them were sending discreet glances, expressing their disapproval. Vikir sympathized with Seth, who lowered his head with a gloomy expression. However, now Vikir could finally see the true nature of Osiris and Seth's relationship. Osiris was feeling an indescribable discomfort and distance from Seth. This was why he was trying to separate Seth from the other siblings. Even his furrowed brows whenever Seth opened his mouth as if he had smelled something foul was due to this. In other words, Osiris's instinct and intuition were unconsciously rejecting Seth's demonic nature. He disliked it, and this was why he was trying to distance the other siblings from Seth. It wasn't just because Seth's breath smelled like something unholy. Even Hugo shared this sentiment. So, before my regression, I had served under Seth's command. It's no wonder I appeared virtuous in comparison, Vikir thought, watching Osiris. Despite his cold and aloof demeanor, there was a hint of inexperienced humanity within Osiris. Compared to Hugo, he appeared much more human. Moreover, Osiris was, in his own way, looking out for Vikir, who had just arrived at the grand feast, although it was in his own manner. "Vikir, don't hold the third knife with that hand. Tilt the plate the other way. Don't make a sound by scraping the dishes. It seems you need to review the dining etiquette of nobles. Folding the napkin doesn't mean folding it in that direction." He gave these reminders with an authoritarian tone, but in reality, he was carefully looking out for his younger brother to prevent him from making mistakes in front of their father or other elders. He pointed out potential mistakes in advance. Moreover, he only selected the valid points to address, so there was no reason for Vikir to feel discomfort. If there were any shortcomings, Osiris didn't say much about the improvements Vikir made once they were corrected. Of course, if they had been regular children, they might have found it scary and cowered in fear. He seems a bit strict, but he doesn't seem like such a bad person after all. Vikir thought it wasn't the case for Vikir. After hearing the 3 pieces of advice, he demonstrated excellent dining etiquette, making it unnecessary for Osiris to continue lecturing him. Finally, Osiris seemed satisfied, with a faint smile appearing on his lips. "All right, you seem more like a noble now." A hint of warmth became a bit more pronounced. Eventually, the lengthy dinner came to an end. The grand feast in the Vaskevel family involved a 2-hour duration for just the appetizers, with the entire meal taking approximately 5 hours. As the dinner concluded, it was nearly midnight. Just as Victor was about to leave the dining hall, Hugo called him back. "Wait a moment." Hugo summoned Victor and said, "I have something to discuss with you, my son." "Yes, father," Victor replied. Standing before Hugo, Hugo gazed at Victor for a moment before speaking. "Not now, it's late today. Come see me tomorrow morning." "Do you have additional plans after midnight?" "Father, no. I'm doing this just in case you're tired." Victor was once again surprised. Even though there were no more scheduled events, Hugo was willing to wait until tomorrow morning, concerned that Victor might be tired. The same Hugo who, if he had a business, could light up the entire castle at midnight or dawn, summoning all the humans from their slumber. And now he was delaying a conversation because he was concerned about his son's fatigue. The servants were already drawing the curtains on the west windows. Tomorrow, the sun might rise from the west. Who knew? Victor, too, concealed his surprise and replied calmly, "Understood." Finally, Hugo left the dining hall, leaving only Victor and butler Barrymore. With a cheerful smile, Barrymore said, "I suppose Lord Hugo is calling you to discuss your enrollment in the academy. Congratulations in advance, my young master." "How did you know?" Victor asked, and Barrymore replied with an assured tone, "The academy sent a recruitment notice last night." Chapter 116, Chapter 116. The Grand Banquet 7. Victor left the main venue where the grand banquet was hosted. He had just exited the main gate and was heading down a side path between the training grounds and the fortress. Victor had to stop his steps at the edge of the training grounds. On the opposite side, a clearly discernible presence was coming out of the thicket. It was a very open invitation. Before long, a single crimson sword strike, like a snake, flew towards Victor. The aura was gooey and as red as blood. It was a sword strike that only peak graduator could produce. About 6 fangs were flying towards Victor. Should I block it? Victor hesitated for a moment. For an attack of this level, he could easily block it and counterattack. However, the skill Victor had publicly displayed was that of a mid-tier graduator. In such a situation, there were limited reactions he could show. Victor drew his sword from his waist and deftly deflected the strike, allowing it to pass by. He maintained the same posture and rolled to the side. In that split second, Victor's blade drew 4 fang marks, while the attack numbered 6. 4 fangs collided with each other and canceled out, leaving only 2 fangs targeting Victor. Victor decided to simply take them with his body. Thanks to Styx's blessing, Victor's body momentarily turned as hard as iron. Quang, thud, naturally the sword, which had been emitting an aura of about mid-tier graduator level, shattered into 2 pieces, and a piece of Victor's cloak tore away. Qua thud, the strike flew off course and left a large scar on the ground. The 2 fangs that hit Victor's body scattered on their own before fighting against Styx's protection. Victor realized that this attack wasn't originally meant to harm him. Sure enough, laughter could be heard from beyond the thicket. "Our nephew has grown up." Count Boston Terrier, one of the 7 counts, greeted Victor with a faint smile. Victor stood before Boston Terrier, ready to fight. His broken sword showed that he could still fight. Seeing this, Boston Terrier flashed a look that seemed to say Victor looked even more beautiful. Then, a voice rang out. "Who's drawing a sword and causing a ruckus in our territory?" There was someone blocking the way between Boston Terrier and Victor. A man in a black cloak, with the hem of his cloak fluttering, appeared. It was Count Great Dane. He looked at Boston Terrier and spoke. "Attempted murder of a family member. If our elder brother finds out, you'll be under house arrest for at least a few months. Don't try to sell your brotherly affection. Affection is hiding and laying a trap considered affection. Kids grow up by fighting." "You crazy? Are you a kid?" In response to Great Dane's words, Boston Terrier bared his fang beneath his sunglasses. "Next time, don't interfere with the affairs of a future mighty pitbull. Pitbull, probably the next mastiff. Can you send our beloved nephew to such a messy gang? Hoo-hoo, you guys. Even if you tear a bit of your hide, you'll spill your guts and beg for your lives. Heh, you guys are so tough that you don't even have a scrap of hide to tear." Count Boston Terrier, leading the pitbulls, and Count Great Dane, leading the mastiffs, growled at each other without yielding an inch. Now with Hugo gone, they could fight without restraint. All right, let the one who wins here take Vikier, for the future of our beloved nephew. Anything, as the two counts drew their swords and confronted each other, a standoff ensued. Vikier had somehow risen from his spot. Troublesome people, he thought, considering Count Boston Terrier's assertive personality. He had expected him to demand a precise demonstration of Vikier's abilities. Fortunately, there was Count Great Dane, his rival and enemy, which made things easier. Meanwhile, Vikier recalled the power of the strike that had come earlier. It was quite manageable, more than I thought. The previous counts before the regression were absolute peak graduators, and the current counts had achieved similar levels of strength. Although Vikier was also a peak graduator, there was a significant difference in the level of swordsmanship he used back then. However, now that Vikier had started mastering Baskerville's 7th Fang, and was currently learning the 6th form of swordsmanship, his achievements exceeded those of the current counts, and if he were to add the protection of Styx's river and the power of Beelzebub, I might be able to defeat at least one count. 2 might be a stretch. Who would believe that this was an achievement made in just 17 years, while Vikier was closing his eyes and planning for the future? Younger brother, the voice calling Vikier from behind could be heard again. When he turned his head to see what it was, a foul stench wafted to his nose. Seth Le Baskerville, Hugo's youngest son, he was looking at Vikier with a cheerful smile. Where are you planning to sleep tonight? If you don't have a plan, why not sleep at my castle? It's not far from here. Vikier stared at Seth's mouth, which seemed to be endlessly chattering. What could be hiding inside that shell to emit such a foul odor? Perhaps even if he were wicked, he wouldn't be as ordinary as he seemed. Thanks to testimony from Cindy Wendy and Chihuahua, it was already somewhat established that Seth was the mastermind behind numerous kidnapping and adoption-related incidents 17 years ago. Among all the accusations Vikier had faced before his regression, this one was the most damaging and decisive. And that's not all. Among the additional information Cindy Wendy had provided, there were things Vikier had never suspected. For example, the fact that the person who had sent 2 venomous snakes to his crib when he was a newborn was none other than Seth's mother. And that Penelope, Hugo's eldest daughter, had been kidnapped by the Rococo tribe, was also part of Seth's mother's sinister scheme. Cindy Wendy had even revealed that Seth had purchased 2 bloody mambas from the indigenous people 17 years ago while Vikier was preparing to trade with their tribe. And that time Balax's Ahuman sold the bloody mamba. What an ironic twist of fate. Vikier couldn't help but crack a dry smile. He had inadvertently paid off his debt from his infancy. Anyway, the reason Seth hadn't been labeled as a suspect was that he had always acted kind and frail, pretending to be someone he wasn't. At the time, he had disguised himself as an innocent child, so he hadn't even made it onto the list of suspects. That's why Vikier had no choice but to look at Seth, or rather, the bizarre entity hidden beneath Seth's facade, with a dry gaze. So, little brother, what's your plan for the future? Will you come back as the underdog's assistant magistrate, or are you thinking of enrolling in the academy? Seth stuck close to Vikier, continuing to act friendly. Then a voice intervened. I told you to behave. Seth, Osiris. He spoke to Vikier and Seth with a stern expression. Do not raise your voices in front of the mansion, and it's late at night, so continue this conversation next time. If someone who didn't know him saw this, they would likely think he was just an old-fashioned person. Vikier had similar thoughts before his regression. However, Vikier, who could read Osiris's true intentions, simply nodded his head respectfully. Then, I will come to greet you another time, gentlemen. Osiris's expression softened slightly at Vikier's words, while Seth's expression remained rigid. But there was neither praise nor resentment to express. Vikier's attitude was very professional, so there was nothing to fault. It was what the eldest son had said, and there was justification. They had Seth's expectations for the future, so they had saved face for the youngest son. In the given situation, Vikier's skillful attitude in looking out for his own safety in the most neutral and objective direction impressed even Osiris. In Baskerville, there were many old forts that had been constructed for a long time. This meant that there were many neglected and obscure spaces. Today, Vikier had come to the youth castle, where he would temporarily stay. It was his room where he had spent a long time in his youth. passing through the entrance of the waterlogged basement and navigating through the neglected food warehouse and unrepaired cracks. He climbed the spiral staircase. Vikyr remembered his childhood as he passed through this eerie corridor. Suddenly, a strange sensation overcame him. Vikyr stopped in his tracks and turned his head. There, a scene unfolded that could remind one of 10 years ago. Baskerville's triplets, also known as Baskerville's Three Spears. Highbrow Le Baskerville, Middlebrow Le Baskerville, and Lowbrow Le Baskerville. Since meeting at the grand banquet, the stepbrothers who hadn't exchanged a single word were standing there. In the 10 years that had passed, they had grown tall, and their jaws had become more pronounced. Their attitudes of standing silently in front of Vikyr were still the same. Meanwhile, Vikyr smiled without a hint of moisture. The purpose of being in such a gloomy and remote place, even carrying a sword and waiting, was mostly predictable. What is it? It was a question thrown with the intention to draw a sword at any moment. And then, slash! The triplets silently drew their swords from their hips. Although there was no visible aura, a resolute determination seemed to emanate from their entire bodies. I must kill them, Vikyr decided. There was no hope for hunting dogs that couldn't differentiate between dung and urine and bit into everything. Murder and erasure. This was also an opportunity to bury the events from 2 years ago during the flood. But the triplets began to show a reaction that even Vikyr hadn't expected. Thud, all three of them knelt on their right knees in front of Vikyr and lowered their heads. The tips of their drawn knife blades were pointed at their right insteps, and the handles were aimed at Vikyr. Vikyr's expression twisted in astonishment. This was the oath of allegiance that Imperial Knights displayed when they met their destined lord. Chapter 117, Chapter 117. Love, 1. The eastern sky began to brighten. Following Hugo's orders from the previous night in the giant banquet hall, Vikyr arrived early in the morning at his office. Enroll in the academy. Hugo still used his straightforward manner of speaking. A single official document was handed to Vikyr. It was a family newsletter stating that the academy was recruiting new students for the upcoming semester. Colosseo Academy 20th Year Freshman Enrollment Notice Application Period. Imperial Year 19. November 4th, Imperial Year 19, November 26th Duration. 8 semesters, 4 years Enrollment Date. Imperial Year 20. January 1st. Colosseo Academy. A large-scale educational institution in the Great Empire Rock, with over 7,000 students currently enrolled including Academy alumni. The total exceeded 20,000. The number of staff alone was over 4,000, making it a colossal institution. Many noble families, including the 7 major clans that supported the empire, sent new students here every year. The fact that all young nobles of the empire could enroll here was a lifelong honor, and indeed, the academy's graduates took pride in working as elite personnel in the imperial family and various high-ranking circles. Starting from the emperor of the Great Empire Rock himself, most of the heads of the 7 families, along with various millionaires, leaders of large guilds, prominent scholars, and the top figures in politics, law, business, culture, media, academia, and sports all graduated from this institution. Vikyr stared silently at the official document in front of him. Students at the academy faced no discrimination during their 4 years of study, and enrollment and graduation were solely determined by ability. There was some variation, but most academy students entered at the age of 20 and graduated at 24. Academy graduates were given the choice to stay in the royal capital and work for the imperial family or return to their original family. Hugo hoped to return to his hometown after graduating from the academy, and his eldest son, Osiris, had also followed the same path. And of course, Vikyr also planned to follow that route without question. I will go. Vikyr accepted Hugo's proposal without hesitation. Even before his return, he had been to the academy. Of course, I wasn't an enrolled student back then. He had followed along as a hunting dog, guarding the new students. By the way, the academy's new students at that time were the triplets, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow. Hugo nodded and asked Vikyr, "Do you have any brothers who would want to go with you?" The academy had reserved seats for the Baskerville family. It's a kind of seat assignment, considering the Baskerville brand and name value. It's only natural, Vikyr replied without hesitation. I want to go with my brothers Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow. He had said the same to Hugo before. Hugo still seemed surprised but soon understood. Among your siblings, they seem the most capable. But Vikier wasn't simply taking the triplets along for that reason. Naturally, what happened after the grand banquet came to mind. It was unexpected. While Vikier was on his way to his bedroom, the triplets had paid him a visit. SRRRK with expressions that hinted at a strange determination, they drew their swords and blocked Vikier's path. Vikier had been prepared to kill them, as there were many ways to deal with them this time, ways to bury the events of the past as well, but the triplets had shown a completely unexpected reaction. Thump! All three knelt on their right knees in front of Vikier, bowing their heads. The tips of their drawn blades were raised to their right insteps, and the handles pointed towards Vikier. If Vikier simply reached out, their blades would pierce their own insteps. It was an act of entrusting one's life to the other, similar to a dog exposing its belly. "What are you doing?" Vikier asked with astonishment. Why were they making an oath like the knights of the Empire did when they met their fates? In response, the triplets said, "We want to repay our life debt to you." Want to? Want to? The reason they gave then and even now was still undeniably unexpected. Since the age of 9, the triplets had feared Vikier continuously. That fear was acknowledged when Vikier hunted Cerberus and when he killed the troll single-handedly. And the last one was his fight with Madame Eight Legs. The moment Vikier's graduator aura exploded towards that giant monster, like death itself, the triplets' emotions towards Vikier changed once again. Awe, reverence, a dual emotional reaction that humans feel when encountering an unreachable genius. On that day, the day they were rescued while riding on the backs of the Guardian Knights and saw their helpless selves in Vikier's power burning like the sun, the triplets' feelings towards Vikier changed once more. And on that day, the day they barely saved their lives, the three gathered and made a vow. From today, we are Vikier's 3 spears. It was a vow to repay the life debt from that day. Since then, the triplets had never disclosed anything about their feelings towards Vikier. 2 years ago, they had questioned the absurdity of the position Vikier had shown them. 2 years later, when Vikier had returned alive, they had never mentioned the fact that his achievements shown then had not grown at all compared to 2 years ago. They knew. They knew that Vikier was already an intermediate gladiator 2 years ago. They knew that he had become much stronger in the past 2 years compared to then. But even so, they had kept their owner's secret. Vikier quietly stroked his chin. The 3 brothers who were born as hunting dogs needed a master to obey. They were well aware of their skills and loyalty through their past lives. And above all, before Vikier's return, they were the ones who had threatened him and pushed him. Vikier stopped reminiscing and looked at Hugo. "Can I bring a few more seeds?" "Do as you please." Hugo readily nodded. Vikier nodded silently. In the past, Vikier had also lived in the academy as a seed assisting academy students. Seeds took turns entering the academy each semester to assist the students of their respective families. However, their role was nothing more than escorting and running errands. It was a typical squire's role. Before his return, Vikier had entered the academy as a seed with high bro, middle bro, and low bro. It was nice to listen to the academy's classes from behind, but everything else was trivial and tiring. Errands such as washing clothes, preparing assessment materials, memorizing schedules or menus to inform, sometimes acting as a guard, sometimes resolving various disputes, and even delivering love letters on occasion. I received a lot of persecution back then, probably because he had experienced many harsh scenes when he went back home from time to time. His face was filled with scars, and his legs were broken, so when the noble children and young heirs who had grown up nicely saw Vikier, who came to play the role of a seed every quarter, they often frowned and showed contempt. Well, it doesn't matter. After all, I ain't going to the uni to learn something. Vikier had 2 reasons for going to the academy. First, to get away from Hugo's surveillance and grow stronger. Second, to deal with the blacklist that he had written up before returning. He thought that it might be necessary to wear the mask of the night hunter that he had sealed away again. At that moment, Hugo spoke. "That's the end of the matter. You can withdraw now." After finishing all he had to say, Hugo immediately issued the dismissal order. But Vikier had one thing left to deal with Hugo. Instead of retreating, Vikier raised his head towards Hugo, "Father, there's one thing I'd like to ask." It was unusual for Vicyr to ask something first, so Hugo showed interest as well. After a while, Vicyr asked one thing again as if confirming with Hugo. 2 years ago, due to my disappearance, our family gained significant advantages in negotiations with Morg. Hugo nodded in response to Vicyr's straightforward words. Vicyr continued immediately. "And father, you said that because of this incident, you would reward me." "Yes, I said that I would provide an appropriate reward. We are still discussing it." Since the reward Vicyr had earned was quite significant, it wouldn't be a straightforward matter to settle it with a suitable reward. Therefore, while Hugo was still pondering, Vicyr was the one to bring up the topic first. "I would like to receive that reward now." "Oh, have you come up with something you want?" Vicyr wanting something was also quite rare. Hugo looked at his son's face with a raised eyebrow. Finally, Vicyr spoke. "What I want is for you to answer my question honestly." Hugo's brow furrowed slightly. It could be a request that might be uncomfortable to hear. Hugo spoke. "What's the question?" "Then, with your permission, I will ask." Vicyr locked eyes with Hugo and asked with a much more straightforward attitude than Hugo. "What was the relationship between your deceased first wife, the late Marchioness Roxana, and you?" Upon hearing this, Hugo's entire body tensed up. Could this be the expression of a dragon whose reverse scale had been touched, extreme agitation? Hugo was reacting in a way that Vicyr had never seen before. "What are you trying to do right now?" Hugo's voice became extremely cold. An icy aura, an aura of extreme coldness, emanated slowly from his entire body. But Vicyr remained nonchalant. Despite the fact that all the intimacy and favorability he had built up until now were plummeting, he showed no sign of movement. Hugo spoke. "Leave now? Academy enrollment. Forget about it, it's a complete blank slate." Hugo clapped his hands. Reversing a decision based on emotions was something he had never done in his entire life, but Vicyr remained unfazed. "I understand that the Academy enrollment has been cancelled. However, the trade benefits our family gained due to my disappearance 2 years ago cannot be cancelled." In other words, he wanted a quick answer. Hugo expressed his irritation with an expression that Vicyr had never seen before. "What kind of answer do you want to hear, damn it?" "Just the answer to the question." Vicyr asked with an unwavering tone. "How did you feel towards Marchioness Roxana?" The cheerful face of Pomeranian was floating in Vicyr's mind. What kind of reaction would Hugo show when he found out about the existence of his granddaughter, whom he didn't even know existed? Would he react with disgust and rage like now? There was a high probability, because he's an emotionless human being. The first wife he had met through a strategic marriage, the daughter who was born from their union and was kidnapped by natives, and the mixed-blood granddaughter born from the natives' blood. Vicyr had already considered over 365 possible reactions that Hugo might have upon learning about Pomeranian's existence, and he had taken measures to benefit both himself and Pomeranian in any case. But what Hugo said next shocked Vicyr to the core. "She was the only woman I ever loved in my entire life." Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Love 2. Vicyr felt a shiver running down his spine throughout his body. Goosebumps crept up on his arms. What did I just hear? Love. Even in an era of destruction, it was an unexpected word, to the point that even a seasoned warrior who had overcome countless battles, a master of all trades, doubted his ears. The last person you'd expect the word love to suit in this world was Hugo. Yet, there it was, coming from his lips. Vicyr sensed that all the strategies he had built were collapsing from the beginning, and whether he liked it or not, Hugo spoke with discomfort and resentment. "Yes, she's the woman I've loved all my life. It's a bit strange to say this, but we fell in love at first sight." Hugo's response almost like a soliloquy. Hearing it, Vicyr thought to himself, "I didn't ask." There was no need to hear a detailed answer, just as Vicyr was about to bring up the next matter. "But our love is once again put to the test. We were pursued by trackers in Baskerville." Vicyr wasn't particularly curious, but he decided to listen to the end. Hugo continued to speak even as he sharpened it. The love story of Hugo and Roxana that followed was tumultuous. A typical romance fantasy cliché, but this poignant emotion transcended eras. Hugo Le Baskerville, a handsome genius who excelled in everything and had a wealthy household. And Roxana, a poor but spirited and cheerful girl. Their love broke through all opposition from their surroundings and eventually led to a happy ending. They argued over trivial misunderstandings, laughed and cried at the supporting characters who tried to steal their love, sometimes lamented their cruel fate, and finally overcame the opposition of both families to bear the fruit of their love. Vicyr nodded quietly. So the result was Penelope, Penelope La Baskerville. Hugo's pupils shook even more when her name was mentioned. It was a much stronger reaction than when Roxana was mentioned. What kind of answer are you expecting? Vicyr remained consistently composed, causing Hugo to let out a sigh as if in amazement. Yes, that's right. My first child, Penelope, she existed. Hugo mentioned the name Penelope and shivered for a moment. Vicyr, with his watchful eyes, silently observed Hugo, who was usually full of gaps. It was the first time he had seen such a strong figure in the realm of master being showing signs of wavering. Perhaps even Barrymore, who had assisted him throughout his life, had never witnessed such a sight. Hugo spoke further. Roxana was a fragile woman. Shortly after giving birth to Penelope, she became quite ill, and I raised that child with all my heart. Penelope was a bright and cheerful child. Having inherited a strong mind from Hugo and a kind heart from Roxana, she grew up receiving the love of all the Baskervilles. And then, that incident happened. Penelope, who had gone for a walk, was captured by the Rococo tribe, known for hunting humans. No one knew how the invaders had found out about Penelope's walking route. The Rococo tribe, known as cannibals, disappeared into the depths of the Black Mountain with Penelope in tow. From that day on, Hugo lost his mind. The iron-hearted swordmaster, with a heart of steel and blood of iron, gave up all his assets and power in the imperial capital and moved his entire family to the border region. The reason was to expand the empire's territory by subduing the monsters and savages of the Black Mountain. Hugo, who had abandoned all his wealth and prestige, threw himself into his work as if he were insane. The cold blade, a legendary blade, rolled the heads of countless enemy leaders on the ground, but he had his limits when fighting alone. To kill even one more savage of the Black Mountain, Hugo entered into numerous strategic marriages and produced children who'd inherit his martial talents. The emperor spared no support when Hugo volunteered for an expedition to the frontier and stepped away from the center of power. There were no limits to the number of soldiers he could command, and there were no prying eyes. He was exempt from taxes, and various subsidies were provided for various reasons. Hugo mobilized all his resources to subdue the Black Mountain and continued to revitalize the empire. For decades, even in the border region, the birth of a massive family that no one in the imperial capital could ignore. Thus, the iron-blooded sword family Baskerville was born. Vicyr nodded as he listened to all of this. I see. No wonder something seemed strange when he joined forces with Morg. Vicyr recalled a fact that Barrymore had hinted at back then. The reason Hugo allowed the joint expedition with Morg was because a girl from the Morg clan was also kidnapped by Rococo. Could it have been because Hugo saw his first daughter, Penelope, in her? Vicyr remembered that Barrymore had reflected on this incident and said, "My lord has become the cold-hearted person he is now after that incident. If only his daughter Penelope had survived, it might not have been like this." From Vicyr's perspective, there was no way to know what Hugo's personality had been like before. It was a matter from before he was born. However, Vicyr was well aware of Hugo's personality, having witnessed it over 2 lifetimes. A bloodless and fearless master, single-mindedly devoted to the glory of the empire and the prosperity of the family. However, witnessing Hugo in front of him, tormented by the old love story, brought an incredibly unfamiliar feeling. Yes, that's how it was. Hugo's voice trembled gradually as he spoke, and there was a moist redness in the corners of his eyes. Vicyr was on the verge of shedding tears at this unexpected sight, but he couldn't get lost in that appearance. The person before him had become a ruthless human who had sent son after son to the battlefield against savages, driven by the shock of losing his first daughter and a barbaric. Even if it was his own granddaughter, her blood was mixed with the savages. Vicyr drew Beelzebub, ready to draw his sword at the slightest hint of danger. With extreme caution, he spoke with a trembling voice. "Thank you for answering." Hugo quickly dried the moisture in his eyes as he spoke. Then, He raised his bloodshot eyes and glared at Vikier. "Why the hell did you ask such a thing, if it was just to satisfy your petty curiosity?" But Vikier interrupted Hugo by raising his hand, silencing his words. Then, he asked his question directly. "What would you do if you found out that the first wife's daughter, that is, the bloodline of Penelope La Baskerville, still exists? What did you say?" Hugo furrowed his brow in response to Vikier's words. He had a look on his face as if he heard some ridiculous nonsense. However, Vikier had never uttered idle words. As Hugo slowly realized this fact, Vikier reached into his pocket with his left hand and placed an object on Hugo's desk. Upon seeing it, Hugo's eyes widened as if they were about to burst. "What is this?" It was a pendant, an artifact salvaged from the nearly destroyed village of the Rococo tribe by the Red Death. Inside, there were portraits of Hugo and Roxana in their youth and Penelope as a child. I made this. I personally crafted this pendant in the workshop and gave it to Roxana as a gift. And in the end, I'm sure I hung it around Penelope's neck." Hugo, shaking so much that he seemed to be shaking the pendant in his hand, grasped it with a hand that almost seemed to tremble. In an instant, clunk. Hugo's hand trembled so violently that he dropped the pendant under the table. Vikier swiftly caught it before it fell to the ground, and Hugo screamed as if having a fit. Give it back to me. Calm down, father." Hugo was so disoriented that he was practically babbling to thin air. To the half-dazed Hugo, Vikier calmly returned the pendant. Oh, the pendant contained faded portraits. The solid metal plate on the lid seemed to have been worn out. His first daughter, Penelope, where could she be? Was she still alive? If she had died, where were her remains? What were the circumstances before her death? And what thoughts had she had? How lonely and desperate must she have been? Did she resent her father for not coming to save her? Did she think her father had forgotten her and fell into despair? Hugo always feared it. Perhaps his daughter had blamed him until the end. He had always been strict, never giving a warm word and never receiving any news, never appearing. Did she resent her father for not blaming him for her miserable fate? The more he thought about it, the more Hugo lashed out at himself. He had never shown affection to any of his children. Even if his children didn't feel affection for him, it was easier that way. It was easier than thinking about Penelope living a painful life somewhere. Especially when he looked at his sons who had the same face and personality as him. He was plagued by intense self-loathing. But, the moment he looked at the pendant that had been worn down from too much caressing, Hugo felt an emotion that had frozen in a corner of his heart for years melt away like a long-standing snowdrift. Hugo, thinking about his daughter who had clung to this pendant until the end, couldn't hold back and tears welled up in his eyes. A single teardrop fell onto the cold stone floor, and then Vikier said something that made Hugo's eyes light up again. "Father, she had a daughter." Was it because of Vikier's dry and emotionless voice that Hugo didn't understand the situation? Hugo still had a blank expression, seemingly not grasping Vikier's words. So, as if confirming it, Vikier said to Hugo again, "I mean, you have a granddaughter." After a while, Hugo's eyes widened to the point where they couldn't get any bigger. Chapter 119, Episode 119, Love 3, A Man's Tears. They are something rarely seen. The older you get, the rarer they becomes. Men are trained not to shed tears in society. Even in typical households, this holds true, and it's even more so in the Baskerville clan. Iron-blooded, a swordmaster devoid of human emotions. Hugo Le Baskerville, the supreme leader of the iron-blooded sword clan Baskerville. The word tears doesn't fit him at all when you think of him. Even if a needle were stuck in his eyeball and blood flowed, he wouldn't shed tears because he's that kind of person. So, when Vikier saw Hugo crying this morning, he was really surprised. He was very surprised. In the era of destruction during the brutal war 10 years ago, there were few times when Vikier was this surprised, so Vikier thought, there probably won't be anything more surprising in the future. He thought that seeing Hugo cry today was as surprising as it could get. But Vikier had to be surprised once more, even more so than when Hugo cried earlier. Irallarallel, peekaboo, right now, Pomeranian is sitting with an awkward expression. And where Pomeranian is sitting is on someone's lap. And the one who's trying to make Pomeranian laugh with this foolish act was none other than, well, I hate to admit it, but it's Hugo Le Baskerville. Vikier rubbed his forehead with his hand. Right now, Hugo, who has Pomeranian sitting on his lap, is undoubtedly the head of the Baskerville clan. Character collapse. It feels like all the common sense Vikier had up to now is crumbling. It's not just Vikier. Anyone from the Baskerville family would be shocked to hear the conversation between Hugo and Pomeranian. Right now, Butler Barrymore and Osiris Baskerville, who are standing next to Vikier, have their mouth wide open. Vikier even thought this way. Did they brainwash him with magic or something? But whether or not, Hugo is still as nonchalant as ever. Heh, do find this old man's mustache fascinating, do you? Pulling is fun, isn't it? Here, there's more over here. Mustache dirty? Heh, dirty. You say this old man even uses shampoo and conditioner on his mustache. I put on some essence today because you're coming. Grandpa, mustache tickles. Grandpa. Oh, right, call me Grandpa again, hee. I'm called Grandpa now, pure dogginess. Hugo's reaction was completely different from what Vikier had expected. How'd he end up like this? Vikier recalled the recent past. As soon as Hugo saw Pomeranian, he showed the same trembling eyes as before. Is that really Penelope's child? Yes. Black hair and red eyes are distinctive features of the Baskerville family, and judging by the portrait, it's likely Roxana, the First Lady, and even Lady Penelope have very similar appearances. It's not just similar. I thought Penelope had come back to life. It's unbelievable. Pomeranian proved with her whole body that she is Penelope's child. The small mole on the back of the neck and the blue spot on the calf were also physical features that Hugo had. Moreover, Pomeranian was found in the Rococo tribe, by whom Penelope was kidnapped, and she had a pendant made by Hugo himself. Furthermore, Pomeranian herself had a fairly clear memory of her mother. Penelope, Mom, always happy, always smiled. Despite Pomeranian's words, Hugo smiled, but tears welled up in his eyes. Through Pomeranian's words, it seemed that Penelope had lived a relatively decent life. But still, Mom always wanted to see Grandpa, but couldn't go back many times because of the dangerous madam, can't enter her territory. Hugo nodded. Although Pomeranian was quite articulate for a 5-year-old, it was still difficult to fully understand her. That's when Vikier, who had lived in the abyss for 2 years, helped with translation. Penelope always missed her father. She tried to return to the family several times, but a powerful monster, Madame Eight Legs of the Abyss, blocked her way, causing her to fail. What? So you're saying that the monsters are the ones who separated me and my daughter? That's right. It was a dangerous existence known as the Nightmare of the Mountains. Now, I have already killed and eliminated it. Hugo praised Vikier. Well done, you avenged what I couldn't do. Impressive. If someone wronged you, you had to repay it. Even in the midst of this, Hugo hadn't lost the pride of the Baskerville family. Eventually, Hugo turned his head towards Vikier. His eyes were moist with tears. I heard about my daughter's last moments, and if she found happiness in her own way, then it's fortunate in the midst of misfortune. It's better than not knowing life or death. Moreover, she left behind my granddaughter, so I wonder if there could be a better day in my remaining life. Praise. Hugo's extreme joy expressed in those words left Barrymore and Osiris astonished. Even Barrymore, who was used to it, and Osiris, who had rare emotional expressions like Hugo, were both wide-eyed and looked surprised. Finally, Hugo walked toward Vikier while holding Pomeranian. Instinctively, Vikier crouched down and prepared to counterattack if necessary. However, contrary to Vikier's instincts, Hugo stopped in front of him, and "Thank you, my son." Hugo bowed his head to Vikier, almost bending his waist 90 degrees. In this unprecedented scene, Barrymore and Osiris once again had their mouths wide open. After a brief silence, Osiris tentatively opened his mouth. Although my life's not a long one, considering all the moments of my life, today may be the most surprising day. I've lived quite a long time, but I also think so. Little Lord, Barrymore, despite his still unresponsive mouth, managed to move it and replied. Eventually, Osiris's gaze turned to Hugo. Parents are the mirror of their children, and children are the mirror of their parents. Until now, Osiris had always tried to emulate Hugo's figure, which was always thorough and calm in everything. So he suppressed his emotions and restrained his ego as much as possible. The small desires, From wanting to eat delicious things to forcibly ignoring the woman he was drawn to, were a form of self-restraint that was almost akin to self-torture. However, from today onwards, Osiris' feelings towards Hugo have changed slightly. Did my father have such a side to him? In other words, it meant that he also had such a side to himself. And Osiris learned something today. He didn't need to suppress the awkward warmth within him too much. Can I also live by doing what I want? There was no reason to strive for perfection. The humanity that came from a little sloppiness and imperfection could even make the normally composed father smile happily. Osiris observed Hugo's face, which was smiling broadly at Pomeranian as if it were a mirror. Next to him, Barrymore was also surprised when he saw Osiris's face. "Oh my, the little lord is smiling, he's smiling." Osiris, who had almost never smiled in his entire life, had a relaxed and comfortable smile on his face. Even the usually solemn butler Barrymore couldn't help but be amazed. Naturally, the sight of the lord and the young lord laughing made Barrymore, who had been serving them, burst into laughter as well. A whirlwind of happiness that had never been seen in the Baskerville family began to blow. And at that moment, there was a voice that wiped the smiles off Hugo, Osiris, and Barrymore's faces. "I have something to report, father." It was Vicyr. Out of the blue, the atmosphere changed. When Vicyr spoke, Hugo, Osiris, and Barrymore all looked at him with serious expressions. He was the one who had brought this great happiness today. In their eyes, which were directed towards the savior of the family, there was deep gratitude and appreciation. Hugo quickly understood Vicyr's intention. "Go ahead, speak. Punishments must be clear." That was Hugo's philosophy. He had come to find out about Penelope's actions, killed the monster, and rescued his granddaughter, not to mention that Pomeranian's existence was previously unknown. This merit was truly immeasurable. Hugo nodded in agreement with whatever Vicyr had to say. Osiris, who was standing next to him, did the same. "Say what you want, my son." "If there's anything I can help with, I'll do anything, little brother." Vicyr nodded. Now that things had unexpectedly worked out well, it was time to aim for the final goal. Before going to the academy, there was something that had to be dealt with within the family. It was revenge for the humiliation they suffered in the past, and the first step to prevent the impending era of destruction. "There's a monster I want to hunt. It's a very dangerous one." Hugo and Osiris' expressions stiffened upon hearing Vicyr's words. They were both the leaders of the Baskerville family, the sword of the empire fighting against monsters. Hugo asked, "What kind of monster is it?" "If you're asking about the type of monster, I don't know the details, however." This time, Osiris asked. Vicyr replied briefly, "I only know the approximate location of where the monster is hiding." Upon hearing this, both Hugo and Osiris nodded. "All right, where is that location?" Vicyr replied as if he had been waiting. "It's inside the family." Both of their eyes widened. Around this point, Vicyr finally revealed his true intention. "For half a day, please lend me the 7 knights of the Baskerville family." It amounted to half of the Baskerville family's military power. It was a combat power capable of wiping out a minor country in a single day. Chapter 120. Hunt for the Second Son, 1. Chapter 120. Hunt for the Second Son, 1. In a dark cave. A man sat alone in a training hall on the outskirts of the Baskerville territory. Seth Le Baskerville, Hugo's second son. He was reading a letter brought by a crow with 3 eyes. So Vicyr left for the academy, huh?" Seth put the letter aside. Suddenly, the letter burned and disappeared, leaving behind vivid black flames. Seth opened his eyes suddenly converged into a common pitch-black hue. "Well, it's better this way. He would be a hindrance when I devour the family." Seth chuckled and leaned his head against the wall. Suddenly, a dark and enormous shadow appeared on the cliff. Hugo, Osiris. And those counts were already annoying to keep in check, and now this young one shows up. I should have killed him in the mountains. I should have ended it when I released the viper in the cradle. All because of that foolish mother and wet nurse. After pondering various thoughts, Seth seemed to lose his temper and reached his hand to the side. There was a terrified-looking child there. "Sir, where is this place?" "Well, don't worry, this is your new home." "New, but the orphanage director said I would be adopted into a nice home. This place is a scary cave." The cave was so dark that nothing could be seen, and it was filled with a nauseating stench that made it hard to breathe for a moment. Seth grabbed the child's arm and pulled them while grinning. Cave? Oh, you mean this place. There seems to be a misunderstanding, but of course, this cave is not where you will be going. The child's expression briefly relaxed at Seth's words. However, where you will be going is here. At the same time, Seth's mouth, which had been looking at the child's face, opened. Sharp teeth like knives were inside his gaping mouth. A large eye inside the mouth blinked and blinked, looking at the child's face in amusement. Before the child could even scream, Seth swallowed their head in one bite. Crunch, squelch, the child's shadow contorted pitifully. The blood sprayed on the wall instantly lost its color. Seth grumbled his mouth a few times, then spat out the bones onto the floor. Human fluids are truly the most delicious. I just can't quit them. Maybe I should try raising them collectively, let them reproduce too. My own livestock, Seth grinned as he looked at the pile of bones on the floor. In the darkness, the pitch-black floor was already piled with numerous bones like mountains, emitting a foul odor. The smell of decaying corpses. Seth, who smelled it, wrinkled his nose and made a happy expression. Well, the scent of my homeland, it's truly my sweet home. Seth lay down on top of the pile of bones. Just then, a crow with 3 eyes opened its beak. Hey, 10 Chinese letter, are you handling your mission well? Whoa, you startled me. Seth was surprised and spat out the bone he had been chewing on. The crow with 3 eyes spoke. Its 3 eyes gleaming. We need to exert our strength to open the gate and usher in a new era. The dawn of a new era is right before us. You haven't forgotten, have you? Got it. I understand. Keep an eye on the others. Am I the only one being watched? What have you been up to? For now, you don't need to worry about us. I have another human to pay attention to as well. An individual I should pay attention to? 8. Are you talking about yourself? It's a case similar to yours. At the crow's words, Seth furrowed his brow. I'm watching Vikier and 8. You're in morgue, right? Seth quickly found the answer to who the new talented individual who recently appeared in morgue might be. Is it that subordinate who recently joined the dark side? What was her name? Camus. Why her? The crow did not answer but gave Seth a subtle reprimand. I won't answer unnecessary questions. And, aren't you devouring human fluids too frequently lately? Reports of kidnappings and infant disappearances are heard too often. Be careful not to give off a scent since Baskerville's dogs have keen noses. Don't worry, I'm not getting caught. I've never been detected. Seeing the pile of bones in the cave makes me a bit uneasy. What if someone intrudes? Don't worry about that either. This cave is protected by a barrier that only allows monsters or humans under the age of 8 to enter. No one can find it. Finally, the crow nodded in relief as it pleased and ended the conversation. For the annihilation of humans. Gradually, the magic emanating from the crow's eyes faded. The crow collapsed to the ground and died. He always comes, says his piece, and leaves. What an annoying guy. Seth, as if irritated, crushed the crow's corpse with his foot. Damn it, we're still far from accumulating enough magic power to open the gate. How much human blood do I need to suck to make it possible? At this rate, I'll have to wait at least another 10 years, Seth grumbled, emitting the characteristic eerie look of a demon. His cunning brain calculated the mana required for the plan and the time needed to gather it. Precisely 12.5 years. He has to keep hiding in the human world for that long. Only then could they create the massive gate connecting the demon realm and the human world, setting the stage for a great war. We need to open the era of annihilation as soon as possible. Ah, just thinking about it sends shivers down my spine. Seth shouted in excitement, envisioning the hellish future and the devastated human world that lay ahead. His excitement seemed like it would last for quite a while. What are you talking about? Unless an uninvited guest had suddenly intruded into the cave. In an instant, Seth jumped to his feet. The intruder had entered, but Seth didn't sense their presence. The flow of mana, the concentration of magic, and not even a single sound heard in the infiltration. Seth was shocked when he saw the face of the person who entered the cave. It was Vikier. Vikier van Baskerville, Seth's younger brother who was supposed to have gone to the academy. What? What's going on? Weren't you going to the academy? I will, but before that I wanted to see your face. Vikier answered casually and stood in front of Seth. Seth narrowed his eyes and looked at Vikier. Although faint, he could distinctly smell the scent of a demon coming from Vikier, especially around his right wrist. So, he managed to break through the barrier. Seth expanded his senses to check the barrier. There were marks resembling thorns on the barrier as if it had been torn apart like a drumhead. A small rift, clearly created for a single person like Vikir, was visible. Meanwhile, Vikir looked into Seth's eyes. Inside those eyes, filled only with inky black, magic unique to demons was spewing out in abundance. You're not even trying to hide your identity now. In the scene of the crime, what's the point? In response to Vikir's question, Seth shrugged his shoulders. Shortly after, when Vikir saw the scattered bones on the ground, he swallowed his anger. In his previous life, he had been falsely accused of these horrific acts and executed. It had been even more miserable, as it happened after the era of annihilation had ended. Now, the perpetrator of the accusations he had suffered was laughing right in front of him. Because of this guy, Vikir had been deceived countless times, narrowly escaped death many times, and even actually died in the end. And Pomeranian had lost his family and had to endure a difficult childhood. Hugo and Baskerville's misfortune had also been caused by this guy. Seth Le Baskerville, or whatever was wearing his outer skin. Vikir warned the enemy in front of him shortly. Don't laugh. But Seth let out even more laughter, sounding almost like a mocking sneer. Phew, foo-hoo-hoo, my dear brother. I don't know how you found your way here, but with just the skills of a mid-tier graduator, you're overly confident. Seth drew his sword, which was coiled around his waist. Gradually, the aura of a high-tier graduator began to envelop the sword. Seth grinned broadly and swung the sword at Vikir. At that moment, thud, a short, muffled sound echoed. Seth was left bewildered, only able to blink his eyes, not understanding what had just happened. Shortly after, thump, the sound of something hitting the ground was heard. It was his left arm, cleanly severed from the midpoint. Blood gushed out profusely from the severed part. Huh! Seth raised his head with a dazed expression, and he could see Vikir's sword, Beelzebub, right in front of his face, and the 7 fangs on it, Baskerville's 7th fang. However, what truly astonished Seth was something else. The gooey honey-like aura was almost turning solid. The aura of a graduator, transcending to the level of a master. The aura of the peak graduator was surging. I told you to shut up. That was the last thing Vikir said before ripping apart both sides of Seth's mouth before his final words. Chapter 121, Hunt for the Second Son 2, Chapter 121, Hunt for the Second Son 2, How? Seth raised his head with wide-opened eyes. Vikir van Baskerville, Hugo's illegitimate child. He was undoubtedly a mundane, unremarkable lineage, hardly worth a second glance. Just a hunting dog to be discarded after its use. But from the moment he was born, he passed through the cradle of the sword arts in the shortest time in history, receiving the protection of the Styx River, and from a young age he had hunted high-level demons like trolls and Cerberus. His talent was undeniably exceptional. To eliminate him early on, they even put 2 vipers in his cradle, but they couldn't succeed. Not long ago, he miraculously revived, revealing the astonishing achievement of being a mid-tier graduator. At the age of 17, a mid-tier graduator, a feat that no one in the Baskerville bloodline had achieved. Even Osiris, who was rumored to be a genius, only reached mid-tier graduator at the age of about 30. So, when Vikir displayed his strength from the dining table, Seth couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Tusk, only by hiding your foundation can you not die under my name. Power should be displayed moderately and hidden appropriately. That way, one can plan for the future without too much restraint from the surroundings. Revealing everything you have without reservation is something that children who seek praise from adults do. In that regard, Vikir was just a child who didn't need to be guarded against yet, at least in Seth's opinion. But Vikir's foundation that Seth experienced firsthand was much more incredible than he had thought, even when seen with his own eyes. Who would have known that he could reach the realm of peak graduator at such a young age, barely reaching adulthood? High-tier graduator, no. Is it peak? Seth half opened his mouth in amazement at the unreal sight. If it weren't for the fact that he was an enemy, he might have thought it was a waste to keep this display to himself. Meanwhile, facing Seth's blank expression, Vikir unleashed all the combat power he had hidden without hesitation. It doesn't matter since there are no eyes to see anyway. Why do you say there are no eyes to see? I'm watching. Little brother, those eyes will soon disappear. Vikir's next move made even the slight hint of ease on Seth's face vanish. Quackakidjakidjakik, Baskerville-style seventh form. Only the chosen ones can master the seventh Fang, which flashes slightly sharp when combined with the aura of a peak graduator. Crazy! How can you handle the seventh form that only the chosen can? Seth exclaimed in surprise. But he couldn't afford to be just surprised. Vikyr didn't even bother to mention that he knew how to use the eighth and ninth forms, and even the method to unfold the 10th form. He just continued to swing his sword silently, aiming to perfect the 7th form and break through the wall beyond. Kang, Pukang, Kagagagak, the surrounding stalactites and stalagmites bent like reeds. Seth was pushed into a corner without even a proper breath. He's a seasoned one. Even the worn-out knights of Baskerville haven't. It felt like facing Mount Tai, a similar feeling to when he sparred with one of the 7 counts in the past. Eventually, Seth brandished his flamberg with an evil smile, Baskerville's fangs. 6 fangs collided with 7 fangs, but the fangs drawn by Vikyr's sword were slightly different in shape from the fangs Seth created. Piercing fangs? Is that it? What is this? When he wondered. It was already too late. Pew 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 pup. Seth's body exploded in all directions. A diversionary explosion only exists to inflict pain on the opponent. It pierced deep into the gums and struck deep within, delivering deadly and irresistible stabs to Seth's body in 7 directions. Arg! Seth staggered back, his body in tatters. Perhaps it was because his left arm had already been severed, he couldn't even maintain his balance. And Vikyr, like a seasoned veteran, didn't miss the hesitation of his opponent. Tack! Taking 1 step back, he followed with 2 steps. Bi-woong, he swung once and then twice, striking and pressing down. Pew 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 pup, Baskerville style. Piercing fangs ruthlessly tore into Seth's body. It would be more appropriate to say it stabbed with fangs rather than bending with a sword. Ah! Seth couldn't resist. Even as he watched pieces of his flesh turn into shreds, he couldn't regain his composure at all. With the relentless onslaught of these sword strikes, it was clear that Vikyr had killed more than a few times. It's unbelievable. How can a mere human, and at the age of 17 at that, have killed so much? Seth barely managed to wield his sword. However, Vikyr closed the gap more and more. In an instant, Seth caught a whiff of a scent emanating from Vikyr. No matter how much he washed, it wouldn't go away. A scent that penetrated not the body but the soul. The scent of magic, or more precisely, the smell of pain that magic exuded. A glimmer of light flashed on Seth's black sword. It was a light of terror. A demon hunter? That's right. Vikyr before him was the perfect embodiment of an adult. Incredibly, the stench of a slaughterer who had killed countless of his own kind wafted from his soul. Do dogs recognize their masters by their scent? Seth felt his entire body stiffen. Just how many monsters had he killed all this time? With each burst of Vikyr's momentum, a gruesome landscape unfolded before Seth's eyes, as the corpses of monsters formed mountains, and the rivers of blood flowed between them like a dreadful scene that briefly flashed across Seth's vision. It's impossible. How could someone so young have experienced such an otherworldly hell? Seth opened his mouth wide, but it was only to widen his body as a target for Vikyr's attack. Snap! Vikyr's thrust struck. It pierced through Seth's gums, cut off several teeth, and sliced through the tongue and throat inside. SSHH Vikyr neatly retrieved the blade that had cut Seth's left cheek and gave it a firm tap. Vikyr seemed to want to ask something but refrained. He already knew the man's plans and intentions. Considering the knowledge from before and after the regression, it was something he could easily speculate. The guy is a demon from the demon realm. He was probably aiming for the destruction of the human realm. Before regressing, there were 10 demon kings who opened a gate leading to the depths of the demon realm, and it started the era of destruction. They were called the 10 corpses, a term that referred not only to the 10 demon kings, but also to the 10 corpses whose bodies were taken by them. Some of them had been revealed, and some had not, and Seth Baskerville before him was one of those who had not been revealed. It's incredible that even I didn't know his true identity until the day I could have been executed. Even the heroes who closed the gate and ended the era of destruction couldn't wholly condemn the 10 corpses. But now, things were different. The era of destruction had not yet begun. The gate leading to the depths of the demon realm had not opened, and the 10 corpses who would open that gate had not revealed themselves. and Vikyr had already found one of them. "You will die here," Vikyr declared. If he could kill this man here, the future would change. Killing one of the 10 corpses might not entirely prevent the era of destruction, but it would at least significantly delay it. That would give Vikyr much more flexibility in his plans. He would be able to strengthen his plans and prepare for every contingency. "I will not lose a single battle," Vikyr, who had preemptively blocked and sealed all errors and variables, wielded his sword with the power he had fully regained before the regression. His swordsmanship had become much more refined than before, and his aura had grown even more formidable, incinerating everything with a radiant enemy light from the gluttonous sword Beelzebub. And of course, Seth couldn't withstand Vikyr's blade. "Ah!" Seth cried out in agony with his mangled body. Even though he might be considered weak by Baskerville's standards as the legitimate son of Hugo, he was born with talent that shouldn't be underestimated. However, due to the unfortunate inheritance of his mother's frail bones and thin skin, he couldn't contain the powerful potential he inherited from Hugo. So, no matter how hard he tried, the limit for Seth was a mid-tier graduator. Still, it wasn't something unfamiliar to Seth, because Osiris had been the same way before Vikyr. Dark black blood flowed from Seth's eyes, nose, and mouth. His extreme sense of inferiority overwhelmed him, leaving no room for anything else. Seeing this, Vikyr hesitated for a moment. Was Seth's soul still lingering? Certainly. Seth's flesh had been taken by the demons after his death. However, it seemed that somewhere deep in his soul, Seth's memories and personality had remained. But that's that, and this is this. Even if he hesitated for a moment, it was a matter of mindset. His hands and the sword continued to ruthlessly assault Seth. PFF, Pook. Bujuk 7 fangs flew out and diligently shaved down Seth's entire body. In the end, you filthy Baskerville, how dare a mere hunting dog like you? Finally, Seth, or rather the facade of Seth, revealed his true nature. TSS. Invisible magic spewed out from the holes in Seth's battered body. It wriggled like mud applied to a doll and gradually took on a gigantic form. And Vikyr recognized the true identity of the demon that had been consuming Seth's body and soul. Andromalius of the 10 corpses, danger level, S+ size. Discovery location, depths of the gate of annihilation. The serpent's womb, also known as the 10th corpse. An enemy of humanity, inscrutable and unkillable, one of the 10 calamities known as the unruly, unkillable. It shall swarm like a swarm of flies. The Decalogue 10, one final boss. The 10th corpses. One of the 10 superior demons. One of the 10 keys that opened the era of destruction revealed its form. Chapter 122. Hunt for the Second Son 3. Chapter 122. Hunt for the Second Son 3. Andromalius of the 10 corpses, danger level, S+ size. Discovery location, depths of the gate of annihilation. The serpent's womb, also known as the 10th corpse. An enemy of humanity, inscrutable and unkillable. One of the 10 calamities known as the unruly. Unkillable. It shall swarm like a swarm of flies. The Decalogue 10, one of the 10 supreme demons. Refers to the 10 corpses that became the bodies of the 10 demon kings who opened the gate to the demon realm, or the bodies of those demon kings. Before the regression, Vikyr knew about the existence of 10 corpses roughly, but he didn't know that one of them was Seth. "I'm glad we met relatively quickly," Vikyr thought as he stepped back. If he had let that guy install more of them in Baskerville, more innocent children would have been sacrificed. It was also clear that someone else had been unjustly accused, just like him before the regression, like his past self. With a calm heart, Vikyr watched the enemy in front of him. Indeed, 10th corpse Andromalius, after initially appearing like mist behind Seth, began to take on a distinct form. Red eyes, black flesh, and horns curved like those of a male sheep. On his severed left arm, a long, large snake wriggled. This powerful evil spirit that had consumed Seth's body roared through Seth's mouth. "I didn't expect to show my true form to a human like you. Maybe you should have hidden better." Andromalius's expression, hearing Vikyr's short retort, momentarily froze. Why wasn't the human in front of him surprised even after seeing his true form? Of course, Vikyr had no intention of answering Andromalius's questions. He only compared the knowledge from before the regression with the information in the present, and formulated the best plan to proceed. Those villains who will bring about the age of destruction 10 years from now. Where were they hiding? Surely they couldn't be this close. Vikyr cut off even the slightest hint of emotion towards Seth. He was no longer the kind stepbrother from his memories, even if he was a demon. He wasn't a mere monster, but a genuine evil, with the bloodline of evil flowing through him. Even so, there's no room for you to wield that sword. Vikyr remained unshaken. A steadfast aura enveloped at the end of Beelzebub. Whoosh! During the brief time Andromalius descended and changed the structure of Seth's body, Vikyr unleashed more than 36 swift strikes. It wasn't a duel or a match, but a clear path with the intent to kill. The demonic sword Beelzebub, emanating pure evil, followed an extremely efficient path, precisely targeting Andromalius's vital points. Why? Why is it so painful? Why does the pain of mere flesh reach the soul? Andromalius cried out in astonishment as he finally noticed the dagger-like form of the sword wielded by Vikyr. Could it be the gluttonous blade Beelzebub, the remains of the ancient demon lord, king of the flies? Long before Andromalius was born, the great 7 demon lords ruled the demon realm. Now, Andromalius could understand the source of Vikyr's confidence. Normal swords might harm the body Andromalius was possessing, but they couldn't harm the entity behind it. However, with the aura blade, a pure concentration of mana, it was different, but when it came to demonic or holy swords, the story was different. These were objects that could physically interact with entities even beyond the physical body. And if the aura blade was imbued with demonic or holy power, it would become a formidable weapon, one that even a demon king couldn't ignore. Furthermore, Vikyr was a seasoned warrior who had slain countless demons in his past lives, accumulating a mountain of experience. Die, Vikyr declared as he tried to end the battle as quickly as possible, taking advantage of the fact that Andromalius hadn't fully assessed the situation yet. Before being completely taken over by Andromalius, Seth's martial skill was at the level of a graduator. Now, with Andromalius fully in control of Seth's body, he could likely unleash power as great as a swordmaster. However, Vikyr was equally confident. His strengthened body, the protection of the Styx River, the practical combat experience gained from 2 lifetimes, and the power of the Beelzebub sword from Baskerville's swordsmanship. If it came to a surprise attack or assassination, he could kill even a swordmaster. Vikyr had confidence and continued to thrust his blade into Andromalius's body. But Andromalius, a true boss-level adversary by nature, a terrifying archdemon who sought to destroy the human realm with just 10 others, was not so easily defeated. Since breaking through the barrier and invading, he had quickly adapted to Vikyr's fierce onslaught and took immediate action. With a hiss, the snake that had replaced Andromalius's left arm opened its mouth and swooped down. Vikyr swung the edge of the swirling blood wind to strike the snake, but the snake's fangs grazed his forearm, leaving a long trail of blood. Then, a wicked smile appeared on the face of Seth, possessed by Andromalius. "That should do it, you're finished." Before long, Andromalius extended his right hand with a quick motion. Vikyr's forearm seemed to turn white for a moment, and then blood started to spurt out from the wounds. Slurp, 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 slurp. Andromalius absorbed the blood drawn from Vikyr's body into his own. It was at that moment that Vikyr heard an unpleasant buzzing sound in his ear. Flies, these grotesque, plump insects were now sucking the blood from Vikyr's wounds. Blood-sucking flies! Vikyr crushed the flies to death and quickly applied pressure to his arm to stop the bleeding. But it was futile. Flies were buzzing all around. The flies that had been greedily licking children's bones were now clinging to Vikyr. Slurp, 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 slurp. Andromalius was drawing blood from Vikyr's body regardless of how far away he was. The blood vessels spewing from Vikyr's body were being elongated like snakes by the flies and absorbed through Andromalius's right hand. Heh, my strength is returning. Seth's mangled body was beginning to regenerate, infinite blood-sucking using a swarm of flies. Andromalius possessed the power of a vampire. As long as there were those who were tired and injured nearby, his life force was infinite. The method of piercing others' wounds, siphoning off their life force, was widely practiced among demons, and the one who excelled at it the most was none other than Andromalius before him. It seems that Seth has been his prey for a long time. The desire to be acknowledged by his father, and the inferiority complex towards his older brother. Seth had these two emotional wounds while living, and they must have made him a perfect target for Andromalius. In the end, Seth was completely drained by Andromalius, leaving only an empty shell behind. This was the result. Vikyr remembered the soliloquies Seth used to say before he regressed. "I want to be acknowledged by Father. I hope he'll look back and see that I'm here. My brother is truly amazing. I wanted to be like him. I wanted to walk alongside him." Whether it was a faint trace of Seth's subconsciousness or if Andromalius had memorized Seth's previous words and mimicked them, it couldn't be known for sure. But at least when Seth was alive, he had such emotions, and it was clear that Andromalius used these points to gradually erode Seth's consciousness. This greatly displeased Vikyr. While he didn't have any particular fondness for Seth, he could empathize with certain aspects of his situation. Crack! Vikyr swatted away the snake and the swarm of flies that were tearing at his chest. Thanks to the protection of the Styx River, he didn't suffer fatal wounds, but his flesh had been torn in several places. Andromalius looked at this and sneered. "Well then, shall we continue sucking blood?" But that sneer didn't last long. Ping! Was it an illusion? For a moment, his vision went pitch black, and when he realized that it wasn't an illusion, his head throbbed. Stumble. As he tried to regain his composure, he felt his strength leaving his legs. Cough! Andromalius felt a suffocating sensation, not just in his nose and throat, but all over his body. Something seemed to be blocking his blood vessels everywhere, causing a simultaneous occurrence of symptoms such as stroke and other medical conditions. He probed his own body to see what was happening, and soon, he felt dark clumps clogging his bloodstream. These clots blocked blood flow throughout his body. Mana flow was also interrupted when blood couldn't circulate. Andromalius lost control of Seth's body in an instant. Gak! What is this? What's happening? Andromalius's mana turned into something akin to a lost soul, scattering throughout the body. He felt like he couldn't breathe as various conditions like stroke hit him all at once. Andromalius was suffocating and his vision grew dark. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dead flies fell from the sky. And there, Vikyr stood with an expressionless face, raising his arm. From the wounds on his forearm, the blood that had flowed earlier turned into tar-like spots on the ground. Sizzle. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. Vikyr's blood, when it touched the ground, made an unpleasant noise as it began to boil and turn black. Andromalius stared blankly. Now he understood why his body had changed so dramatically. "Why your blood?" Normally, it was just ordinary blood. But when the owner harbored evil intentions, it became a lethal poison. A deadly toxin called venom that even the mightiest of demons would falter before. Madame Eight Legs, known as the Nightmare of the Mountains, her vengeful spirit's dreadful poison was now engulfing Andromalius's entire being. Chapter 123, The Hunt for the Second Son, 4. Chapter 123, The Hunt for the Second Son, 4. The poison acted a little late. Vikyr pieced back together the torn flesh of his chest and forearms. He could feel the wraith sealed in the slots of his magic sword. Beelzebub, rampaging madly. Beelzebub slot -1, Deadly Venom Madam Eight Legs S, slot -2, Silent Hill Mushusu A+, slot -3. Super Regeneration Fog Lizard A+. Vikyr inspects the slots on Beelzebub, his body restored by the regenerative powers of the Fog Lizard. Crackle, 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 Dalgrok. The red beads beneath the blade clattered against one another, violently churning. Madame Eight Legs was the wraith raging the most furiously within Beelzebub right now. She seemed pleased that Andromalius, who had been poisoned by her own poison, appeared so frail, but Vikyr was taken aback by the effect for the time being. The Madame's poison was so potent that it knocked one of the 10 supreme demons off his feet, and it was so terrifying that even a life that had already died could be jeopardized again. Being able to inflict debuffs like slow, numb, and blind against such a high-ranking demon was a huge win. Andromalius, meanwhile, watched in horror as his own body faded to black. A poison that even a demon like me can't escape. What in the world is this poison? A mere mortal, Andromalius thought as he struggled to control his spinning vision. How many demonic creatures in the world possess such a vile poison? The cunning spiders of the Red and Black Mountains, the nine-headed snakes of the giant country, the great jellyfish under the Black Sea. There are several other candidates who live in the depths of the outer demon realm who should come to mind, but how their venom is used by mere mortals is beyond me. It's so potent that even the most powerful demons are hesitant to deal with it, and it's impossible to contain or store it anywhere. So how could a mere mortal? But there was no time to ponder it now. Andromalius clenched his teeth and took a step back. The bloodsuckers followed suit and backed away. He looks around to see if there are any other humans around. But there aren't any. The only human is Vikir in front of him. But his blood is already tainted with a terrible poison, and sucking on it will only poison you. As it is now, not good for you. Vikir bites down on his index finger, drawing blood and spraying it into the air. Cha-cha-cha-cha. The bubbling droplets of venom flew like bullets. The blood could turn from mundane to venomous at any moment, depending on Vikir's will. Not only is it hemorrhagic and neurotoxic, but it is also deadly acidic, burning Andromalius' body and soul at the same time. As a demonic sword, Beelzebub deals direct damage to a demon's soul. Andromalius had no choice but to attach meaning to each and every one of Vikir's attacks. What's more, Vikir's own brute strength was more than enough to draw out the power of a sword of the peak graduator. Baskerville's seventh form, 6 teeth, followed by a seventh, small but distinct. Once again, the tip of the sword destroyed Andromalius' entire body. Ugh, what the hell? Andromalius gnashed his teeth at the absurdity of it all. He hadn't expected to be attacked by a mere mortal, much less on his home turf. Andromalius swatted at the remaining swarm of flies, forming a black mist, and quickly ducked behind it. He stepped back, intending to close the distance. That's what I was hoping for. Vikir didn't bother to follow Andromalius as he fled deeper into the cave. Only, Kararak pulled 2 black sticks from his back and assembled them into one. It was the black bow wielded by Adonai, the legendary archer who had led Anubis and Balak in their prime. Boom! An arrow from Anubis flew out and pierced Andromalius' body. Boom! Andromalius hit the cave wall and looked down at the hole in his chest with a horrified expression. The arrowhead was dyed red and, of course, coated with Madame Eightleg's venom. Ugh, a bow? This is unbelievable. Why would a Baskerville swordsman use a bow? He looks up and sees Vikir walking toward him. His stride was as smooth as a snake's, his killing intent eerie. The ghostly figure made no sound as it walked, and Andromalius felt goosebumps creep up his spine. No! Andromalius decided that he could not face Vikir in the cave. Wang at Andromalius' call. All the flies gathered in one place. They shall swarm like flies. These were the flies that had been swarming over the children and licking the flesh off their bones. These myriads of grave-dwelling flies loyally rallied at their master's call. But flies are the spider's food. Vikir intermittently slashed his wrist, black blood pouring from it. The fog of blood laced with venom was killing flies by the dozen. Buzz, 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 buzz. Buzz, 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 buzz. Buzz, the stiffly moving flies melted like ice cream, dumped into a flame as soon as they touched Vikir's blood mist. That wasn't all. Vikir had also contaminated the groundwater flowing along the walls and ramps with his blood, so the flies were constantly draining their health without a place to stick. Vikir was in control of the situation, including the terrain around him. Demon's breathing was getting tougher. He didn't know why he was being pushed back. Andromalius' expression crumpled. For God's sake, I should have spared a few children. He'd never regretted eating all the children he'd kept in the cave for blood bags as much as he did now. But, yeah, I'll give you credit for pushing this body this far as a mere mortal. Andromalius was still not relaxing. Outside the cave, outside the circle, there was a river and a sandy bank that cut a wide swath through the training grounds. If he could burst the bank and divert all of the river's overflow into this cave, he still had a chance. His regenerative powers of the flesh will not be able to keep up with a demon. He would lose some magic power, but that would also delay the summoning of the gate that would open the Age of Destruction by quite a bit, but it was unavoidable. Kukkka? Yeah, that was fine for a human. It was for a moment, but it was embarrassing, but that's it, you crossed the line. Andromalius raised his blood-red eyes and glared at Vikir. Then, He took the first step toward leaving the cave. He broke the bonds. Tsutsutsutsutsuts, the binding that had enveloped the entire training hall disappeared. Only demons and children under the age of 8 could enter the demon binding realm, and it required an enormous amount of magic power to maintain. It's no wonder it's so secretive that even an archmage can't detect it, and it's so powerful that it can't be broken by anything less than demonic strength. Breaking the bond restored Andromalius's magic to a great extent. With that, Andromalius suppressed the poison that was eating away at his body and leaped up through the hole in the ceiling in the center of the cave. "Hold on, I'll show you real hell soon." With a sickening laugh, Andromalius slammed into the rock. On the other hand, he was relieved to finally be able to eliminate the dangerous bastard. He'd be truly unbearable in a few more years. It would have made a big difference if Hugo, Osiris, or the 7 Counts were here as well. It's better to kill Victor now, so it'll be smoother the next time he wants to devour Baskerville. Then, Andromalius came to a halt at the end of the hollow, where he could see the night sky. Down below he could see Victor standing still. Andromalius furrowed his brow and bowed his head. Somehow, Victor hadn't given chase. He just looked up and stared at Andromalius with his usual expressionless face, with a strange-looking whistle in his hand. With that, Victor raised the tooth-like whistle and blew it. A high, piercing note echoes through the hollow. Andromalius felt a chill run down his spine as he heard it. It is impossible not to know that he also has the experience of living for decades wearing the skin of the second son of the Baskerville. What is that whistle in Victor's hand? And what does it mean? And then, the night has grown even darker. Dark clouds blocked out the moonlight and a veil of inky darkness fell. Long shadows began to cast countless shadows from outside the hole in the ceiling Andromalius had climbed. Flutter, blood-red-colored wisp fluttered in the night breeze. Andromalius raised his bloodshot eyes to the sky outside the hole. The ceiling after the demon binding had disappeared. There, the tips of countless shadows pointed at Andromalius. "What are you doing there, son?" Hugo le Baskerville. Beside him was his eldest son, Osiris le Baskerville, and the 7 knight captains standing behind. 7 Counts, pit bull, mastiff, Doberman, shepherd, Rottweiler, wolfhound, and so on. A total of 100 hounds under each knight order, 700 in total, the full force of the Baskerville military power. All the dogs of Baskerville were assembled. Chapter 124, The Hunt for the Second Son, 5. Chapter 124, The Hunt for the Second Son, 5. Hugo le Baskerville was curious. "What are you doing, son?" A face devoid of expression. The tone is so relaxed. It's like a father leaving a bar to find his son on the side of the road. Hugo's casual tone was soothing enough to make Andromalius mimic Seth. "Oh, father, you're here on business." Andromalius' face lit up, but he soon realized what was going on. He had assumed demonic form. Seth's body had been taken over by a demon. He's been spotted. He'd been apprehended. It's pointless to try to imitate him now that he's been caught right there on the spot. Hugo's expression on Andromalius, on the other hand, remained consistent. Trash. It didn't matter if it was Seth or Andromalius, Andromalius with Seth's body or Andromalius with Seth's soul. At some point, the unpleasant object becomes invisible. Hugo was looking down at Andromalius with such a gaze now. "You look terrible, my son," Hugo said, still with the same horrible indifference. For a moment, Andromalius gritted his teeth. Son, don't you dare call me that. How dare you mock me on a human subject?" Andromalius' anger exploded at Hugo for daring to call him son when he knew better. That moment, Andromalius felt the snake on his left arm stiffen as he reached for Hugo. "What?" Andromalius started to surge out of the cavity but stopped. His feet were tingling like rats. With Hugo in front of him, he was frozen in place. "Why is my body stiffening? Why?" Andromalius was one of the 10 supreme demons. 10 demons crossed over to the human realm to bring about an era of destruction. But why does he freeze at the sight of a mere mortal? Fear. That's impossible, even if you're a sword master. You're just a human at the end. Nevertheless, Andromalius found himself unable to move. As much as he hated to admit it, it was obvious that this uncontrollable emotion surging within him was fear. Andromalius finally understood the phenomenon. "I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid." It sounds strange, but it's possible. Andromalius was clearly not afraid of Hugo. The problem was the body. Seth Le Baskerville. His body is afraid of Hugo. Andromalius's mouth was half open in disbelief. A dog is an animal that cannot move before its master. It is their destiny to go when their master calls them, even if they know they will die. But he died a long time ago, Andromalius thought. But the fear that Seth felt for Hugo was beyond his imagination, a fear that was imprinted in his bones, a fear he would never forget, even in death, and it was affecting the next user of the body, Andromalius. Oh no, 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 no. This is off the table. I have to move fast. Andromalius's face showed his impatience. He turns his head and sees the river in the distance. All I have to do is burst the dam in front of me and draw the water into this cave, and it will be over. But the corpse's feet, already frozen, didn't move at all. They're even shaking, making it difficult to stand on the ramp. Andromalius is just rolling his eyes. I'm sorry, an unfamiliar voice rang out. Andromalius looked up, and there was Osiris. He was shaking his head with an expression he had never seen before. I'm sorry, brother, I never expected this would happen to you. Hearing this, Andromalius was filled with joy. So he changed his face to Seth's and cried out mournfully, It's all because of you that I'm like this. If only you'd acknowledge me. If only you'd guided me to the right path. I wouldn't be like this. I wouldn't have sold my soul to the devil. With those words, Osiris shook his head, his expression even more somber. Andromalius was about to move when he realized that the direction Osiris was standing was the only way out. A dagger pierces his back, protruding from his breastplate. What the hell? This asshole is doing it again, Andromalius cried out, spewing black blood from his mouth. Before he knew it, Vikir, who had approached from behind, had driven his sword through Andromalius' spine. I'm used to rock climbing. He'd spent days and days climbing on the way to raid Madam's nest, so he was good at it. Vikir lifted his head and looked up at Osiris above. He had once thought Osiris cold-blooded, without blood or tears, but now that he had grown older, he could see his true colors. Vikir said, Don't pay any attention to what he says, brother. Osiris looked up. Vikir spoke briefly. Brother Seth already died in childhood, and this demon has only been acting, hiding in his skin. It was half a lie, but there was no way to prove it, so what the hell? Given the circumstances, I can't say much more. As Vikir comforted Osiris, he placed 3 or 4 more stabs into Andromalius' body. Only when Andromalius stretched out the snake on his left arm to counterattack did Vikir fall backward, kicking off the rock wall and onto the ceiling. Then, Vikir and Hugo's gazes met. Hugo nodded. He was the Lord of Baskerville, but he was not the commander at this time. For half a day, Vikir is their master. That was what Hugo had promised when he brought Pomeranian to him. Vikir glanced up. The moon in the dark clouds was slowly falling, until its light faded and the dawn's first rays rose. All of the Baskerville belonged to Vikir. Then the master gave the hounds their first command. Bite and kill. The target is self-explanatory. Heh heh heh, I love it. A demon of the highest rank, this will be a good experience. Count Boston Terrier and Count Great Dane sheathed their swords. All the 7 counts, who were just gathering at the family to see Vikir, drew their swords at once, and terrifying killing intent burst forth. Thud. Osiris Le Baskerville, little lord of the Baskerville clan, also drew his sword. A brotherly love that has never been shown because it is clumsy in expressing emotions. When Osiris touches his sword, it spreads to a pale, bloody color. It fluttered. And then, the black robes fluttered in the wind. 700 graduators, led by the 7 counts, raised their swords, puff, 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 puff. Andromalius's entire body began to explode. Slash, 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 stab, stab. Stab, countless fierce teeth oviposited Andromalius' entire body. Andromalius was immobilized by Madam's poison and the fear of his body's original owner. Ah! Andromalius unleashed his demon power with all his might. Countless blood-sucking flies were unleashed, but they could not rise too high. Pickled in the water that ran down the cave walls, the groundwater tainted with spider venom. Thud! Osiris' sword split Andromalius' spirit body and Seth's body in half at the same time. Erg! As Seth's head flew into the air, Andromalius' head was also severed. It was a fitting end for a man who had brought the continent to the brink of destruction in his past life. And now, the situation was settled. Each knight made their way into the training hall where Seth had been staying. With Seth gone, it was easy for anyone to enter the training hall. The foul smell of magic and poison, the corpses of flies, and the bones of children strewn about were enough to make anyone cringe. "You've done it again. He's my nephew, and he's amazing. I'm so proud of him." Boston Terrier and Great Dane come up to pet Vicky's head, showing off their inner faces. The other 7 counts also sneaked up on Vicky, pretending to know him, and showering him with praise and compliments. Meanwhile, Hugo and Osiris were silent as they looked into the depths of the training hall. Countless strewn bones, strewn miasma, the rotten and twisted interior of the cave. Was this happening the entire time in Baskerville? Hugo's voice rose from the depths of his lungs. He didn't show it, but he himself seemed shocked. Is it because of the corruption and death of the second son, or is it about a mighty demon hiding nearby, or both? I don't know what else is in his mind. No, maybe even himself. Osiris's mind, on the other hand, was a little easier to read than Hugo's. Seth. Osiris stared into the deep pool where Seth supposedly resided, a cold, narrow, lonely den. Was this where Seth had spent all those years sharpening his sword and harboring his poison? Osiris thought back to the long years of Seth's training. Where had it all gone so wrong? Then, Vicky stepped forward. "You have nothing to blame yourself for. Brother, this is all the work of demons." But Osiris shook his head. "No, I too have been guilty of giving the demon a chance. It is my fault. Seth has been a big fan of mine since he was a kid." The confession was somewhat surprising coming from his mouth. Vicky's eyes widened a little, but he didn't show it. Osiris spoke, a hint of sadness radiating from his expressionless face. "The second thing is to pity the corruption and death of flesh and blood. Prior to that, the people of Baskerville, the children who would become the family's future, had been sacrificed numerous times, and I'm sorry I've been ignoring it until now." At that point, Vicky could only nod, but this happened even before the regression. It wasn't something that could be stopped. Just then, "What?" a member of the Pit Bull Knight Order shouted in the distance. Staffordshire Baskerville. The knight who assisted Vicky in the past stretched out his sword and shouted, "Enemy! The enemy is alive, fleeing." At those words, more than 700 eyes turned in unison to one place. It was the mask that underestimated the amazing vitality unique to demons. "Ha ha 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 ha. You stupid hounds. Die." Andromalius was fleeing with only his head. He stretched his winged serpent tail down the cut side of his neck and flew away at tremendous speed, toward the river in the distance. The time to open the gate will be delayed, but it can't be helped. That's what the other brothers will do. Ha 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 ha. Andromalius cursed at the Baskervilles and charged toward the dam. No, he would have never escaped. Thwack he would have if Hugo hadn't drawn his longsword from his belt. Flash, a sound like explosives, a strike faster than lightning. In that brief moment, every knight in Baskerville saw it. 7 crimson thunderbolts, powerful enough to split the sky into 7 pieces. It evaporated a thick layer of dark clouds in an instant and aimed straight for Andromalius. Ha 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 ha! Andromalius didn't even finish laughing. Digi-Key disintegrated in midair without leaving a single scrap of meat behind. Even his soul was shredded to pieces. Hugo's incredible strength humbled all of Baskerville's swordsmen. Even the 7 counts and Osiris had trembling pupils as they looked at Hugo's back. Meanwhile, Hugo muttered as he gazed up at the sky, which had been shattered into 7 pieces. "Mustache! I'm going to shave it." He seemed to be remembering the last traces of Roxana and Penelope, who had split up a long time ago, as well as the last traces of their reunion. Chapter 125. The Hunt for the Second Son, 6. Chapter 125. The Hunt for the Second Son, 6. Several days have passed. Rooms have been established in every square under Baskerville's jurisdiction. The goal of this room is to investigate and compensate for all cases of infant disappearances that occurred between the 10th and the 19th. A compensation plan is being sent to all families and nurseries where missing children occurred during this period, in accordance with the principles of Article 1, Paragraph 4 of the Vicky Special Law, so that the liquidators and related parties can fill out the relevant documents and submit them to the City Hall within the time limit, and recover the remains of the lost children. The Baskervilles have thoroughly investigated a number of incidents, including infanticide and kidnapping, and have followed through on compensation procedures. While they did not reveal that a demon of the highest order had descended, they were forthright in their condemnation of the Baskervilles' second son's atrocities. This was a meager consolation for the bereaved family, whose lives had been shattered by the death of their child, and who had organized protests and hunger strikes to demand an investigation and uncover the truth. They could also receive real-time updates on the perpetrator's punishment and see them in person. The first to be brought to justice was Seth's mother, Newt, who served as a participatory judge and juror. She was surprisingly not brainwashed by the demon and cried out the whole way to the courtroom to be allowed to see Seth. Newt was executed on a total of 1642 charges, including releasing poisonous snakes in the children's rooms, first-degree poisoning, conspiracy to kidnap the eldest daughter, and aiding and abetting Seth's infant kidnapping. Seth's nannies were subsequently lined up and publicly executed, as were Seth's henchmen who worked under him to systematically kidnap and transport children. The trial and execution of a high-ranking member of Baskerville's inner circle on the spot came as a shock to many statesmen. It reaffirmed the perception that the laws of Baskerville were so severe and thorough that not even Baskerville could escape them. Also, numerous orphanage directors who sold children were decapitated, and brokers, lobbyists, and government officials who participated in the falsification of documents were torn limb from limb. Countless others disappeared or were crippled as due of the sentence. For those children who had no family, memorials were erected and maintained annually by high-ranking officials. Many annual rituals were organized for constant remembrance. All of this was the handiwork of Osiris, the little lord of the Baskerville clan, and entirely under his care and control. No, there was one, whom Osiris had ceded some of his authority, Vikier van Baskerville. This hero, who survived a war with barbarians outside the borders, was recognized upon his return as the original discoverer and chief contributor to the project. He was given a share of the state's authority, and his fame grew to great heights. Osiris and Vikier's work was swift and precise. Within days, all the relevant special laws were in place, and it was no more than a week before they were actually enforced on the ground. It was an event of such magnitude that an imperial commission was sent to investigate it, but it was unusual that no noise was heard afterward. Right, come here, Pomeranian." Hugo shaved his mustache, a lifelong vice. It didn't exactly make him more likable, but it was surprising to see him try so hard to look pretty for his granddaughter. Pomeranian touched Hugo's dull chin and smiled brightly. "Look at her smile. She looks just like Roxana and Penelope." Hugo held Pomeranian's gaze with a mixture of happiness and sadness. Meanwhile, Vikier had been summoned to Hugo's office and was watching the scene. Osiris was there too. "Long time no see, brother." Osiris has been overworked lately, and his eyes are a bit hollow. But as he smiles faintly at Vikier, his face seems much more human than before. To Vikier, who bowed reverently, Hugo said, "You must be very busy these days." "Yes. By the time I'm done with this matter, it'll be too late. Hurry up and join the academy." Vikier shook his head. "The family is still in turmoil. I'll have to wait until things are a little more organized before I go." Vikier still didn't believe Osiris. Purge. A large-scale purge. Hugo seemed to be using this incident to reorganize the power structure within the family. Reality is not a fairy tale. This series of trials and punishments, which seemed to be a process of justice being served, was actually just a show, Vikier thought, an outgrowth of the political battles of the big boys. It was rare for a Baskerville family to fully admit responsibility and pay compensation in a high-profile case like this infanticide and kidnapping. But Hugo had done so. It was an act of cold political judgment, not an appeal to emotions like morality or humanity. To officially recognize the family's responsibility for the incident, and to remove those involved from their positions of authority, to eliminate many of their enemies and consolidate their power. The plate is being rewoven. Making a new board. The number of those who have been ousted from the power structure due to Seth's incident are numerous, from the most insignificant to the most prominent. When these people are purged and demoted at once, several lines are shaken. For example, the power of the 7 counts to keep the family in check was significantly weakened. It was only natural that the limbs were cut off. There was also some shuffling within the knights. A series of elderly senators and deputies were purged to punish demonic infiltrators, a process spearheaded by the family's little lord, Osiris. Vikir, with his pre-regression knowledge, was of course part of the operation, and not just to solidify his position as a representative of Patriarch Hugo's line. Data on the contact Seth had been secretly made. Vikir smuggled it out and handed it over to Cindy Wendy to analyze, to determine the identities and current locations of the other 9 of the 10 corpses. I don't want to do this. I'm already overworked enough as it is. And what, you want me to track the location of demon lords? How many heads do you think I have? Of course, she didn't want to take on such a dangerous task. So, you don't want to trade with the natives. In the face of a megadeal of epic proportions with the native, she had no choice but to give in. Well, let's just say it was. Vikir didn't understand something right now. Why would they want to send me to the academy at this point? Vikir has no reason to refuse, but the timing is almost too perfect. When you're trying to cut through the noise, having a public figure like Vikir as a face can help. It's good to have someone like Vikir as the family's face when no one in the family knows Vikir is Hugo's son, and Hugo can take the knife for a good cause. After all, Vikir was the first to notice and report Seth's immorality. Sending me to the academy now would be inefficient, so Vikir didn't understand why Hugo was trying to send him to the academy so soon. Normally, Hugo would take the initiative and tell him to delay his enrollment for a few years. Is he up to something? But since he couldn't ask outright, he could only suspect. Then, Osiris, who had approached, spoke up. Father is concerned that you will be caught in the aftermath of a power struggle and get hurt. Concerned, Vikir laughed in disbelief. Hugo, concerned. It was strange that Osiris should even be listening to him in the first place. Isn't this supposed to be Butler Barrymore's job? But Butler Barrymore was too busy marveling at Hugo's mustache. My lord, you look much better without a mustache. Indeed, but it makes me look very hollow. Hugo smiled weakly as he styled Pomeranian's hair into a feather braid, a skill he didn't know where he'd learned. What an unfamiliar sight, Vikir thought to himself. Tuck, Osiris's hand came up to rest on his shoulder. It was unexpectedly warm. Vikir looked up to see Osiris standing next to him, looking down at him. Thanks to you, I know that I have duties as an individual but also as a brother. Don't worry about yourself, but go to the academy. Osiris seemed to be trying to change, at least a little, in the way he treated his brothers from now on. He turned to Vikir with an awkward, clumsy smile. I'll have everything sorted out by the time you return home for your first vacation. Chapter 126. Academy Admission 1. Chapter 126 Academy Admission 1. Easterners, don't boast about the pyramid. Westerners, don't speak of Babylon, because in front of the Imperial Academy Colosseo, they have no place. All fame is for this. Everyone will be covered in its shadow. Colosseo Academy. It's the world's most prestigious university, encompassing the entire eastern, western, southern, northern, and central continents. Located in the heart of the central continent in the imperial capital, it occupies the most prized land there. Unlike the specialized Magic Tower, which focuses on magic, and Varangian, which specializes in combat skills, this academy values both literature and martial arts. It's famous for its strict standards. If you can't meet their unique criteria for either, you can't enroll or graduate. With the start of the new semester, countless people flocked to the imperial capital Venetir of the Empire of Rock, freshmen and their families, and the groups guarding them, and the bazaar. Once a year, the most significant crowds gathered for the academy's admission ceremony. All the newcomers from the eastern, western, southern, and northern continents had to be amazed twice, once by the beauty of the capital and then by the grandeur of the academy. Venetir, the city of water. As the capital of the Empire of Rock, Venetir was situated in gently sloping valley terrain, with rivers from all over the continent converging to form numerous waterways. Entering the main road that led to the city, you could see the entire cityscape down below. The capital, surrounded by a gentle embrace of clear freshwater lakes that encircled the imperial road, had 112 islands on it, connected by about 400 bridges. This grand city, filled with slow-flowing, warm rivers, countless waterways, and connecting bridges, created a spectacular view. Many people moved on the waterways in canoes, and various peddlers could be seen on the bridges. As the capital of the empire, it was also rich in modern cultural facilities such as theaters, museums, clock towers, temples, opera houses, royal libraries, and enormous communal bathhouses. But above all, the most famous was the Academy, where the brightest minds of the continent gathered. Colosseo. This collection of massive circular buildings housed around 20,000 people, including students, professors, and various staff members, forming a vast complex surrounding a grand central arena. Walking around the perimeter of the Academy grounds would take an ordinary person over 4 hours. The Academy was divided into two main parts: dormitories where students lived and lecture halls where classes were held. The dormitories were further divided by grade and gender, while the lecture halls were divided by grade and class. It was a 4-year program, so there were 4 grades: first year, second year, third year, and fourth year. Although it was rare, there were cases of students who didn't pass their exams and had to take a leave of absence or return for graduation exams. The classes were divided into two main categories: cold department and hot department. In the cold department, students specialized in weapons like swords, bows, and spears. They took courses related to their specialty as required subjects, chose other cold weapons as elective courses, and studied the hot department's courses as general education. On the other hand, the hot department focused on magic. Students specializing in elemental magic took courses related to their elemental magic as required subjects, chose other magic as elective courses, and studied the cold department's courses as general education. In other words, students, regardless of whether their major is swords, bows, spears, fire magic, ice magic, earth magic, plant magic, or anything else, have to accumulate general knowledge about all of these over 4 years. Of course, besides these courses, there are also various elective courses in languages, theology, law, astronomy, geography, military science, and more. To graduate, students must carefully select these required major courses, elective major courses, required general education courses, elective general education courses, and double major or minor courses according to their schedule and aptitude, sometimes needing to meet certain credit requirements. Sometimes classes are scheduled autonomously, and sometimes they are mandatory. Naturally, students form hierarchies based on their grades, which also has a significant impact on their school life. Activities such as clubs, volunteer work, career experience activities, double major selection, and minor selection may have eligibility restrictions, which is why incoming freshmen are eager to get a head start. Did the freshman placement exams finish? Who came first? I think those who performed well in the practical evaluations will shine, right? Except for professors. Students couldn't access information about the freshmen, but already, some influential students were sharing information about the freshmen's grades and rankings. Like financial market news, freshmen's personal profiles, grade sheets, and rankings were traded at high prices depending on their accuracy. It's because those entering the academy usually had a high chance of entering the upper echelons of the empire, so they wanted to establish connections in advance. Oh, look at this year's freshmen have impressive grades. Hey, I heard the coal department's first spot was a tie. Tudor from the Quixote clan and Bianca from the Usher house are tied for first place. These two are in the top tier. They're the highest priority targets for our club. The current students in the cold department were excited about the rumor of outstanding juniors coming in, with a tradition that placed a much higher emphasis on practical skills than written exams. Tudor in spear skills and Bianca in archery were likely to receive a lot of attention from seniors. These exceptional individuals quickly caught the attention of the cold department professors and seniors. Cold department practical evaluation rankings: 1 Tudor Quixote, Bianca Usher 2, Highbrow Baskerville 3, Middlebrow Baskerville 4, Lowbrow Baskerville 5, Sancho Barataria 6. One of the 7 great clans supporting the empire and renowned for spear skills, Tudor Quixote of the Quixote clan. Likewise, one of the 7 noble families famous for archery, Bianca, the daughter of Usher house. Additionally, the triplets produced by the iron-blooded sword clan Baskerville, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow. Sancho Barataria was selected as a scholarship student by the Northern Mercenary Guild Alliance and came through a special screening. Among others, these super rookies were currently causing a stir in the cold department. Meanwhile, there was chaos in the hot department as well. Wow, someone got a perfect score in the practical exam. They also ranked second in the written exam. Unbelievable. They excel in studying too. Is it Sinclair, the genius of all geniuses, has enrolled? Did you hear the rumor? This is insider information from the admissions office. She's an incredibly beautiful girl. The hot department was focusing all its attention on the genius, Sinclair, who achieved a historic record by ranking first in the practical evaluation and second in the written exam. Hot department practical evaluation rankings. 1. Sinclair. She didn't reveal her achievements or family background, but considering that she took the top spot in a magic class that required an enormous amount of funding, it was speculated that she had strong support behind her. In addition, the industrial clan Bourgeois and the ruthless clan Revieden, as well as the faithful Quavades family, sent outstanding talents to the academy. Usually, the 7 great families avoided admitting students from their own families who were in the same grade, to ensure that they could secure the top positions in the grade. However, unusually this time, talented individuals from all 7 families were admitted simultaneously. With such a strong entry, the incoming students of this generation were called the Generation of Glory. If they had entered at different times, they would have been able to easily secure positions like the top student and student council president. And then, recently, among the numerous outstanding freshman entries, and the academic atmosphere that valued practical skills more than written exams, there was one individual who went unnoticed by anyone. Comprehensive Written Theory Evaluation Rankings 1. Vicyr, a bookworm, a commoner, a nobody, a name as ordinary as can be, a hunting dog without a name tag or leash has entered the academy. Chapter 127, Academy Admission 2, Chapter 127, Academy Admission 2. Well, this is where I'll be attending from today. A young boy is enrolling in the academy. With determined aspirations, he walked confidently through the academy's main gate. And just like him, many others, the freshmen of the class of 20, formed a massive crowd as they walked the same path as if swimming upstream toward a spawning ground. Then from behind, the voice of a middle-aged woman is heard. "Oh my, look at him. What if he forgot his backpack?" The woman, who appears to be the young student's mother, rushes towards the academy's main gate, calling her son's name frantically. "Hey, Vicyr, don't forget your backpack." Upon hearing this, some of the people climbing the uphill path toward the main gate turned their heads. "Huh, me? Who me?" About 10 boys scattered around turned their heads because they all shared the common name, Vicyr. "Oh, Mom, stop calling me so loudly, it's embarrassing." Vicyr, who left his backpack and hastily came down, picks up his backpack with a bright red face and climbs the uphill path again. The remaining 9 Vicyrs also turned their heads, realizing that it wasn't their mothers who called. But there was one Vicyr who never turned around in the first place. With a stuffy fringe covering his face, horn-rimmed glasses completely hiding his eyes, and dressed in shabby clothes, he carried a modest load as a new student. Vicyr van Baskerville, a boy who temporarily set aside his family's noble status in Baskerville and took the academy entrance exam as a commoner. Vicyr believed he made the right choice by leaving Baskerville's name behind. It was because his name, Vicyr van Baskerville, had become too famous even in the royal capital, causing his daily life to become extremely inconvenient. It goes against the fundamental purpose of coming to the academy. Vicyr had a clear goal in mind for enrolling in the academy. It was to hunt down the demons hidden in the imperial capital, the traitors to humanity, the conspirators, and kill them. By doing so, he aimed to prevent the impending era of destruction. Vicyr recalled his memories from before his reincarnation. 10 high-ranking demons descended into the human realm. They gathered their strength and erected 10 enormous pillars, creating a gateway to the demon realm on the sky. One of those demon lords was Andromalius, who was wearing the skin of Seth le Baskerville. Fortunately, he was defeated before he could accumulate enough power, but if they had delayed even a little longer, it could have been a disaster. If it hadn't been for Vicur at the time, no one would have noticed Andromalius's existence. The remaining 9 demon lords of that level were undoubtedly hiding among humans, wearing human skins. According to Cindy Wendy's investigation, some high-ranking officials who had contact with Seth are living here in the imperial capital. Where there are many people, the likelihood of demons hiding is naturally higher. So, Vicur also came to this academy in the imperial capital and adopted an identity appropriate to avoid suspicion. A new student from the commoner class. Although he would have to occasionally attend classes, he also had to go outside the academy for assassination missions. If he became too famous and attracted attention, it would create various problems. Therefore, Vicur intentionally enrolled as a commoner. That too, by focusing only on the written exam. I'm confident in theoretical studies. Getting first place might have been a bit excessive, but in reality, written scores weren't treated with much regard. Perhaps it was due to the regret of not properly attending theoretical classes in his previous life. An analysis of the behavior and strategies of snow wolves living in the Red and Black Mountain ranges, the field experience of a seasoned warrior who had survived the era of destruction, proved immensely helpful in both articulating and explaining theories and techniques. Therefore, Vicur was able to comfortably complete the exam paper, and that alone secured him the honor of being in first place. On the other hand, as Vicur made his way to the dormitory to unpack his belongings, many upperclassmen were waiting to welcome the newcomers. Do you practice the way? How about exploring it in our domino club? Hey, you seem incredibly lucky. How about joining our pufferfish cooking research society? We're trying to share some good words. Come over here, our meditation club, various clubs. Research societies, discussion groups, and clubs of all sorts were trying hard to appeal to the freshmen. Among them, the most popular clubs for freshmen were the major clubs that helped build their resumes or the ones that simply sounded cool. Student councils, various sports teams, bands, dance groups, drama clubs, economic research teams, cooking clubs, and more were the main attractions for the freshmen. In contrast, clubs like the newspaper club, gardening club, art club, reading club, and stick insect research club were relatively unpopular. On the other hand, some upperclassmen were actively seeking out specific freshmen for club recruitment. First on their list were Don Quixote's tutor known for his mastery of spear techniques and usher houses, Bianca, famous for her archery skills. Although her affiliations were unknown, Sinclair, who achieved an astounding ranking of first in practical and second in written exams, was also highly sought after. But all of this didn't interest Vicur. He was eager to get to his dormitory, unpack his things, and rest because starting tonight he would be heading out on an assassination mission. Especially the death list, it's several pages long. The death list. There were many among humans, not just demons, who deserved to die. These were the betrayers who sided with demons, selling out humanity. There are too many to kill. As Vicur walked among the fresh-faced freshmen, he was lost in his own thoughts, and that's when he heard a familiar voice from somewhere. Newspaper club, join the newspaper club, get the latest school information quickly. Vicur turned his gaze to the familiar face, a young girl handing out flyers and application forms, charming the crowd with her persuasive speech. It was Dolores L. Quavades, the youngest early admissions student, current third-year valedictorian, the student council president of the academy, and the head of the newspaper club. Over the past 3 years, there hasn't been a single time she missed being number 1, making her the school's top idol. She was personally handing out entrance application forms. Senpai, please take a look here. Kaya, Anai, I'm your fan, I love you. I entered the academy just to see you. Wow, you're incredibly beautiful, so dignified and holy. Freshmen were crowding around to get the flyers from this legendary senior, just hoping to catch her eye even once. But Vicur, with his covered face and thick horn-rimmed glasses, pressed on, trying to avoid drawing any attention. He had already crossed paths with Saint Dolores before when he was active as Night Hunter. At that time, thanks to her, they were able to quell the Red Death. But back then, he wore a mask, so the current saint had no idea what his face looked like. Therefore, Vicur decided to keep his distance to avoid revealing his identity. The atmosphere in the dormitory building was quite relaxed. The building was grand, but individual students didn't need to roam around the entire building. It was well designed to keep things simple, limited to the floor with their rooms, the hallway, and stairs. The boys' and girls' dormitories were two separate buildings arranged in a hangul called gya, anus, shape, strictly segregated and allocated by grade. The fourth years occupied the first floor, third years the second floor, second years the third floor, and first years the fourth floor. It seemed like they had considered the difficulty of climbing stairs as students got older. The rooms were two-person dorms that were neither too big nor too small. The standard layout included a large bunk bed, a large desk and two chairs. Apart from the slightly old bathrooms, it felt like a typical youth hostel. Thud! Arriving in his room, Victor placed a few articles of clothing, his only possessions, on the desk. Then, he heard a voice coming from near the bathroom. Hello, is this your room too?" Victor turned his head and saw a short male student standing there. He had blonde hair, slightly chubby cheeks, and a hint of braces on his teeth. His girly appearance was rather cute. There was a name tag attached to his chest with somewhat outdated handwriting. Figgy, Victor's roommate, whom he would share the room with for a year, was already familiar to him. "Victor, nice to meet you. Please bear with me if I'm a bit slow in my actions. Oh, and the beds are bunk beds. You can choose the one you like first." Victor took a moment to appreciate Figgy's cheerful introduction. This guy was Figgy, someone he had met before and was already acquainted with. They had a connection from their previous life, a good-natured lad who extended his hand first to help out Victor, who was working as a seed for the Baskerville triplets. In this life as well, Figgy remained a kind soul. Figgy's bright suggestion allowed Victor to take a short break. The students of the academy were young but astute. They had been exposed to a certain degree of scheming, betrayal, politics, and exclusion due to their experiences as individuals who had been hailed as elite and faced the outside world. In this jungle of first-year students, a good and innocent lad like Figgy was likely to be quickly overwhelmed. It was the same in my previous life. Figgy had been a victim of school violence for a long time. His cute appearance, small stature, and timid personality made him an easy target for the larger, more aggressive male students. His quiet hobbies of reading and analyzing information didn't align with the overall atmosphere of the school and emphasized physical strength, and that only isolated him further. Victor knew this and couldn't help but look at Figgy with sympathy. Before the regression, Figgy's roommate was highbrow Le Baskerville. Right? I wonder what kind of school life Figgy had back then. Whether Figgy knew it or not, Victor was relieved to have a roommate who, despite their initial shyness, seemed kind. It was evident that Figgy had worried a lot about the possibility of having a scary roommate. At that moment, Figgy initiated the conversation with Victor. "Victor, are you going to the OT later in the evening?" Freshman orientation, known as orientation for short, was an event where new students were educated about various aspects of the school. In reality, it was a gathering where senior students met with freshmen, shared drinks, and formed connections. While attendance wasn't mandatory, all freshmen naturally participated in it. It was an opportunity to become friends with the classmates they would spend the next 4 years with and build connections with senior students. The faces that stood out here would become the foundation for future success, known as the line. They entered this school after enduring a competitive selection process, and now, to build these connections, they would have to navigate the fierce competition. However, Victor had no interest in such things. No, he didn't care about those social gatherings, after all. He had a real job to do now, the assassination mission. Chapter 128, Academy Admission 3, Chapter 128, Academy Admission 3. Huh! Figgy stared at Victor with a blank expression and then asked with a greatly bewildered tone. "Oh, you're not going to the OT?" Victor remained firm, replying, "No, I'm not going." Figgy, who had only unpacked a few belongings, gestured and fidgeted anxiously towards Victor. "Oh no, you have to go. If you don't attend the OT, the seniors will notice, and even among your peers, you'll be labeled as an outsider. That would make it incredibly challenging to gather information or establish connections." Outsider, a term used to refer to those who are not part of a group and are left out. They face difficulties in situations that require group cooperation, such as last-minute schedule changes or group projects. Being an outsider also leads to disadvantages when it comes to building connections or gathering information. Therefore, Figgy's advice that attending the OT was a must made sense in a typical freshman's case. However, in Vicky's case, being less conspicuous and not standing out was much more convenient. Meanwhile, Vicky silently observed Figgy, who had a crestfallen expression. It was clear from Figgy's gaze that he genuinely worried about Vicky's school life. He was still so kind-hearted, almost to the point of being gullible. With this personality, it might be difficult for him to adapt to school, Vicky thought. Figgy was timid but had a talent for information gathering and analysis. If Cindy Wendy saw him, she would immediately want to recruit him. However, for now, being a bit of an outsider was what Vicky actually hoped for. Being inconspicuous suited him much better. Vicky had learned that Figgy had been through a tough time in school, especially because of his kind nature, modesty, and information-gathering skills. While these traits were assets in many situations, they had made Figgy a target for ridicule and mistreatment from others. Moreover, Vicky remembered that Figgy had once been his roommate before the regression, and back then, Figgy had gone out of his way to help Vicky. Figgy had been considerate and had taken care of many things for him. Vicky appreciated his kindness. Vicky turned his gaze away from Figgy, deep in thought. On the other hand, Figgy had no idea what Vicky was thinking and continued to explain the importance of attending the OT. This time, a lot of impressive seniors are coming to the OT. Even St. Dolars, the student council president, will be there, and the fellow freshmen are amazing too. Have you heard of Tudor from the Donquixote family or Bianca, the daughter of the Usher house? But that's not all. There are triplets from the Baskerville family who are incredibly skilled. They are all considered the next generation of heroes, so we must see them. Oh, and there's also Sancho, who came from the Northern Mercenary Guild. He rejected their top offer and chose to come here. And Sinclair is here too. She was the top student at the Magic Tower and chose to come to the Colosseo. She's also the top student in the Colosseo's hot department, so isn't that impressive? These friends are already considered the next generation of heroes, so we must see them. I can't believe I'm in the same year as such incredible people. In fact, Figgy's ability to gather and remember all this information was impressive. If he had heard it from senior students, he would have been quick to offer scouting propositions to his club or family, solely based on his information gathering and analytical skills. How about it? Are you starting to feel like going a little? Figgy looked at Vicky with sparkling eyes as if seeking praise. However, Vicky still shook his head without saying a word. But why? Why won't you go? Figgy, who wanted to go to the orientation with his roommate to support each other, unexpectedly faced a dilemma. In fact, until now, there had been almost no cases of a freshman declaring non-attendance at orientation. In response to this reasonable and expected question, Vicky simply replied, "I just don't want to." And that was the end of it. Vicky quickly left the room after packing his belongings. His back disappeared down the corridor, where the freshman students were bustling about. Figgy looked at his departing figure with a blank expression and muttered to himself, "He's cool, my roommate is such a cool person. I should learn from his determination." Figgy was always positive. As evening descended, the sun set over the high walls of the academy. The downhill path leading to the lecture hall was already crowded with numerous freshman students. There were girls dressed up in glittering outfits and boys who looked smart in their attire. However, there was an inexplicable sense of inexperience and youthfulness in the air. Awkward makeup and overly styled hair still seemed to be carefully observed, making them appear somewhat tentative. Boys and girls were searching for their groups with a somewhat fluttery atmosphere as if they might fly away at any moment. Meanwhile, the senior students gently led the freshman students to the orientation venue. "All students of the cold department, please gather over here." The hot department, this way under the red flag. "Members of the Student Council Executive Committee, please take the freshman students to the orientation venue." The sun had set, and the lecture hall was deserted due to it not being the peak season. Seniors and freshmen entered empty classrooms, and the once empty hallways were soon bustling with activity as rumors and gossip about the new freshman students spread. This year's freshman students seem really outstanding. Their practical test scores are no joke. As expected, Tudor and Bianca, right? we have high expectations for them. In terms of personal ability alone, yes, but don't forget there are the Baskerville triplets. I'm more interested in the synergy they'll create when they get together. But wait, according to those gossip rumors, didn't that person from Baskerville's gossip mail say he's enrolling this year? The conversation sparked more interest among the freshman students. Oh, you mean Vikier? That seemed like a baseless rumor. Though, after all, he couldn't have achieved such accomplishments in his late teens. He must be a fabricated character, right? True, noble families tend to create fabricated stories to boost their family's reputation. Besides, Baskerville is generally a closed-off place. Among this year's freshman students, there are more than 10 with the name Vikier. They were all commoners. But there is one who stands out. Right, the one who ranked first in the written test. His name was also Vikier. Written test? Ah, come on. What's so impressive about someone who's good at theory? I find bookworms like that unattractive. The warriors are much cooler. The hallway chatter gradually faded away. All the freshman students had entered the classrooms in the lecture hall. Boys, girls, and a mix of both. In just a short time and with a few nods and greetings, they became friendly with their peers of the same year. Although the friendships were hastily formed, a budding camaraderie had already taken root among them. Is everyone here? Let's call the names of the freshman students from the class of 20. The senior students from the student council proceeded to take attendance by calling out the names on their lists. Soon, many names were called out. Vikier, yes, Vikier, yes, Vikier, yes, Vikier, Vikier. Among the common names that had been called several times, there was one absent student, Vikier van Baskerville. No, now he was simply known as Vikier. He did not attend the orientation. Instead, a student named Night Hunter had donned a black cloak and a mask that resembled the beak-shaped plague masks used by medieval doctors. With a swift movement, Vikier, dressed in a black cloak and wearing the plague mask, stepped onto the rooftop of the academy. Once you cross over a wall as high as a formidable fortress, you will arrive at the beautiful city of Venetier, known for its countless waterways and bridges. Vikier silently blended into the city shrouded in darkness. It was a night when the sophomore students were enjoying drinks, strengthening their bonds with both seniors and peers. During this time, Vikier would visit the mansions of those who held power in the Assassination Society, the demons, and their collaborators one by one. Demons, and their collaborators. This was the gathering place for humanity's traitors, wasn't it? My comrades, please wait a little longer. From now on, I will exact your revenge. Vikier recalled the faces of his fellow hunting dogs who had been betrayed and killed, reflecting on the evil connections of his past. Finally, he followed the faint scent of magic that permeated the entire city. The night hunter had begun his hunt. Chapter 129. Academy Admission 4, Chapter 129, Academy Admission 4, A Dark Night. In front of a large, shabby warehouse, several mercenaries were burning cigarettes. As they chuckled and gossiped, they spoke with a sense of relief. It's so refreshing to not have to listen to the children whine. The warehouses have been full of them the last few days. But where have they all gone? In one day, a wagon arrived at dawn and loaded everything. I didn't inquire as to where they were going. I want to live a long life. Not long ago, the warehouse was home to a number of orphans with no connections. But now the warehouse is empty, and in a few days, a new batch of children will be transported from somewhere. And then they'll disappear. No one knows when or where. I want to know where they're coming from and where they're going. Arthur, wondering about useless things will lead you to your death. I heard they go to some kind of nursery in the center of the imperial city. That's right, a nursery run by the faithful Quavadis. Don't worry. The mercenaries made small talk, stretching and yawning. Then, suddenly the mercenaries fell silent. A hulking man who must have stood at least 6 feet tall stepped to their side. Captain Ron Bardison, a fierce mercenary from the north. The Flesh Grinder, the Butcher's Hammer, and other gory nicknames followed. Stop talking and stand guard, if you want to take home a handful of coins for your wasted life. Trashy stuff. Bardison clicked his tongue and continued on his way. He sneered inwardly at the mercenaries who couldn't speak a word at his size. What kind of argument could a lowly mercenary with no mana have against a man of his stature? The standing mercenaries didn't just talk. Thud. A man slumped to the ground. He was followed by the other mercenaries, who went limp. What the hell? Bartison quickly reached to the hammer at his waist. Now a long shadow was cast in the glow of the roaring campfire. What? What? Bartison was startled. A figure peered down from the roof of the warehouse. A black cloak, a black hat, and an ominous stork's beak mask covering its face. "Are you Ron Bartison?" the spooky voice said. Bartison swallowed dryly. Tsutsitsuts, Bartison's hammer took on an aura. Wrapped around the hammer was a gooey aura that could only be used by those who had attained enlightenment, an aura that represented the graduator. "What are you doing?" He swung the hammer with all his might, tried to swing it away, but all he could manage to swing were his two wrists, which were now missing. Thud! The hammer flew upward with such momentum that it landed behind him, scattering the aura it carried. Bartison staggered backward. No blood gushed out. The cut where his wrist had been severed had been instantly dried by the heat. "Ah!" Bartison opened his mouth to scream, but he couldn't. The ominous shadow had crawled down from the roof of the warehouse and was now looking into his face. Ron Hubert Bartison, first packed with the demon 4 years ago, when he molested and killed the 13-year-old girl next door and sacrificed her. Since then, he's been stealing information from the Northern Guild Union and feeding it to the demon. Finally, he betrayed his platoon, the 1st Platoon, 4th Company, 207th Regiment, 75th Division, 5th Legion of the Humanity Alliance, by handing over the location of the platoon's sleeping quarters to the enemy while on guard duty. Led a friendly platoon to destruction. Is that right? The Shadow's question was hard and chilling. Bartison stammered a reply. "Ugh, the incident from 4 years ago is correct, but after that, they were not done by me." "Yeah, they're just things you haven't done yet." "What? What?" Bartison gasped, stepping back, but he couldn't. This time his ankle was severed. "No!" Bartison couldn't even scream anymore. The Shadow stretched out his right hand, and a black sword was drawn and plunged into his throat. Bartison struggled, and then he was dead. Vikyr, the night hound. He stared down at Bartison's body in front of him. No, he wondered, in time, Bartison's corpse would quickly begin to decay and turn to mush, just as Seth Le Baskerville had said. The odor is still there. Vikyr's brow furrowed slightly. Those who have made a pact with the demon emit a rotten odor from their very souls, a stench that grew more and more foul with the degree of corruption. Veteran swordsmen who have lived through the age of destruction recognize the scent like a ghost, but the people of this age will not yet be able to smell it, so for now only Vikyr knew how to smell it. Tsutsitsuts. Bartison's face melted like ice under the sun, and soon he was gone, his skeleton on full display. It was unusual for the face to decay so quickly compared to other body parts. Does this ability come from the 10 corpses who made a pact with him? I'll have to look into that as well. Vikyr took an owl from his bosom and wrote a letter detailing the situation. It was addressed to Cindy Wendy, who had a number of agents and informants at her disposal. With the letter in hand, Vikyr turned away. Several bottles of liquor lay in front of the roaring campfire. Vikyr picked up the strongest bottle of rum and poured it over the bloodstains on his cloak. The strong liquor washed away the dirty blood. Vikyr tore the page from the death book containing the name Ron Bartison and threw it into the fire. The page turns black in an instant and curls into a ball, then turns to ash and floats away into the sky. Soon, off, it's your back. What? Did I fall asleep? The mercenaries standing in front of the warehouse began to wake up one by one. Huh! But all they saw was a dying bonfire that had lost most of its wood, and a faceless corpse lying in a heap beside it. Ding 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 from the clock tower at the center of the academy. The majestic bell chimed 12 times, a little after midnight. The night's tasks were over earlier than he'd expected. Vikyr had visited mansions in upscale neighborhoods, warehouses on the outskirts of the city, gambling dens in the slums, glitzy clubs in the basement, secluded houses by the lake, brothels, and more, and that night alone he had snapped 29 heads. The only thing they all had in common was that they'd made pacts with the demon, were accused of betrayal and infidelity, and their faces melted immediately upon death. Unfortunately, Vikyr got almost no clues out of this whole process. This meant that his assassination was going to be a long and arduous one. I didn't expect to harvest this soon anyway. Today is literally just the first day. Vikyr returned to the academy, the pages of the death book still thick in his mind. Jaw, He climbed over the academy's outer wall, which was as high and solid as a city wall. From this vantage point, you can see that the academy's buildings are indeed large and magnificent. In the distance, the dormitories were silent in the darkness. Vikyr flew toward the lecture hall. Bright lights and boisterous laughter emanated from the windows of the buildings in the other direction. OT, is the freshman welcome party still going on? Vikyr thought for a moment. Should he go back to his dorm and sleep, or should he stay up late and attend the freshman welcome dinner? After a few moments of deliberation, the answer came quickly: just show up. It wasn't about networking with seniors or classmates. I just want to have an alibi just in case. He was also a little worried about Figgy being alone. Vikyr took off his mask, tucked it into his arms, and landed on the roof of the lecture hall. As he was about to descend the stairs leading down, ping, boom, a single firecracker shot high into the air, lighting up the night sky. In the next moment, Vikyr could see a man and woman standing by the railing of the rooftop stairs. Vikyr's eyes narrowed. The brief glow of the firecrackers as they exploded and faded was enough to tell him who they were. The beautiful woman, tall and sharp-featured, was unmistakably Bianca Usher, a freshman of class 20. She was a super rookie who was making a name for herself by ranking first in the cold department's placement test. The boy's face, on the other hand, was not one that Vikyr remembered particularly well. Their vibe was odd. The boy squeezed his eyes shut and called out to Bianca. "I fell in love with you the moment I saw you. Won't you go out with me? I'll be nice to you," apparently. He was a second-year student, but Bianca was adamant. "Ha!" With a deep sigh, she swept her bangs and squinted one eye. "You're right. Did you call me up to that rooftop just to say that?" Yeah, right." "Well, first of all, let me apologize. I can't afford to go out with a guy or anything right now." "Ha! But you have nothing to lose by going out with me. I'm in the student council and I'm also in the leading club." "Yeah, I'm sorry." And with that, Bianca turned and kicked her confessor to the curb. Vikyr stood behind the stone pillar of the railing and thought, "Good times, well, it has nothing to do with me." Watching the innocent lovemaking of children 20 years younger than him made the tip of his nose tickle. Vikyr soon pulled away, his back to the pillar at that very moment. Bianca's head snapped up. "Who's there?" Bianca asks in a cold voice, and then she takes a step and shoots toward the stone pillar that Vikyr is hiding behind. "Great eyesight," Vikyr shrugged once. Bam! Vikyr slammed into the wall and leaped down. No need to take the stairs. Vikyr leaped from railing to railing, pillar to pillar, and quickly disappeared in the direction of the lecture hall. Bianca caught up with him a few minutes later and her eyes widened. "What was that? I felt a presence." Bianca looked again at the stone pillars, railings, and stairs that had been kicked in just before. But something that had been there was gone, like a ghost. "Did I see it wrong?" Bianca scratched her head. The divine archers of Usher House could see and hear things miles away. They are also masters of the art of archery, and their bodies are so strong and gaunt that it is no exaggeration to say that no one can match their speed, especially in pursuit. Bianca, the eldest daughter of such a family, chasing someone and losing them. That couldn't happen, at least not within this academy. I must have been looking in the wrong place. I was too sensitive. Bianca turned to look between the stone pillars. It was time to return to her seat at the new student reception. Just then, Bianca stopped in her tracks. A faint smell wafted past her nostrils. It was the unmistakable scent of strong rum, not the kind of smell you'd expect to find on a rooftop exit staircase with nothing but the night breeze and moonlight. What does that mean? Someone was here. Bianca's expression hardened. Someone had been here just moments ago, but that didn't matter now. What mattered was that someone was here, and that someone was gone. And that someone who had been here had evaded Bianca, the prodigy of the Usher House. No way, but what about the fact that there's nothing in front of her now? It means that the person has fled at a speed that barely exceeded her own. Who could it be? A senior or a professor? But there's no reason for a senior or a professor to run away from Bianca's pursuit. Moreover, Bianca was confident that she could outrun any senior or professor in terms of speed. After all, she demonstrated that in her practical assessment. But who? Didn't this mean that someone in the academy could just run away from her easily? Bianca sniffed, confused, at the scent of rum that was slowly fading on the night breeze. Then, "Hey, Bianca, come on." It's almost time for the freshman talent show. She heard her classmates waving and calling from the window below. Bianca can't help but turn on her heel with a nervous look on her face, with only the scent of cheap rum wafting behind her. Chapter 130, Freshman Talent Show 1, Chapter 130, Freshman Talent Show 1. Victor walked into the cold department's B classroom. A large crowd had gathered inside, and freshmen were taking turns coming forward to participate in a talent show in the center. As Victor entered the classroom, he heard a voice right next to the door, calling out excitedly, "Victor, you made it. Why are you so late?" It was his roommate, Figgy. Figgy seemed thrilled as he rummaged through a box on the table and handed Victor a name tag that read, "Victor, Class of 20, I'm helping distribute name tags for everyone who's coming. Here's yours." "Why are you doing this job?" Victor asked. Puzzled, it was usually the duty of the second-year seniors to distribute name tags to the freshmen. So why was Figgy, also a freshman, doing this? Figgy chuckled. "Well, the seniors said checking all the name tags one by one is too troublesome, so they asked for a little help." Victor looked around and saw some second-year students from his class mingling with the crowd, clearly enjoying the freshmen's talent show. It seemed like these second-year students were quick thinkers, delegating tasks to Figgy, who appeared inexperienced and lacking connections among the promising freshmen. Meanwhile, after the talent show on the central stage concluded, the freshmen took their seats on one side of a long table. On the opposite side, there were several professors, teaching assistants, and senior students. Fourth-year students were scarce as they were busy preparing for their future careers, and even among the third-year students, not many were present. Dolers, the president of the student council, moved from class to class, looking after the remaining third-year students. She was extremely popular with everyone, making her a true insider among the elite. After a while, a second-year student, holding a microphone with mono-enhanced sound, stepped onto the stage and began his announcement. "All right, it's time for the next freshman to participate in the talent show. Everyone, get ready for the highly anticipated super rookie from the class of 20, Bianca Usher." Thunderous applause erupted. Bianca, appearing calm and composed, stepped forward. Her expression was serene, as if she had expected this moment since the rooftop confession. However, there was a hint of unease in her breathing, as if she had hurriedly descended from the rooftop. Bianca lowered her head in front of the senior students. "As a junior who still has a lot to learn, I dare to offer a toast to you. Senior students." Bianca casually picked up a bottle of liquor, removed the cap, and with a swift motion sliced the bottle's neck cleanly. Pop, 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 pop. She then shook the bottle briefly, causing the liquor to spray out in fine streams through the narrow neck, flying over the heads of the people in front of her and landing precisely in the glasses on the table behind them. Chack whack whack splash. From a distance of several meters, Bianca tossed the liquor into the air, filling the glasses in a peculiar and amazing feat. The senior students were all amazed. Bianca created a brief but strong atmosphere and then lowered her head modestly. She knew that the next participant would have a tough act to follow. While Bianca's performance was entertaining, it wasn't really deserving of such enthusiastic praise. It was likely due to her background, abilities, and appearance that she received such fervent support. Unless a freshman with qualities that matched or exceeded hers came forward to perform something extraordinary, it would be challenging to maintain this atmosphere. "Well, that's not my concern," Bianca thought as she returned to her seat. And then, according to the ruthless laws of nature, the host announced the next participant, oblivious to the fact that the upcoming freshman would face tremendous pressure. "Our rising star, super rookie Bianca's talent was fantastic. How can we cool down this heated atmosphere? Let's bring out the next participant quickly." The host immediately called out the next name. "Next, freshman from the class of 20, the adorable Figgy." Figgy's name was called, and suddenly in the distance, where he had been distributing name tags, Figgy froze in shock. What? I was told that I wouldn't have to participate in the talent show if I volunteered to distribute name tags." Figgy turned his head in confusion, and the second-year seniors who had tricked him into the role of distributing name tags burst into laughter, turning away from him. Ignoring Figgy's dismay, the host continued to beckon him. "Oh, what are we going to do about this atmosphere? We can't let it cool down like this. Hurry, hurry." Figgy felt his mind go blank. His vision turned white and his hands and legs trembled. All eyes were now on him, and as the pressure intensified, he felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Figgy, Figgy, where are you? Come out quickly." The host kept calling for Figgy, and the seniors who had applauded earlier now wore expressions devoid of amusement. "Oh no," Figgy despaired. His timid and introverted nature made it challenging to make eye contact or converse with others, especially in front of such a large audience. His hobbies included reading, listening to music, drawing, and taking care of pets. He wasn't the type to entertain a crowd like this. If he had been prepared from the beginning, or if he had any idea of what to do, it might have been different. But he had been promised that he wouldn't have to participate, so he had let his guard down, making this confusion even more overwhelming. "What should I do? How can I?" Sweat poured down his face, and his legs felt like jelly. He wanted to run away immediately, but his legs wouldn't budge. The surroundings grew quieter and quieter. Even the host, who was supposed to give commentary, wore an awkward and uncertain expression. The surrounding senior students who had been watching were also taken aback. And then, just at that moment, talk, a hand touched Figgy's shoulder. "I'll do the talent show with you. We're roommates. After all." A low, calm voice came from behind. A boy with disheveled hair and thick-framed glasses covering his face stepped forward. It was Vikier. "Oh, who's this?" "Vikier from the class of 20. Right, you were late for roll call earlier." The host, feeling a bit awkward in the changing atmosphere, greeted Vikier with a forced smile. Right. Normally it's not allowed, but I'll make an exception this time. Since you're roommates, you'll be living together for a year. So why not show us your talents?" Countless eyes were now fixed on Figgy and Vikier. "Vikier!" Figgy looked at Vikier with pleading eyes. Vikier responded with a nonchalant tone, "I'll sing, and you do the rhythm." "Huh, you can handle this rhythm, it's simple." Vikier demonstrated by shaking his fist up and down and rolling his right foot each time his fist came down. It was a straightforward rhythm. Will I be able to do this rhythm?" "It's enough. Give it a bit of strength, and do it gracefully." Vikier grabbed Figgy's shoulder and turned toward the center of the crowd. Finally, with everyone's eyes on them, Vikier began to sing, and Figgy started the rhythm, but something was amiss. The host and the senior students had subtly perplexed expressions. It wasn't amazement or admiration they were expressing, it was more like, "What's going on?" They couldn't quite grasp the situation. The reason was simple. Vikier's song was entirely different from the songs the freshmen had been singing so far. "It's a high mountain, a deep valley, silence beneath the mountains. In the front lines where snow falls, we march." It was a military song, the kind they used to sing on the front lines. Vikier didn't have a special performance to captivate the audience, not after a lifetime spent wandering battlefields. However, there was one thing he did know. During those times, everyone could sing a song that could move anyone, a song that could make anyone shiver, a song that anyone could relate to. That song was a military anthem. Young spirits have faded away. In that very place, wounded old pine trees have forgotten how to speak. A simple and rhythmic thrill with fist shaking and foot rolling. But when thousands, millions, even billions sang and shouted together, it was a thrill and a soul-stirring experience. It was the requiem of those times, the era of destruction. Vikier glanced at the faces of the seniors and fellow students gathered at the academy. Vikier gazed at them, and as he sang, he poured out the feelings of loss and longing that had built up over time. "Comrades, can you hear it? That furious voice." A warhound from the era of destruction, a voice that no one truly understood. "Comrades, can you see it? Those eyes filled with sorrow." Vikier concluded the last stanza of the military anthem in this way. Then, after finishing the song, Vikier offered a respectful salute, turned around, bowed deeply, and disappeared into the crowd. A strange atmosphere lingered in the room. The excitement had dissipated, but surprisingly, it didn't leave behind negative emotions. Vikier's song had left a mark on everyone's hearts, no matter the manner in which it was delivered. What's with this heavy atmosphere? Is he an old man? Why did he suddenly sing a military song? What's going on with this mood? The grumbling voices mostly came from younger students who didn't quite understand. However, the atmosphere in the room slowly began to change. "Oh!" The senior professor sitting in the front row suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 131, Freshman Talent Show 2. Chapter 131 Freshman Talent Show 2 High Mountains and Deep Valleys. A desolate battlefield. We march forward through the falling snow. Young spirits are lost in that moment. The wounded pines have forgotten how to speak. Comrades, can you hear it? That furious voice. Comrades, can you see it? Those determined eyes. Military anthem, marching forward as the audience's age group changed. Their evaluations gradually shifted. Professors who had previously regarded the freshmen's talent show as mere child's play began to speak earnestly. This military anthem is truly touching. It feels like it's reading my soul. Reminiscing about the last front lines before the Empire was unified 50 years ago. Many people died back then. Junior Lieutenant Big Pressure, Sergeant Weisharp, Corporal Upham, and Private Ryan, I'm missing you all. Old comrades, I apologize for surviving alone all these years. Please don't resent me for living on behalf of all of you. Retired military veterans, who had spent half their lives on the battlefield, began to moisten their eyes. Even the young professors and teaching assistants who had experienced war, big or small, were suppressing their emotions with alcohol. Veterans understood the emotions conveyed in the rugged songs of veterans and resonated with them. For the young puppies, it was an unfamiliar but powerful song filled with deep sorrow. Do they understand? Just a moment ago, a newcomer from a different timeline held a memorial for them. Meanwhile, in the same room, Tudor and Sancho, now roommates, watched Vicar and scratched their heads. What's up with him? Why is he singing a military anthem like an old man? Hey Sancho, you said you were a mercenary, right? Have you ever heard such a military anthem? This military anthem is not from the northern regions. It has a great spirit. I'd like to learn it too. Does anyone in your family serve in the military? He should be around the same age as us. Oh, by the way, wasn't that guy the one who ranked first in the written exam? He's quite enthusiastic for a bookworm. To think he'd plan to sing a military anthem in the talent show. It seemed that the young, aspiring heroes didn't quite empathize with the sentiment of the military anthem. At that moment, someone interrupted Tudor and Sancho's conversation. Hello, excuse me, but are you members of the cold department? If so, may I ask if you know the person who just sang the military anthem? A short-haired girl with a subtle smile. Sinclair, passing through the cold regiment's OT venue and walking down the hallway, had taken an interest. No, we're from a different unit. Why? Tudor and Sancho shook their heads, curious about Sinclair's inquiry. She glanced at Vicar and Figgy, who were now far away. She had actually been watching this scene for a while. She observed how Figgy, when his name was called, was trembling with anxiety, and how Vicar, with his rough hands, comforted him. Just curious. Sinclair nodded with a faint smile. I think he seems like a nice person, so I want to get to know him. Vicar returned to the gathering after finishing his performance at the talent show. Some senior professors approached him even before he could sit down. Is your father a military veteran? We've never heard such a military anthem. Is it from the old country? What? Did you compose it yourself? Impossible, such a magnificent song. At our academy, we occasionally hold military anthem competitions. You should definitely submit this. Hey, would you consider taking my composition class as an elective? Vicar felt somewhat embarrassed, but didn't decline the drinks recommended by the professors. After all, he couldn't refuse the drinks offered by the faces of those who had once been his commanding officers, protecting their subordinates, leading them into battle, and falling heroically on the battlefield. This academy was a place where heroes from the past, present, and future converged, and as such, Vicar encountered many people from his previous life. After accepting and downing all the drinks recommended by everyone, Vicar returned to his seat. However, at that moment, he halted for a moment. Bianca Usher of the Usher House, a family prominent in military and divine bow skills, was standing in front of Vicar, blocking his way. Vicar tried to pass by her quietly, but Bianca spoke up. Rooftop. Vicar stopped momentarily but then continued walking without turning back. Thud, thud, thud. Vicar maintained his pace, seemingly oblivious to her words, and continued on his path. Bianca recognized the scent of rum emanating from Vicar. It was the same scent she had smelled during the rooftop chase earlier. She couldn't catch up with someone, much less a guy in the same year as her, even though she had never lost in terms of speed before. This was the first time she experienced such a crushing defeat. Bianca couldn't identify the identity of that elusive person despite her best efforts. She furrowed her brow and called out to Vikier, "Hey, wait, you were definitely on the rooftop earlier." But Bianca couldn't finish her sentence. "All right, freshmen, cheers. Drink up, drink up, drink up, drink up." Let the alcohol flow all the way. Intoxicated seniors made a ruckus, clinking glasses and blocking Bianca's path. Clank, 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 glasses clashed, and drops of alcohol splashed everywhere. Amidst the noise and chaos created by the jubilant seniors, Vikier was hidden from Bianca's view as he walked on. "Wait, where did he go?" Bianca turned her head around, but the bustling crowd prevented her from finding Vikier. She stopped her attempt to follow him, realizing that there were many people and many scents of rum in this place. The smell was strong, but she couldn't confidently say it was the same scent she had detected on the rooftop earlier. "Did I imagine it?" Bianca furrowed her brows slightly. The strong scent of rum that seemed to emanate from Vikier had completely vanished now. Instead, the overwhelming smell of various cheap liquors around her overwhelmed her senses. She started to doubt whether the scent she noticed on the rooftop earlier was really the smell of rum. Maybe the whole intuition itself was a mistake. "Yeah, it must be just my imagination." Bianca turned her attention away from Vikier. She couldn't see any reason to be concerned about a guy who sang some unknown military song. On the other hand, Vikier, who had been tracked by Bianca, was standing on the opposite side. "She's got a good sense." The rum scent he had on him from the skirmish with mercenaries outside the academy seemed to have lingered. Fortunately, with so many drunken seniors and peers around, he could easily hide the scent. "Can't ignore them just because they're kids. I need to be more careful from now on." The 7 great clans, Baskerville, Sword, Morgue, Magic, Quavades of the Faith, Healing, Don Quixote, Spear, Usher, Bow, Ruthless, Revered, and Poison, and Industrial Clan, Bourgeois, Money. Even though they were just puppies, they were descendants of these 7 great families. He needed to be more cautious of them. Vikier sighed. At that moment, he noticed another gaze that was still fixed on him, avoiding Bianca's line of sight. Dolores, the student council president of the academy and the head of the newspaper department. She was staring at him with a strange expression. "What's going on? Why does that kid look so familiar?" Dolores had a clear expression that seemed to reveal her thoughts. Vikier quickly adjusted his glasses and made sure to lock the door to his heart, preventing her from reading his soul. He tried to act as harmless as possible, blending in with the crowd to avoid being noticed by the saint. Fortunately, Dolores' gaze disappeared after a few seconds. She was being distracted by professors and department heads who were praising her. To prevent Dolores from discovering the true identity of the night hound, Vikier did his best to stay away from her line of sight. "I've had enough. I should go back to the dorm." The curfew was approaching. Some drunken juniors were leaving the dormitory building. Vikier also planned to go back home a little earlier thanks to this atmosphere, however. Just as Vikier was about to disappear from everyone's sight, something grabbed his attention. "Hey, you had a pretty funny expression during the talent show earlier, didn't you? Do you want me to ask your roommate about it? Are you a parasite? Hey, are you refusing to do what your senior asked you to do? Do it quickly. Hey, freshman, Piggy is going to sing now. Everyone listen carefully." They started mocking him and calling his Piggy. It was a scene where a group of rowdy second-year students had surrounded Figgy. Figgy was sitting down, looking very dejected and sobbing. Seniors, sniff. "I'm not good at it, I'm shy." Sniff. With a face reddened by weak alcohol and tears streaming down, he was crying. However, the second-year students were mocking Figgy and laughing heartily. "If you're not good at anything, doesn't that mean your school life is over? Try dancing. You were dancing so well earlier. Even though you were just swinging your fists and kicking your legs like you were lacking something. Ha ha ha. If you can't do it, then you should drink. Come on, if you finish this, we'll consider it. A real man takes it in one shot. Hey, guys, Piggy says he's going to show us something now. Pay attention." They acted as if they had caught a plaything that could provide them with fun and were ready to manipulate it as they pleased. Cruelty, harshness, ruthlessness, malice. The glances of the second-year bullies directed at Figgy were full of that kind of violence. And Vikier, who stood a bit away from them, was also observing the second-year bullies with a similar look in his eyes. There was one difference, though Vikier wasn't smiling. Chapter 132, Freshman Talent Show 3, Chapter 132 Freshman Talent Show 3. The second-year elites surrounded Figgy and jeered at him. This round goes to me, look forward to the next one. If the next round is also mine, I'll pull out all your teeth. 1 beat rest. 2 beats rest. Finish the 3 beats in 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, do something quickly. We're bored, guys and girls. This group of 3 guys and 3 girls continued to torment Figgy. Timid Figgy, of course. Couldn't say a word and just had tears streaming down his face. Then the girls burst into laughter. What's wrong? Is he crying? Oh, poor thing, you guys are really mean. Why are you tormenting a kid? The guys laughed heartily in response. When did we torment him? This is just a way to get closer. We'll be seeing each other for a long time. Hey, why are you crying? Did we intentionally make someone cry? Then one of the girls tapped Figgy's shoulder. Hey, don't cry, have a drink. At the same time, a large glass started filling up with alcohol. Glug, 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 a potent mix of fermented and distilled spirits. It was clear that even one sip would lead to a massive hangover the next day. A guy looked at Figgy and grinned. Take a shot, and we'll let you off the hook for the talent show. The 6 elites continued to laugh heartily, keeping Figgy surrounded. They showed no intention of letting him go until he finished the drink. Eventually, Figgy started drinking with a tearful face, and the result came before he could finish even 2 sips. Ah! Figgy vomited, emptying his stomach contents on the floor, since he hadn't eaten anything. Most of the vomit consisted of alcohol and stomach acid. Meanwhile, the elites who witnessed Figgy's vomiting reacted in disgust. Ew, it's so gross, it splattered on my stockings. Wow, this guy puked. It's quite a spectacle even before the initiation ceremony. From now on, your nickname is Vomiting Figgy. I'll call you Vomiting Figgy until I graduate. Instantly, all eyes were on him, and the surrounding crowd made a commotion. Then, something covered the vomit on the floor with a flutter. It was the cape Vikier had been wearing, a cape given to freshmen. This cape, with the Academy's logo embroidered clearly, was so symbolic that newcomers treasured it almost as much as their lives. Vikier took it off and used it to cover the vomit on the floor. Then he walked up to the second-year elites, who were standing dazed, and patted Figgy on the back. Go to the dormitory, I'll clean up here. Figgy looked at Vikier with trembling eyes, but Vikier simply silently wiped the floor with his cape. Then, hey, you, the second-year elites grabbed Vikier's shoulders with grim expressions. Are you crazy, interrupting a senior talking? What are you doing with that cape right now? Do you even know what kind of cape that is? Hey, is this guy your junior, from the cold department? What's his name? Part your bangs and show us your face. The atmosphere grew even more chaotic. Some of the elites touched Vikier's glasses and cheeks, smirking. You seem pretty confident. Huh, coming out so arrogantly. Hey, a friend left this half-drunk, so you should finish it. This is cruel to Figgy, but if you both drink it all, I'll let you both off. He's your friend, so you should drink it in his place. Right, show some loyalty. The elites held out a large glass in front of Vikier. A cocktail of vodka, rum, and more mixed together. Since Figgy had only taken 2 sips, it looked like there was more than a liter in the glass. Even at a glance, it would be unreasonable for anyone to drink this much. However, without any reaction, Vikier picked up the glass, and then gulp, 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 without a single change in expression. He emptied the glass without hesitation. Children in Baskerville often consume small amounts of poison with their meals to build resistance. During missions, they couldn't afford to get drunk, so resistance to alcohol was essential, and naturally they had strong livers. Moreover, in his previous life, Vikier had heard the word drinking party quite often amidst all sorts of rough guys on the battlefield. Without any particular reaction, Vikier placed the empty glass back on the table. Then he left the scene as if nothing had happened. When the second-year elites, who were still dazed, finally regained their senses and tried to follow him. Hey, why is it so noisy here? Who vomited? Dolers, the student council president, happened to call out to them as she was returning from the hot department's orientation venue. Ah, a freshman vomited. We'll take care of it. It's nothing serious. In an awkward response, the second-year elites forced a smile. Be careful not to mistreat the freshmen, even if it's a minor incident. Maintain the dignity of the Academy's upperclassmen, understood? Yes, of course. Good. After scanning the faces of the second-year juniors, Dolers continued on her way. Only then did the second-year elites shake their heads, but Figgy and Vikier had already disappeared. These guys ran away just like that. I've never seen someone wiping someone else's vomit with their initiation cape before. Right, maybe because he's a commoner. He doesn't know the value of this logo. We'll find them later and make them both pay for this. Oh, what do we do? You do know that dueling between freshmen and upperclassmen is prohibited, right? We can just flatten them in some sports competition or something. The second-year elites mumbled to themselves as they left the scene. Today, they had spotted 2 freshmen, and they were pondering how to torment them in the future. A few hours later, phew, I'm drunk, I should go out and get some ice cream. The second-year elites were in high spirits and intoxicated. They left the classroom where the drinking game was taking place and headed towards the shops outside the academy walls for a while. It's a bit far, but ice cream tastes better outside. The second-year elites chuckled and left the academy through the back gate, entering the shopping district. In the narrow alleyways, small-scale festivals were happening alongside the academy's orientation. The second-year elites walked towards the street filled with a variety of food. Or so they intended to, thud, until one of them was grabbed by a hand that suddenly emerged from the dark night and dragged away. Ugh! The first male student to be grabbed panicked and opened his eyes wide. In front of him, a dark shadow loomed ominously. Black leather gloves covering the face and a strong grip that could be felt from within. Under a wide-brimmed black hat, a crow's beak mask exuded the aura of a plague. The gaze of the mysterious figure, whose face couldn't be seen, pierced through his eyeballs. Punch, thud, eventually he was hit by a flying fist and slammed against the wall. There was no time to summon mana. The attacker was swift and powerful. The moment he took a hit, his nose and teeth were already shattered and he crumpled to the ground. Thud, 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 erg. The remaining 5 also met the same fate. The 6 second-year elites who had been dragged into the dark alley looked up with pale faces. Night Hound, a presence that seemed like a hellhound, was staring down at them with a fierce look, as if ready to pounce and tear them apart. Whack! The first one to be grabbed had his jaw dislocated. Their teeth cracked and crumbled, and soon the flesh of their cheeks tore open. The nasal bone broke into 3 pieces and twisted in zigzags. The cheekbone sank, and blood oozed from every hole on their faces. The bravest of them all managed to speak. "Who are you?" It was a typical intimidation tactic, like asking, "Do you know who I am?" Vikier, in his Night Hound mode, nodded his head once. Then, using mana, he produced a distorted sound that resembled an old dog with a sore throat growling. "Yeah, you know well." The second-year elites were astonished not only by the eerie voice of the Night's Hound, but also by the fact that he knew their identities despite doing such a thing. The Night Hound continued. "From right to left, Uspier, Realbert Yellow Love, Cum, Redmond, South Middle. Second-year students from the Cold Department Class B, each of you is from the Paul, Vetri, Housing, Seaweed, Bison, and Euler families. As for your parents, they are most likely Count Offenhauser, Count Munich, Viscount Oswald, Baron Zerma, and Baron Apam, right?" Names, family positions, and even their parents' names were revealed, causing the expressions of the second-year elites to turn pale. Eventually, the Night's Hound pushed a sharp knife towards their foreheads. The second-year elites, in terror, even wet themselves as they lowered their heads, but they couldn't avoid the knife drawing closer to their foreheads with a strong grip on their chins. The ominous aura emanating from the slowly approaching blade left a sinister scar on their foreheads. An X, like a target. It represented a target and would leave a permanent imprint for years to come. Try causing trouble within the academy one more time. With blood trickling down from their foreheads and trembling, the Night Hound warned them sharply, "At that time, I will not only kill you but also kill everyone in your wretched families." Chapter 133, Skill Test 1. Chapter 133, Skill Test 1. At 6 in the morning, trumpets echoed through all the dormitories of the Colosseo Academy. All students, divided by gender, gather in front of the dormitory's sports field to start their morning routine with exercises. After about 30 minutes of exercise, they each go their separate ways to have breakfast, take showers, or catch up on some much-needed sleep. And by 8 o'clock, unless they have something special going on, all students head to the lecture hall. For those who don't have classes that day or don't need to attend, they can use various cultural facilities like the fitness center, library, or theater. Vikyr and Figgy planned to go to the lecture hall after their morning exercises. But Figgy, on his way back from exercise, encountered some patients coming out of the infirmary. They were the second-year bullies who had harassed Figgy during orientation yesterday. Huh! Figgy stopped in his tracks, and the 6 second-year students also paused when they saw him, and miraculously, he-heek. All 6 of them quickly scattered, avoiding Figgy. Figgy, who had briefly jumped, looked at the seniors who avoided him with a puzzled expression. Why is everyone running away? Vikyr looked at Figgy, who seemed bewildered at the second-year bullies who fled in a panic. Suddenly, the events of last night came to mind. Try messing with the academy inside one more time. Not only you, but I'll also kill your entire wretched families. If you hear that one day your entire family has been wiped out, know that it's all your fault. Even if you annoy just one person, the rest will suffer too. Last night, Vikyr had beaten the second-year bullies almost to a pulp. Even after doing this much, if I still feel like tormenting someone, I must have a heart of stone. But those guys couldn't possibly have such audacity. If they had it in them to come this far, they wouldn't take pleasure in tormenting only weaker people. They disappeared, looking around at everyone nearby. It seemed many people had been harassed by them before. Vikyr grinned. In his previous life, Figgy couldn't endure school bullying and dropped out, becoming a low-ranking civil servant, barely making a living. Even though his parents went into debt just to send him to the academy. After that, the age of destruction began, and a great war with demons started. Figgy volunteered and went to the front lines, where he contributed significantly through supply strategies, information analysis, and collection. And just a few months after the war started, Figgy was assassinated. Vikyr still vividly remembered the shocked and distraught expressions of his parents when they saw their son's lifeless body returned. He was a comrade worth admiring, Vikyr thought as he glanced at Figgy, who was yawning beside him. In this life, he hoped that his comrade would not lead such a tragic life. Then, someone called Vikyr and Figgy as they were about to enter the joint general education classroom in the middle of the lecture hall. Hey there, hold on. The person who stopped them had a familiar face and voice. Dolores L. Quavades. She was the student council president, and she stood there with a stern expression. This central staircase is for professors only. Students can't use it. From now on, use the left or right corridors. Yes, understood. And since you entered the restricted area, I have to give you demerits, -1 point each for both of you. Tell me your names, affiliations, and grades. Dolores was strict. Both Vikyr and Figgy received demerits. These were recorded on a scoreboard enchanted with magic and updated in real time. Then, as Dolores looked at the list of demerits, her expression briefly darkened. Vikyr, what did you do to accumulate so many demerits already? Dolores was surprised to see the significant number of demerits Vikyr had acquired since the first day of classes. Understandably, Vikyr had been wandering not only in the dormitory and lecture hall, but also in the restricted areas of other buildings to familiarize himself with the academy's layout. To understand the academy's terrain, it was inevitable. To transform into the night hunter as a hunting dog, he needed to find many openings leading outside. However, Dolores, who knew nothing about these circumstances, viewed Vikyr as merely a lazy and troublesome student. No matter what you call it, accumulating too many demerits can negatively affect your grades, you know. Depending on the situation, you might even have to skip classes and engage in volunteer activities both inside and outside the school. It could also harm your class's reputation, so from now on, be more diligent and cautious in your actions. Understand? Yes, understood, Vikyr responded with a businesslike attitude. He had tried his best to appear as normal and typical as possible, but it surprised both Dolores and Figgy. Vikyr, just answering like that won't do. Figgy nudged Vikyr's side when he looked puzzled. With a light sigh, Figgy bowed his waist 90 degrees and respectfully addressed Dolores. I'm sorry, senior, we will be careful. Fine, just watch yourselves. Only then did Dolores nod her head, with an uncomfortable expression. She looked at Vikyr once more before walking away down the hallway. Aren't you going to get caught by the seniors if you act like this? while Figgy ruffled his disheveled hair, suffering. Vikyr remained calm and composed. Then, the classroom window opened, and someone from inside began speaking with a graceful tone. Isla misión del verdadero caballero. Su deber, no, su privilegio. It is the mission of a true knight, his duty, no, not his duty, but his privilege. Soñar lo imposible soñar. Dream the impossible dream. Vencer al invicto rival, defeat the unbeatable foe, sufrir el dolor insufferable, bear the unbearable pain, morir por un noble ideal. Die for a noble ideal, saber enmendar el error, know how to correct the mistake, amor con pureza y bondad. Love with purity and goodness. Querer en un sueño impossible, to desire. In an impossible dream, con fe una estrella alcanzar. With faith to reach a star. A romantic poem worthy of literature. The speaker was an elegant young man with blue eyes and beautiful blonde hair. Tutor Donquixote, the class president of Cold Department Class A. Strength, intelligence, appearance, and character. He had it all, a perfect man. Leaning against the window frame, he winked at Vikyr. Well, you've caught the attention of the student council president on the first day of school, my friends. Ha! From now on, it's best to be more punctual. I've heard that this student council president is very strict about tardiness. At that moment, a cold chuckle came from the side. A female student with long hair tied back tightly followed Donquixote and spoke up. Whether you get demerits for being late or have to do mandatory volunteer work, it doesn't matter to you personally, but don't ruin the overall image of the Cold Department. There seems to be something called the group attitude score too. Bianca Usher of Cold Department Class B was also present. When Tutor and Bianca each had a word to say to Vikyr, the front door of the classroom opened, and a disheveled young woman with short white hair peeked in. Why are you two fighting on the first day of school? Friends shouldn't argue with each other, right? Hey, you're Vikyr and Pi Figgy. Right, come in quickly, your seats are by the right window. The young woman gestured for Vikyr to enter. Her name was Sinclair, the overall leader of the Hot Department and the class president of the Joint Humanities class. Somehow, she remembered their names, and Sinclair addressed Vikyr and Figgy quite warmly. Figgy, too, seemed quite touched by the fact that Sinclair had remembered his name and called him by it, even though she spelled it slightly wrong. The class had begun. It was a compulsory Joint Humanities class that all students in the Cold Department and Hot Department had to take. It was a theoretical class where they studied the ecology and culture of creatures like monsters and savages. Many students either struggled with the difficult content, furiously taking notes, or gave up entirely, slumping in their seats. Some freshmen, intimidated by the notorious difficulty warned by their seniors, even chose to flee the class. And then Tutor and Bianca, the joint leaders of the Cold Department, exchanged glances and opened their eyes wide at each other. When I was talking to those friends who were late earlier, you cut in as you pleased. Right, don't do that from now on. That's my business, isn't it? If I see pathetic people, I feel like saying something to relieve my frustration. I don't exactly look kindly upon those who are late either, but I really hate being interrupted. Keep that in mind. I will. Why should I bother keeping track of what you like and dislike? You're a ridiculous guy. As joint leaders, they were already engaged in a fierce mental battle from the start. Was that why? Tutor and Bianca even competed with each other in the theory class to win, and both of them had another common enemy besides each other. Sinclair, the overall chief of the Hot Department. She smiled brightly at Tutor and Bianca, who were staring at her, seeming to shoot sunshine at them. She was not only skilled in practical skills, but also excelled in theory, ranking second overall. So Tutor and Bianca were also competing against Sinclair in addition to each other. In other words, it was a showdown between the Hot Department and the Cold Department. Then, the professor suddenly posed a surprise question to all the students. Like this, the lecture on the culture of the savage tribe Balak has concluded. Now, let's see how well you have memorized and understood what I have taught you. The stern-faced professor adjusted his small glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Then, in his dry voice devoid of any moisture, he presented the question. Based on the locations where Balak hunters have been found so far and their culture, tell me where their main base might be. Identifying the enemy's main base based on the locations of conflicts with the enemy is crucial in military strategy. Answering this question was not easy unless you had memorized and understood the geography of the areas where the Balak's culture, combat methods, and locations of previous encounters had been discussed. Silence filled the classroom. There was no one among the freshmen who could answer this difficult question. In fact, this was a question with a level of difficulty that even third-year students would find challenging. The professor, seeing that no one was answering, raised the attendance book. "Who is the top student in the cold department this year? Tutor, is it you?" Yes, Tutor answered promptly. However, under the professor's piercing gaze, he couldn't utter another word. Well. The places where conflicts between the Balak and the Empire occurred are the Western Front's 1st, 8th, and 75th Highlands. 1, 8, 75 Highlands. Are those the places? That's, Tutor couldn't give a proper answer, so the professor lightly clicked his tongue and turned his gaze back to the attendance book. "Seems like this year's top student in the cold department is a tie, Bianca? Would you like to try answering?" "Yes, Well, Bianca rolled her eyes once. She wanted to add her knowledge to what Tutor had just said. "The places where conflicts between the Balak and the Empire occurred are the Western Front's 1st, 7th, 8th, 75th, and 207th Highlands. Considering that all these places are low-lying terrains, it's possible that Balak's main base is not in the low plains." "Wait, are you absolutely certain that it's 1, 7, 8, 75, and 207 Highlands? And are you sure that all the fortresses you just mentioned are in low-lying terrains?" Well, Bianca stumbled just like Tutor. The professor clicked his tongue once again. Then, he turned his gaze back to the attendance book and called out another name. "Sinclair, are you the top student of the hot department this year?" "Yes, sir." Sinclair nodded calmly, but her expression was slightly tense. The professor nodded again, signaling her to answer. Sinclair took a deep breath and began speaking. "According to the information published by the military, the places where conflicts between the Balak and the Empire occurred are the Western Front's 1st, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 30th, 75th, and 207th Highlands. Except for the 8th Highland, which is a high mountain peak, all these places are low-lying terrains. Taking all this into consideration, I believe the Balak's main base might be in a low-lying area deep within their known territory." Her explanation was concise and clear, aligning perfectly with the established theory in academia. The professor, who had been quite demanding, nodded in approval. "It looks like the hot department is better than the cold department this year. Sinclair, your attitude score gets a 10-point boost, and I'll add 1 point to the overall attitude score of the hot department." This statement brought relief and smiles to all hot department students, but the faces of the cold department students wrinkled. Tutor and Bianca could only sigh and bear it. Right at that moment, the professor's already furrowed brow wrinkled even more. He spoke with a slightly uncomfortable tone. "No, maybe it's not that the hot department is exceptional, but the cold department is pitiful. Looking at that sorry sight." This statement surprised the cold department students. All eyes in the classroom turned toward the source of the professor's gaze. It was a seat right by the window on the right side of the classroom, just below the fluttering curtains. A male student with messy hair covering his face and thick horn-rimmed glasses was slumped in his seat. Snoring, it was Vikyr. Chapter 134, Skill Test 2, Chapter 134. Skill Test 2, Professor Banshee Morg, with his oily black hair, corpse-like pale skin, thick eyebrows, and sharp, piercing eyes, looked like a shadow. His all-black attire added to his sinister and strict appearance. He hailed from the Morg family, one of the 7 great families, specifically from the Dark faction. Entering the academy at a young age, Banshee didn't return to his family after graduating. Instead, he pursued further education in graduate school and eventually became a professor at the academy. For decades, he had been teaching various specialized courses in the hot department and occasionally took on theory-based mandatory courses like this one. Professor Banshee was known for his stern personality, and except for a few exceptional geniuses and top-performing students, he didn't particularly favor students, especially those who were lazy or dim-witted. So, when he noticed someone dozing off during his lecture, Especially on the first day of class, he couldn't hide his displeasure and disdain. Maybe it's not that the hot department is exceptional, but the cold department is pitiful. Looking at that sorry sight, Professor Banshee had a strong sense of pride in his teaching. The cold anger and open contempt in his voice were palpable, and it left the students of both the hot and cold departments in a state of confusion and concern. Senior students from the hot department gave us non-melting ice they created with magic for a reason. Holding it against your neck will keep you awake. Wow, that's envy-worthy. The senior students from the cold department shared small ice picks with us. They said to stab our thighs if we get sleepy. Anyway, that guy Vikier is in big trouble. He's already on Professor Banshee's radar from the first day. This is bad. I heard that the professor always gives a collective score, regardless of individual performance. Earlier, Sinclair received a 10-point boost to her attitude score, and the entire warfare department got 1 point each added to their attitude score. It must be nice to be the top student. The hot department is in a good position. On the other hand, the cold department is off to a bad start, all because of that dumb troll. How can someone fall asleep during the first class, even if they're not the sharpest tool in the shed? Students exchanged hushed comments while glancing nervously at Professor Banshee, who appeared increasingly displeased. Except for one person. Vikier, the one at the center of the controversy, remained lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the attention directed at him. Come to think of it, something was off about all those guys I killed last night. Before attending the OT, Vikier had sneaked out of the academy and assassinated 29 faces. Every one of them had a distinct characteristic, a pungent demonic odor and faces that melted upon death. It was the most relevant clue to the ninth demon, the target he was currently pursuing. I'm quite sure that Guy must be involved somehow. I should ask Cindy Windy to focus her investigation on that area. As Vikier began to formulate his plans for the next demon hunt, he was suddenly interrupted. Vikier, Vikier, Figgy poked his side and whispered urgently. When Vikier opened his eyes, he first saw Figgy's worried expression and then the fierce glares from his cold department peers. Beyond them, he noticed Professor Banshee's angry face. Without realizing the situation, Vikier found himself in hot water. Mr. Vikier from the cold department, according to your disciplinary record, your attitude is already a mess. How did you even manage to get into this academy? You're dozing off on the first day of class. A complete fool. Professor Banshee, who took immense pride in his teaching, spoke with cold anger in his voice. The students of both the warfare and cold warfare departments held their breath, unsure of what would happen next. At that moment, something astonishing occurred that left all the students in shock. I wasn't sleeping, Vikier responded defiantly. Professor Banshee momentarily doubted his own ears. He had not encountered a new student who would answer him back in the 20 years since he had become a professor. He had seen many students cry or tremble in response to his intellectual comments. But there had never been a new student who dared to contradict him, especially someone who could confront his gloomy aura and the ominous presence of the morgue's dark side lineage. Even fourth-year undergraduates, graduate students and fellow professors found it challenging to question him. So, when Professor Banshee asked Vikier again, he was both checking if his ears were working properly and trying to understand Vikier's response. You weren't sleeping. No. Even though everyone saw you with your eyes closed, you still dare to make such an excuse. I had my eyes closed, but I wasn't sleeping. As Vikier responded confidently, Professor Banshee's expression gradually hardened. Simultaneously, the expressions of all the students grew increasingly pale. Professor Banshee let out a chilling sound as he clenched his teeth. It sent shivers down the spines of students sitting in the front rows, and the temperature in the entire classroom seemed to drop by a degree. Then, with a sharp tone and a sinister smile, Professor Banshee continued to question Vikier about the previous problem. If you have indeed memorized and understood everything I've taught you so far, you should be able to answer this question easily. Tell me about the locations where the savage Balak hunters engaged in battles with the Empire's army and speculate on the location of their headquarters based on these places. Now, give me your answer. As Professor Banshee walked purposefully towards Vikier's desk, he alternated his gaze between Sinclair, who was sitting at the front, and Tudor, who was next to her. With a piercing look, He turned to Vikyr once again and said, "Earlier, even your classmates provided decent answers. Even students who can come up with their own answers at their level have their eyes wide open during my lectures. Do you really expect me to believe that you, who can't even reach that level, listen to my lecture with your eyes closed? Now give me your answer." Professor Banshee seemed determined to make an example out of this troublesome student who would inevitably face expulsion. However, Vikyr remained unfazed, which was a source of wonderment for everyone present. At that moment, Professor Banshee abruptly closed his mouth, and a terrifying sound emanated from it. The sound of teeth grinding sent shivers down the spines of the students in the front rows. The sounds that came from the mouths of dark-side mages were always particularly ominous, but this was a different problem altogether. The entire classroom seemed to be enveloped in an atmosphere that was at least a degree colder than before. Professor Banshee, with a wicked smile still on his face, directed his question with a sharp tone at Vikyr. "Very well, if you indeed were not sleeping, you should be able to answer my question. I'll kindly remind you of the problem I presented earlier. The places where the savage Balak hunters engaged in battles with the Empire's army. Now, try to speculate on the location of their headquarters based on those places. I expect your answer now." Professor Banshee deliberately approached Vikyr's desk as if he intended to make a strong impression on the entire class by dealing with this one problem student. However, what he didn't realize was that this kind of problem was far easier for Vikyr than tying his shoelaces. For a seasoned war veteran like Vikyr, who had spent decades on the battlefield, these answers were etched into his bones and flesh. But Vikyr was unaware that Professor Banshee had deliberately given a question so difficult that most students would not be able to solve it. Therefore, Vikyr began to answer without hesitation. The places where battles between Balak and the Empire took place are the Western Front's 1st, 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 14th, 27th, 30th, 75th, 207th, and 306th plateaus. Many of these locations are incorrectly known for their valley and ridge terrain, but in reality, most of the battles took place in winter, causing the entire area to have a terraced landscape after the ice and snow melted. Balak's warriors primarily engaged in long-range sniping and guerrilla warfare. They could easily navigate long distances and high terrain, and they tamed wolves to secure mobility on the plains, suggesting that their residence follows the typical characteristics of nomads. Considering their routes, they are likely located in the high plateaus deep within the flood-prone areas. If we examine the map, the area between Point A and Point B, west of the Salt River and adjacent to the western coast with waterfalls, seems likely. Vikyr's response was not only accurate but also included undisclosed military information and details not yet reported in academia. Anyway, after the Ahuman incident, the Balak people moved their residence to a completely different location, so it doesn't matter. Moreover, even if he shared this information, no one could reach that location. Fierce predators, poisonous insects, various dangerous plants, harsh terrain, and endemic diseases effectively barred Imperial entry. That's why Vikyr provided a suitable answer that didn't give away too much of the Balaks. However, despite Vikyr answering Professor Banshee's question, the silence in the classroom remained unbroken. Vikyr finally turned his head, puzzled. He then witnessed an unusual sight. Everyone in the classroom, from Figgy sitting next to him to tutor Bianca Sinclair, and even Professor Banshee himself stared at him with their mouths wide open. Chapter 135, Skill Test 3, Chapter 135, Skill Test 3, Eyes wide open, mouth half open. Professor Morg Banshee made a face he hadn't seen in years. If you didn't know him, you might think he was surprised, but if you did, you'd think differently. Professor Banshee, who was so expressionless that he was often referred to as the wax figure, was stunned to be wearing this expression. Everyone in the room was speechless and stunned. Professor Banshee was the first to speak up. Correct. However, he later added, however, your answer seems to contain a number of controversial and unreported points that have not yet been vetted by the academic community. To be sure, Vikyr's response contained some information that even Professor Banshee had not previously heard. Professor Banshee, on the other hand, didn't think he could dismiss Vicier's answers because they were eerily accurate. How does he know about the 14th and 27th battles, which no graduate student, let alone a professor, should ever have to learn and study? The Battle of the 306th Plateau is a historical fact that academics have only recently discovered and are only now beginning to study. Isn't this the kind of information that only senior officers in the active Imperial Army or members of the House of Baskerville would be privy to? Professor Banshee wiped his brow with his hand, unable to control his expression. In reality, the question was far beyond the freshman's ability to answer. If Tudor and Bianca of the Cold Department only knew the 1st, 7th, 8th, 75th, and 27th battles, they would be considered outstanding freshmen. Here, Sinclair of the Hot Department had memorized the battles of the 4th, 5th, and 30th Platy, which was beyond the level of an undergraduate student. However, how was he supposed to explain this freshman in front of him? That's where Professor Banshee's confusion comes in. How do you know something that hasn't been reported in the literature, and why are you answering as if it's true? Professor Banshee asked Vikier. Meanwhile, Vikier remained nonchalant. I can't say I've lived it, it's too much trouble. Vikier is the most knowledgeable about enemies and the Balak tribe. Perhaps no one in the Empire is more knowledgeable about the Balak than Vikier. Vikier sidestepped Professor Banshee's question with a good reason. Trade between barbarians on the Western Front and the Empire has recently begun. Many merchants are competing for business. Meanwhile, it's just another stock market slob. Sorry if I came across as arrogant. Vikier stepped back, and even as Professor Banshee, it was difficult to push him any further. After all, he'd gotten more responses than he'd asked. But Professor Banshee's gaze on Vikier was a little more intense. The difference was that his gaze had shifted from disdain to curiosity. You're quite interested in economics, aren't you? It's not that big of a deal, I'm just a little guy with a sensitive side. How modest. Professor Banshee narrowed his eyes and studied Vikier's face. He opened the attendance book and flipped through the pages, taking in the student's personal details. After a moment, Professor Banshee salivated. I see, perfect score in theory written exam. Professor Banshee muttered under her breath, and the entire classroom fell silent. Oh, so that's the one with the perfect score. But he got a perfect score in theory, is that possible? The written exam difficulty in the academy is really high. It's crazy, I was 4th overall in the entrance written test, and I still think I flunked this class. Everyone looked at Vikier like they were looking at a monster, but there was one person who was most surprised. A perfect score? A girl stared at Vikier with her cute rabbit eyes. She was Sinclair, the runner-up of the theory written test. An honors student with a score of 931 out of 990. It was a long way from the 700s in 3rd place and the 500s in 4th. But just when she thought it was weird to be in 2nd place, Sinclair got a little dazed when she heard the difference between her score and the 1st place score. His opponent's perfect score meant that he could have scored much more. He only scored 990 because the limit was 990. But no one knows where his skill lies. That's what a perfect score is. Meanwhile, Professor Banshee looked away from Vikier. Vikier, I'm going to give you 10 points for your excellent answer, but I can't condone the fact that you had your eyes closed in my class. So I'm going to deduct 10 points from your attitude again. But I'm going to add 1 point to the attitude score of the entire Cold Department. Professor Banshee then went back to teaching as usual. Vikier was able to move on quietly. With neither extra credit nor a penalty, the faces of the Cold Department students brightened, but that didn't mean that their reaction to Vikier was particularly favorable. What an arrogant bastard. You're sleeping in class just because you aced the written exam. You could have flunked the whole class. I was afraid I was going to get a failing grade for attitude. I'm glad I got extra credit in the end. When I see nerds like that studying, I want to punch them. All the students from both hot and cold departments gossiped. Many students didn't recognize Vikier, as the academy emphasizes practical skills over written work. This was especially true for the cold department students. This is because students in the hot department, represented by mages, tend to put a lot of emphasis on written work/theory, while students in the cold department, represented by warriors, put less emphasis on it. Next, several of the cold department students began to discuss their devious plans amongst themselves. He seems like a study bug, so let's see if he can be as cocky in the afternoon class. Maybe there's a physical education lab in the afternoon liberal arts requirement. Whoa, 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 there's rugby, a real physical education class. In the afternoon, it's even an anti-war concept. It's a great way to break the nose of this arrogant asshole. Everybody hold still. I got him. And so began a fierce battle of nerves between the freshmen. Tutor Donquixote, the head of the cold department's Class A, it's my time to shine. This afternoon's lesson was practical rugby. Rugby is a type of sport that is categorized as a ball game. A total of 40 people, divided into two sides, try to score points by throwing the ball into the opponent's goal. There are goals at each end of a large field, 50 meters long and 100 meters wide, and players from both teams have to carry the ball in any way they can to get it into the other team's goal. It can be kicked, thrown, or picked up and thrown. In the middle of the game, you can try to body slam your opponent or attack them with your fists and feet. Either way, whether you dodge, fight, or pass the ball into the other team's goal is entirely up to you. Only two things are prohibited: using mana and using weapons. Ha ha ha, rugby is where I excel. Let's go. Tutor stepped forward to represent Class A despite the restrictions of no mana and no weapons. He was confident. And there were 3 members of Class B standing in his way. What are you talking about? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Kill him. They were the Baskerville triplets, and so began the back and forth between the A and B teams. Pass, my ball, Tutor waved enthusiastically at his classmates from the start of the game. Soon, a leather oval-shaped ball flew out and landed in Tutor's hands. Tutor picked it up and started sprinting forward. That's it. This is the real deal. What's the point of memorizing theories for a written exam? A true dragon, a true knight, must be able to run like the wind to blow past his enemies and reach his target. Tutor was in the runner position, and he was running fast, and then there were 3 linesmen in his way. Cocky bastard, how dare you try to break through? How dare you? Dare. Highbrow, middlebrow, and lowbrow stood in Tutor's way. No mana, no weapons. Just pure physical combat. The iron-blooded Baskerville and the spear-wielding Donquixote were about to go head-to-head. But, I beg your pardon, sir, but I have no intention of going toe-to-toe with the monsters from the Baskerville clan. Tutor whirled in place. In the blink of an eye, he sliced through middlebrow and lowbrow and slipped through the gap between them. It was a ghostly dodge and an all-out charge. The rest of the class cheered at Tutor's super play. Wow, that's Tutor, that's amazing. I can't believe he's moving this way without any mana or weapons. I heard Donquixote clan had a genius protege. That's our class head. The cheers didn't last long. Though I'm going somewhere. A shadowy figure followed Tutor as he ran. Highbrow Le Baskerville, the strongest of Baskerville's triplets, blocked Tutor again. The ball, give it to me. And with that, Highbrow's hand and Tutor's hand met. And the result was poof. Surprisingly, Highbrow lost. Tutor dodged Highbrow's hand and left a deep palm print on his chest. Boom! Highbrow stumbled back half a step, and Tutor spun him around at the same speed he'd been running. Ha-ha-ha, block him if you can. Once Tutor had outrun Baskerville's triplets, the B-class aces, there was no stopping him. Pow! Boom, 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 boom. Boom, nobody stands taller, no one weighs more, and no one is bigger than Tutor. Tutor ran fast and stomped on everyone in his path, with the waist of a leopard and the back of a bear. Strength to strength, speed to speed. Tutor Donquixote is the world's most powerful runner and lineman. Tutor found himself in front of the B-class goal after smashing through or past every obstacle in his path. The goal is a large Y-shaped iron hoop, and throwing the ball through it earns you a point. Tutor pulled his arm back, ready to score when something caught his eye. It was Vikier, standing off to the side near the goal. Apparently, he hadn't been assigned to a particularly important position and was merely filling in as a backup defender. Tutor's grim smile widened for a split second. Isn't that the boy from Professor Banshee's morning lecture? He remembered Vikier droning on about the theory. It made his initial response sound stupid. Allow me to poke you a little. Tutor paused in his throwing motion and lunged forward a little more. He was going to collide with Vikier's shoulder and knock him to the ground. Hey, buddy, I hope this motivates you to do more than just study. Then there's that. Puck, that was Tutor's final thought. Chapter 136, Skill Test Part 4, Chapter 136, Skill Test Part 4, Tudor suddenly snapped back to reality. Did he doze off? Did he briefly fall asleep? No, that couldn't be right. He couldn't have fallen asleep while running and sweating during the game. In the slow-flowing time, Tudor recalled the moments just before his memory seemed to blank out. I caught the ball, evaded the Baskerville triplets, chased them, sprinted forward, took down the defending players blocking my path. And then what? He couldn't remember the next moment. He distinctly recalled spotting the goalpost and preparing to throw the ball, but why did he stop? His thoughts continued to unravel. Suddenly, as that fleeting memory clicked back into place, Tudor snapped back to his senses. What am I doing right now? Only then did his vision return to normal. The scene that had turned completely black for a moment was back to the way it was. A field with green grass, a blue sky, towering goalposts, and opponents and teammates looking at him in surprise. Everything was the same as just before his memory seemed to fade away. Except for one thing, Tudor finally regained his composure. He was currently sprawled on the corner of the field in a ridiculous upside-down position. Tudor quickly got up, looking down at the dirt and grass on his body, and in front of him there was Vikier standing with a calm expression. It was only now that Tudor fully remembered everything. That's right, I was about to score a goal, and then I playfully tapped his shoulder. That guy who excelled in academics but seemed physically frail. So he had a mischievous thought of teasing him for a moment. However, as he approached the guy and lightly tapped his shoulder, Tudor felt as if he had collided with a massive mountain. He was thrown backward, tumbling on the ground like a rag doll, not only ending up in a ridiculous position but even briefly losing consciousness. Oddly enough, the guy who received the shoulder tap was still standing in the same spot, with a puzzled expression. As Tudor was about to say something to Vikier, the referee shouted, "Goal for Team A." Tudor was startled and raised his head to see the ball rolling beneath Team B's goalpost. The ball unexpectedly floated upward and into the goal when Tudor tapped Vikier's shoulder. It was a lucky goal, as if a cow had unexpectedly found a pot of gold while stumbling. However, there was no cheering or applause from the spectators. Above Tudor, a question mark appeared as if to question his achievement. "What's going on? Why did I fall over?" Tudor continued to wear a bewildered expression. Even though he had scored a goal, he didn't feel any sense of accomplishment. It was just a fluke that happened while he was falling down. The only problem was why he had fallen in the first place. Tudor had never experienced a situation like this during his years of playing rugby. With his 17-year-old physique, he easily dominated the family's nights, and his talent shone in the sport of rugby. Jumping, running, dashing, passing, physical combat, and more, he excelled in every aspect of the game. He was an all-rounder who could play every position, from holder, kicker, punter, returner, running back, fullback, quarterback, receiver, tackle, guard, center, linebacker, safety, to even long snapper. Among his peers, there was no rival for the title of the strongest against him. That was Tudor Donquixote, but now he fell backward cause he playfully tapped that bookworm's shoulder. "No, that can't be right. It's impossible. Just a fluke." Tudor shook his head vigorously. Vikier would not have allowed the goal to go in if he had been a skilled lineman who blocked his charge. "Something was wrong earlier. Let's try it properly again." Tudor adjusted his stance and returned to his team's side. Before long, Team B's goalkeeper kicked the ball with his foot. Tudor possessed an incredible ball possession rate. He caught the ball once again. His ball possession was truly astonishing. "Let's see if you can stop this." Tudor clutched the ball and sprinted at full speed. However, for some reason the Baskerville triplets, who had been blocking his view just moments ago, were nowhere to be seen. Curious, he lifted his head and saw them at the back of the field. The Baskerville triplets were around Vikier, almost as if they were escorting him. What's going on? Why aren't they guarding the goal line? Could it be that they didn't have the confidence to face him and retreated? No, that couldn't be it. Tudor Donquixote, the protege of the Donquixote family, had heard plenty of rumors about the Baskerville triplets. They were strong and cunning troublemakers among their peers. They were not the type to give up just because they were pushed back once. Tudor immediately headed toward them. Papapapop. When it came to rugby-related matters, Tudor, who was almost like a professional athlete, easily outperformed the Baskerville triplets, once again overwhelming them and advancing deep in front of Team B's goal. "You slippery little thing." Highbrow Le Baskerville closely followed Tudor. Thunk. Due to the protection of Styx River, Highbrow's muscles and bones had toughened, but Tudor clearly had the upper hand in rugby. "This isn't martial arts, my friend." Tudor smoothly slipped through the gap under Highbrow's legs and charged toward the back, as if water was flowing. Suddenly, the goalpost was right in front of him. However, this time his target was not the goal but Vikier, who stood awkwardly at the back. Even without mana, Tudor was confident. The power he had developed through rigorous training in his lower body and upper body, and the strength expelled from his palms through the soles of his feet and waist. Tudor's arm soared like a massive spear, hurtling toward the target in front of his eyes. "There won't be any accidents this time. Let's see if you can catch this." And then, thunk. Once again that became Tudor's final thought. Meanwhile, Vikier looked at Tudor, who had collided with him and fallen to the ground, and clicked his tongue. Why does this guy keep coming this way? When the opponent falls, the atmosphere on their side is affected as well. Vikier, with an annoyed expression, reluctantly took a seat. However, this time Tudor seemed to have been knocked out more severely, as he was motionless on the ground for a longer period than before. Doror. The ball rolled and touched Vikier's foot. Rolling, Vikier stared at the ball rolling on the ground surprisingly. No one came to pick it up. This was due to Tudor's outstanding performance, which had kept both allies and opponents at a distance. Then from the B-team stands, a tremendous cheer erupted. "Who is that guy?" "He's from the B-team." "Right, Tudor fell down, now's our chance." "But why did he fall?" "I don't know, is that important right now? We're about to lose to the A-team." "Run, there's not much time left in the game." "But who is he?" "I don't know, but since he's from our team, let's cheer for him." Everyone in the B-team, on the verge of losing 1-0, began to cheer for Vikier. Vikier quietly let out a sigh. He didn't want to stand out, but in a situation where he was attracting attention like this, doing nothing would make him even more conspicuous. Reluctantly, Vikier reached out and caught the ball. Whatever, however, it was a rather daunting situation. All of his teammates were either rolling on the ground after being outmaneuvered by Tudor or were far away. Only the 8-team players were running towards this side. Should he let them take the ball away like this? If he did, he might be marked as a traitor for the entire new semester and attract even more attention. On the other hand, rushing forward with the ball, scoring a goal, and becoming a star was also something to be avoided. In the end, Vikier made a compromise of his own. Swoosh! Vikier picked up the ball and pulled his arm back. The game was about to end with only a few seconds left. B-team students who had been cheering murmured with gloomy expressions. "Ah, it's 5 seconds before the game ends. It's over. We lost to the A-team from the beginning of the semester." "Huh, look at that. What is that guy who has the ball doing right now?" "So what? There are only 3 seconds left." Everyone had resigned themselves to the impending loss. Even the 8-team linemen who had been charging were gradually slowing down, knowing that the game was over. Then suddenly Vikier's arm moved. Throw. The ball soared into the sky, high and far. However, at this point, with just 1 second left until the end of the game, what was the point of the ball flying? The students watching the sports game had no expectations left and began to gather their belongings and stand up from the bleachers. Only a few students, particularly those deeply attached to the idea of victory, watched the trajectory of the ball with disappointed expressions. However, the ball kept flying, quite a distance, up and up it went, and now, it began to descend in a gentle arc. "Huh! Wah!" Everyone from both A-team and B-team looked at the ball with wide eyes. The game had already ended, but the ball, seemingly oblivious to the concept of time, continued to extend forward. Then, thud, the ball struck one of the iron pillars of the Y-shaped goalpost and slid right into it. And silence enveloped the field. All the students from both teams and the spectators in the stands were left speechless. The referee, who had been blowing his whistle for the end of the game, dropped his whistle with a bewildered expression and muttered, "Buzzer beater." Chapter 137, Skill Test 5. Chapter 137, Skill Test 5. Buzzer beater is one of the unique rules in rugby. It's a rule that counts a goal scored right at the end of the game, or even a little later, as valid when the game is declared over, and the ball is in the air, not in possession of any player. The small ball that Vikier had shot hit the goalpost almost simultaneously with the signal announcing the end of the game. As a result, the scores for Cold Department's A team and B team were tied at 1-1, and the match entered into overtime. By then, on the field, Tudor had also regained his senses. What on earth is going on? Tudor was still unable to properly grasp the situation. It wasn't a mistake he could explain unless he had stumbled. However, everything was filled with uncertainty, and a large hand touched Tudor's shoulder. "Let me take on this challenge." Sancho, who had become Tudor's close friend since they started school, stepped forward. Sancho Barataria, chosen as a scholarship student by numerous mercenary guilds in the north, was Tudor's teammate and someone Tudor could trust with his back. Sancho faced Vikier across the field with a consistently serious expression. Unlike Tudor, he didn't let his guard down for even a moment. In the northern territories where even the weather whimpers in agony, everyone, from newborns to elders on the brink of death, has their own battles to fight. They all call themselves warriors. Trained in the harsh climate and terrain, Sancho knew that even the seemingly insignificant could take the life of a great man. Vikier asked Sancho, "You're just a goalkeeper, though. A friend got hit twice, how can I stand by and do nothing?" Sancho said as he stood beside Tudor. Due to his overwhelming physique, Sancho had decided not to play. However, Tudor, moved by Sancho's words, patted him on the shoulder. Eventually the game began. Overtime. Now either A team or B team. Whoever scores the golden goal first will win. This is a performance evaluation that also counts for the midterm evaluation. So everyone was giving it their all. Whoa, it's the last one, let's win. It's a shootout for B team, even defenders join the attack. Linemen, gather, block them, break it. All the students clashed with each other. Then, anyone receive it. High Bro, holding the ball, found a gap in the encirclement by A-team linemen and made a pass. In the midst of the chaos, he ended up halfway in A-team territory due to the B-team's strategy of mobilizing all players, including defenders, for the attack. Thunk. Unintentionally, the ball ended up in Vikier's hands. As soon as Vikier caught the ball, he looked at High Bro. Vikier, who hated being in the spotlight, sent a simple message to High Bro. "Do you want to die?" I'm sorry." Even in that urgent moment, High Bro met Vikier's gaze and lowered his eyes. This reaction was the same for both Middle Bro and Low Bro. When the Baskerville triplets suddenly became sullen for an unknown reason, the morale of A-team linemen soared. Tudor and Sancho didn't miss this opportunity either. "What's going on? Why did those guys suddenly lose their spirits?" "It must be because of our determination. Let's go." Sancho took a step forward. Thud, 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 thud. Sancho, holding the ball, charged heavily toward the sluggish Vikier, who stood like a bull. It was as if he was pushing a massive rock. Then, at that moment, Sancho saw a completely different landscape right before his eyes. It was a memory from a long time ago, from his childhood when he used to push and roll a large boulder for training. Could a small figure like his push a boulder much larger than him? But in the end, young Sancho had pushed and pushed until the boulder finally gave way. And now, thud. The overwhelming force he had felt back then was now resonating from the tips of Sancho's palms. What kind of strength? Sancho felt as if he were pushing against an immovable rock. Even more so, he was being pushed back by an overwhelming force, and the sheer resilience was transmitted to him. However, Sancho clenched his teeth. He had never been defeated in pure physical strength before, not by peers, nor by the older generation like his father or teachers. Trained in the harsh climate and terrain, Sancho knew that even the seemingly insignificant could take the life of a great man. He had pushed away a boulder that seemed impossible to move when he was a child. "I'll do the same now," Sancho thought, as he exhaled and put all his strength into pushing Vikier. Thud, even a massive boulder eventually moved. "Look at that, how about that?" Sancho laughed confidently as he looked down at Vikier. But then, Sancho met a gaze that left him speechless. A blank, emotionless face stared back at him. It was Vikier's expression. A rock, a giant rock that Sancho had thought of. When he pushed Vikier with all his might, Vikier was pushed back. And when Vikier extended one leg backward and placed his heel on the ground, thunk. A completely different sense of pressure and weight blocked Sancho's path. Overwhelming. Thinking he was pushing a big rock, Sancho was shocked when he realized it was Vikier who stood firm behind it. No way, how can this little guy? Sancho was amazed. When Victor had both feet horizontally, Sancho could push him back slightly. But when he extended one leg behind, he couldn't budge him even by a millimeter. It was astounding. Victor was supporting Sancho's strength and weight without using any mana. The Styx's river blessing, which was abundant in his body, had strengthened his bones and muscles beyond their limits. If it had been before his regression, this would have been impossible, but as Victor monopolized the Styx river's blessing, it was entirely within his capabilities now. Moreover, a healthy body promotes a healthy mind. During countless battles with monsters, he had pushed his soul to the limits, accumulating experience points and the smell of blood, which had made his body extremely robust. Combined with Baskerville's excellent physical foundation and the experiences he had accumulated, Victor had surpassed the limitations of his natural rank. But that didn't mean he needed to exert himself and win here. Eventually, Victor stepped back naturally. Well, I can't take this. Victor slumped down. Since he had thrown the ball quite far, he was no longer the target of the A-team linemen. As the ball flew away, everyone's attention turned in that direction. Wow, Sancho stole the ball. Hey, but the guy tackled by Sancho isn't dead. Is he? Who knows? Shut up and retrieve the ball. All the students rushed after the ball again. Except for one person, Sancho's gaze was still fixed on Victor. What was that just now? The guy who had fallen so pitifully at the end. But just before that, he had shown an overwhelming pressure that still tingled in Sancho's palms and wrists. Although Sancho had eventually managed to push him away during their collision, it had been dark as if his vision had turned black. And Tudor, who had seen his friend's expression, also realized the situation. That guy's body is incredibly tough. He doesn't seem like a bookworm after all. In terms of basic physicality, he's quite impressive, maybe even more so than you or me. If he used mana, things would be very different, though. That's true. It's a shame. If he had been born into a noble family and received systematic training, he might have become an expert by now. Tudor and Sancho continued to run towards the ball while keeping an eye on the fallen Victor, their eyes filled with a mixture of regret, envy, and a touch of admiration. Afterward, B-Class won thanks to a dramatic golden goal by Highbrow and fantastic assists by Middlebrow and Lowbrow. Cheers and laughter filled the air as the B-Class students celebrated, showering each other with carbonated drinks and spraying them on their heads. Meanwhile, Victor stood a bit away from the jubilant crowd. Suddenly, something rained down on his head. It turned out to be carbonated drinks. Victor looked up, and just like him, Tudor and Sancho were standing there, covered in carbonated drinks, laughing. You're the unsung hero of B-Class's victory, but you're just standing there quietly. Tudor said, be more upbeat. You guys won because of your buzzer-beater goal. Tudor chuckled and patted Victor on the shoulder after flipping his carbonated drink upside down. To be honest, I was a little jealous of your performance during the last lecture. I was hoping to beat you in gym class. But it was me who made a fool of myself. When I experienced it firsthand, I understood how pathetic I was. Ah, I'm sorry. Tudor sincerely apologized. Victor just nodded silently. Tudor could sense a hint of sadness in his composed demeanor. On the other hand, Sancho seemed to like Victor's sturdy physique. By the way, how much can you bench press without using mana? How about we hit the gym together later? Hey, why are you talking about exercise again? Drink this, it's soda since there's no alcohol. You, spit that out, you'll lose your gains. Tudor and Sancho sprayed drinks at each other while joking around. Victor simply smiled and turned his head. Then, Sancho asked Victor, but seriously, what kind of workout do you do? Your body is rock solid. I thought you used mana. Sancho reached out and patted Victor's chest, shoulders, and back. Victor chuckled. If I used mana, I wouldn't have beaten you. My mana level is pathetic. That's a shame with such a blessed skeletal structure. If you had received proper early education, you would have undoubtedly become an expert like me. It's not too late. You should seriously consider taking mana-breathing classes at the academy. Tudor expressed his genuine regret, but Victor just smiled quietly. Tudor could sense a twinge of regret in his composed expression. Soon, other students who had been watching the game handed water bottles to the players of A and B classes. Tudor, have some water here. You can wash up with this. We have towels too. They were offering water and towels to clean off the sweat and drinks from their bodies. Tutor accepted the water and towels with a warm smile, surrounded by many female students. Sancho and the triplets of Baskerville also received water bottles to wash their heads and faces. And so did Vikier. To clean off the sweat, dirt, and sticky soda from his face, he had to take off his glasses. Vikier removed his glasses and pushed his bangs back. Then he washed his face clean with clear water. As his face was revealed from under the hair, in that moment, the sports field, which had been so lively just moments ago, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 138, Episode 138, Skill Test 6. The next day, in front of the cold department's B class, a crowd of curious onlookers had gathered. First, second, and third-year students, and even some fourth-year students who usually didn't participate in internal or external events due to graduation and job preparations, were mixed in. The common denominator was that most of them were girls. Hey, who was that person dripping water from his chin yesterday after the game ended? That guy? Is that the same guy from yesterday? Wow, his face is unbelievable. How can he look like that? What can I say? He's too cute. I want him. These girls couldn't forget the shock from the nail-biting competition between the cold storage clubs that took place yesterday. Those who had watched it in person or seen the videos and photos online all focused on one thing. Wow, who is he? I can't breathe. I think I've stopped breathing. Wow, he's seriously unbelievably handsome. Right after the game ended, there was one boy's face that stood out among the sweaty and wet competitors, and it was Vikier's. Yesterday, for a brief moment, Vikier had taken off his glasses and swept his wet bangs aside. His face, drenched in sweat and water, struck the unguarded hearts of countless female students as he walked back to the stands. As Vikier flicked the water droplets from his chin, many water bottles and towels were thrust toward him. Would you like to use this towel? Shall I get you some water? Opa, my water is colder, have this. Why, Opa, we're in the same class. What's it matter if he's good-looking, he's an Opa? In an instant, Vikier had become the star of the nail-biting competition. The moment he swept his bangs aside and returned to the stands, that brief movement was captured as a GIF and circulated on the Mana screens. It was featured on the second page of the school newspaper's sports section, created by Magic, and played continuously. Exclusive the identity of the beautiful-faced genius who appeared in the cold department's first-year rugby game. /views, 29,872 last night, in afternoon physical education class. An unidentified freshman was returning to the bench sweating after the game. This mysterious male student is known to have contributed greatly to the class victory by showing excellent skills in the game and scoring 1 point, making it a hot topic. Comments, 13,021 equals /comments. Kong Anus, cold department first-year student, isn't that plastic? What kind of person has a face like that? Kong Anus, hot department second-year student. Anus, it's the first I've heard that there are such hotties in the cold department. Kong Anus, hot department first-year student. I don't think any of our classmates look so handsome. Kong Anus, hot department first-year student. I didn't see him in OT. If he had a face like that, I would have definitely asked him out. Kong Anus, hot department second-year student, know me. Kong Anus, cold department first-year student. Wow, but he's really good-looking. Who is he? I'm a guy and I'm still in love with him. Kong Anus, cold department first-year student. He's the guy who played rugby with me yesterday. He really looked like that. I was surprised and just stared for a while. Kong Anus, hot department third-year student. Look at his jawline, his disheveled hair, his face. He's so cute. Koyuyuenus, 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 Kong Anus, cold department third-year student. Water droplets dropped along his jawline and that cut my heart. Koyuyuenus, Kong Anus, hot department fourth-year student. Kom Chemchenus, I'll go and see him right away tomorrow. I'll find you even if I have to search all of the cold department. Kong Anus, hot department third-year student. Hangul, Koniun Anus, my calm down, I have to graduate. It was truly unknown when a passing student from the newspaper club took the picture using Mana screen. Who's Vikier? Where is he? Tutor looks nice as well, but I came to see Vikier. Vikier, where are you? I love you so much. I've bought 10,000 handkerchiefs to wipe the water off our cute Vikier's face. After hearing the rumors about Vikier, a large number of girls and boys, regardless of classmates or seniors, attended the party, particularly the seniors. Then, what exactly is going on? A voice stopped the crowd gathered in front of Class B of the cold department, Professor Banshee. His arrival caused the students in front of the lecture hall to scramble to make way. Professor Banshee issued a stern warning to everyone, particularly the older students. I'm not sure what the fuss is about, but don't go into the underclassmen's classrooms. It's against the rules at school. The students turned away with sullen faces. And there was one person who was relieved to see Professor Banshee. It was Vikier, sitting in a window seat in the corner of the classroom. Vikier had taken Figgy's advice and was listening to the lecture with a hood and glasses covering most of his face. Professor Banshee saved my life. I didn't expect to be in the papers. Even Vikier, a man of the world, hadn't expected this to happen. Vikier's face was a jumble of burns, stab wounds, and poisoned scars from his childhood before his regression. This was the first time he realized how much attention his appearance could draw. I haven't had any scars on my face since I got back. Even if he had, he would have regenerated easily with the monstrous regenerative powers he'd stolen from the monsters, so he'd have no scars. I never spoke to a woman in my previous life. No, only St. Dolors was unfazed by the sight of my face. She was merciful and just to everyone, while Vikier was deliberating on this. Now, let's go over the homework assigned last time. Professor Banshee began his lecture. He had asked the students to do their own research and write a report on a few specific types of monsters. They were the following monsters' danger rating: a size, 3 meters, found in Sand Falls, harsh desert, eastern continent, named the Reaper of the Sands. A scorpion armed with heavy armor and powerful venom. Its exoskeleton is harder than steel, and it swings its powerful pincers to crush or strike its prey to death. The venom that oozes from the tip of its tail is said to be capable of killing 44 humans with a single drop. A large scorpion is stretched out on a test tube. Venompion, a rare creature from the deserts of the distant eastern continent. It had been preserved and stuffed as soon as it died, and was now Professor Banshee's favorite prized possession. Professor Banshee's eyes lit up. To find its prey, this scorpion hides beneath the sand and burrows quickly. It sticks its tail out of the sand like a shark, with its dorsal fin visible above the water. At this point, the students who have caught Professor Banshee's attention shake their heads and avert their gaze, as if stung by a scorpion. This is due to the difficulty of answering Professor Banshee's questions. Furthermore, the Venompion is still so unknown to the scientific community that it is not even mentioned in the majority of magical encyclopedias. Professor Banshee smirked as he looked around at the new students, who were already averting their eyes from him. Okay, let's see who's brave and wise enough to explain this monster to us, but let's give the cold department students a chance first, and the hot department students would later fix their mistakes. The hot department students burst out laughing, and the cold department students started to sulk. When no one volunteered, Professor Banshee clicked his tongue. Are you really not proud of your research results? So what do you plan on doing after graduation? What about graduate school? What about employment? You guys are pathetic. But still, no one raised their hand. Professor Banshee scanned the faces of the cold department students and said in a stern tone, "If there's no one else, I'll name one." With that, he stretched out a long, slender finger and pointed at someone. It was Figgy. Figgy, who ranked third on the written exam, had a brilliant mind in his own right. But even the information he'd worked so hard to gather and analyze wasn't up to Professor Banshee's standards. Venompions have a steel-hard exoskeleton that is black and thick. Their large right claw functions more like a hammer than a pair of scissors, and they use the venom contained in the poisonous stinger at the tip of their tail to kill their prey. Official records show that they can grow to be 3 meters long, but some natives claim that during times of severe drought, individuals up to 5 meters long are frequently seen. Enough of that. You should be commended for discovering and collecting such rare material, but that's all there is to it. You have no new arguments. So what is your original research? A collection of rehashed debates. What's the difference between that and mindless chatter from a parrot? Figgy's face contorted into a scowl at Professor Banshee's point. I'm deducting 1 point from your entire cold department score. Now, let's see if the hot department does any better. As it turns out, Professor Banshee's notoriety was not a myth. This time, the hot department students began to squirm and stare like lab rats waiting for the syringe. Then, a small, white hand rose high above the crowd of students. It was Sinclair. Professor Banshee narrowed his eyes. Ranked first in the hot department, I take it you've been taking notes. Yes. Professor, try your best, Professor Banshee said grimly. Sinclair, on the other hand, stood up with a glint of enthusiasm in her eyes and began to read her report with a flourish. Yes, I'm Sinclair, Class A, first year hot department, and I'm going to start my presentation now. Sinclair pulled out 4 sheets of paper, each one crammed with scribbled notes. I've categorized the Venampians' attacks or hunting patterns into 3 different categories and drawn different conclusions. After hearing Sinclair's argument, Professor Banshee looked mildly intrigued. Sinclair then proceeded to explain in a serious tone. Venampians have a reputation for being one of the hardest monsters to defeat in the desert. Aside from a few large worm-like monsters like the sandworm, it has no natural enemies. Everyone already knows that. Yes, as I said, I've compiled a list of cases where Venampians have attacked humans or where they've been seen hunting their prey, and I've categorized their personalities into 3 types. Sinclair held out the report. Sinclair classified the creature into 3 types along with numerous graphs, each with a different strategy for dealing with it. Simply ignorant, outperforms others in sprinting speed, strength, and endurance, but has significantly lower intelligence, such as an inability to flee when threatened or escape when trapped. It is preferable to surround, ambush, or set traps for them rather than fight them head-on. Wimpy has a small skeleton and inferior physical abilities compared to other individuals, but exhibits unpredictable attack patterns, such as popping out from unexpected places or attacking with its middle or last leg. When fighting them, it is best to kill them before they can get close with a powerful single shot or ranged attack. Cunning, not only physically strong but also intelligent, combines the best qualities of simply ignorant and wimpy into a drunken state. An annihilation by high-ranking knights or mages is the only answer. Sinclair's argument was so new that even the demanding Professor Banshee nodded. There have been too few sightings of Venampians to fully categorize them. But you have a point, and I will make a formal report to the Academy and let you know the results. The words of recognition from Professor Banshee's mouth were enough to stun all the students. Sinclair snorted with pride and sat back in her seat. She seemed to be aware of someone else, as she glanced at the window seat outside the classroom with a furtive look. Then Professor Banshee looked back at the cold department. That was an excellent idea, hot department. It's still just a possibility, but it's an idea that could contribute to academia in its own way. What do you guys have? None of the students from the cold side stepped forward to answer. Vikyr from Class B. Then Professor Banshee called out to Vikyr specifically. Ever since the last incident, he'd been questioning Vikyr from time to time. It was clear he didn't like it. When Vikyr raised his eyes from behind his bangs and gave him an annoyed glance, Professor Banshee crossed his arms with a wicked grin. I'm sure you know a lot about these evil scorpions, so let's see some of your reports and see what you've been working on for the past hour. There's a report here. It's just the basics. Vikyr felt the pressure of Professor Banshee's gaze. He didn't want to be the center of attention among the students anymore, and his nightly assassination runs outside the academy had left him with an absolute lack of time to work on his assignments. So Vikyr had only scribbled down a few lines of the most basic, common-sense stuff for this preliminary report. It reads, Venampian is a B+ ranked monster that is not difficult to catch as long as you pay attention to the first stinger on its tail and the second stinger on its belly. It's so generic and common sense that I was just writing down what I thought everyone knew. But, as Vikyr talked about his research topic and conclusions, every head in the room turns from left to right. Finally, Professor Banshee asks with a furrowed brow, as if he's never heard of it before. Second stinger, what is that? Chapter 139, The Power of Men 1, Chapter 139, The Power of Men 1. Venampian is a dangerous B+ ranked monster, but focusing on the first sting in its tail and the second sting in its belly, you can easily catch it. Professor Banshee frowned as if he had heard shocking news from Vikyr's announcement. Second stinger, what's that? Venampian is a large desert scorpion with a large stinger attached to its tail. Those who have traveled in the desert know that you should be especially cautious around the tail because being stung by this stinger means death in just a few steps. However, even Professor Banshee had never heard of a Venampian with 2 stingers before. The Empire originally set Venampian's danger level as A rather than B+. Only adventurers who had lived through the era of destruction found this fact too obvious, but for people of this era, it was unfamiliar information. Venampian-related strategies were also similar. There wasn't much known about monsters at this point in time, before the Empire conducted a massive monster extermination. Venampian research only began a few years ago, so the monster is still unknown to the people of the Empire. A researcher by chance discovered the second stinger hidden beneath Venampian's belly armor. The researcher accidentally spilled the solvent while dissolving the tough exoskeleton piece by piece, melting the area around Venampian's belly armor and revealing the existence of the small stinger. After that, Venampian's strategy was re-established, and the mystery behind its questionable movements and unexplained attack patterns was solved, leading to a downgrade in its danger level. But all of this was unknown information to the people of this era, so Vikyr simply remained silent. I think I made a mistake, however. Professor Banshee didn't let Vikyr off so easily. You dare bring the wrong research for my class. Those who make such stupid mistakes don't deserve to attend my lectures. I'll deduct 10 points from the entire cold department's attitude score. Professor Banshee scolded Vikyr, or rather the entire cold bottle department. As a result, sighs and grumbling were heard throughout the classroom. Some students were even glowering at Vikyr instead of Professor Banshee. Vikyr sighed as if he had no choice. If this continued, the scores of these students would be reduced, and they'll create problems for Vikyr. There was no other choice. Vikyr repeated the information he knew once again. However, before deducting points, if Professor disassembles the belly armor of the scorpion specimen you have, the situation may become clearer. In other words, does that mean your research results are correct? Otherwise, you can make my attitude score 0, just please don't deduct points from the department as a whole. Professor Banshee gave a smirk. Fine, I'll give you a chance to examine my precious sample. Eventually, Professor Banshee turned over his treasured scorpion specimen. A hard belly armor with creepy legs sticking out was visible in the center. Professor Banshee used a scalpel and injected mana before flipping the belly armor. Normally, he wouldn't touch the specimen at all, but today he somewhat felt like doing it. Then something surprising happened. Suddenly, the hidden stinger near the belly jumped out. Shit! Professor Banshee was immediately shocked to see the stinger springing up in front of him and fell backward. Vikyr looked at it and thought to himself, when Venampian dies, flipping over like that is its last move to kill its opponent. The reason this stinger hasn't been widely known is that most witnesses are almost always killed. Soon, Professor Banshee hurriedly got up from the ground, looking at Vikyr as he asked, "How did you know about this?" "I just made a guess." "What kind of guess?" "Almost no one has witnessed Venampian because the majority of the witnesses were killed. I was curious about the location of this deadly technique on this scorpion. The obvious stinger on the tail didn't appear to be a major threat to the adventurers, so I concentrated on the most important and complicated part, the belly armor." Professor Banshee shook his head in disbelief when he heard this. All this research was done just for such a random reason, and he obtained such meaningful results. However, when the person who made this major discovery himself said so, it was not as hard to believe. Professor Banshee mumbled to himself, "I see. Sometimes Venampian exhibits strange attack patterns, like using its middle and hind legs while leaving its pincers idle. That's because the stinger near the belly is disposable, so it takes a long time to regenerate, which leads it to resort to simple and brute attack patterns during that time." At that moment, the students in the classroom were filled with amazement and admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, this is amazing. How did he conduct such research? I thought being good at practical is what that mattered, but studying at this level is impressive." "But didn't he do well in sports too? He competed with Tudor and Sancho in the rugby match." "Well, that was a match without mana. In official competitions, we use mana. What's the use of studying? He's just a commoner with no basic knowledge of mana. I bet he'll fail the midterm practical exam." but still, his attitude is cool. He said not to deduct points from the department's score even if they deduct his individual score. That's loyalty. Overall, public opinion was quite positive. In the first place, whether it was good or bad, the formation of public opinion about oneself was not a pleasant experience for Vikier. On the other hand, some freshman girls were whispering to each other while glancing at Vikier. I think I found my type. I like a slightly nerdy guy. Maybe I have a nerd preference. But that nerd should be handsome, right? They imagined Vikier's face hidden behind his front bangs and glasses and burst into laughter, wondering what was so great about him. Eventually, one of them raised her head and looked at the girl behind her. "Hey, Bianca, what do you think? Isn't he a fine man?" Bianca, the eldest daughter of the usher house and co-head of the cold department, raised her head. Bianca replied with a calm tone, "Being good-looking or smart doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even if he's the most handsome man to ever exist." "Huh, then what matters?" In response to her friend's curiosity, Bianca replied succinctly with one word: strength. Bianca's view on men was very clear and distinct. "I have no interest in men weaker than me. Whether it's Vikier or Tudor, I have no interest in someone who's not even a low-tier sword expert." "What? But he did quite well in the last rugby game, didn't he?" "That's because they were doing it without mana. The intensity and size of the aura are the real proof of strength. That guy will probably cry during the midterm exams. Weaklings can't survive in the academy." "Oh, come on. You're too picky, as long as a guy is handsome and smart." The girls turned their heads back and chatted among themselves, but Bianca still stared at Vikier with an indifferent gaze. What's so great about such a nerdy guy? She couldn't understand how girls her age thought of guys. Bianca's gaze remained unimpressed as she observed Vikier. "He's probably not even a low-tier sword expert. It's boring." Bianca closed her eyes and yawned. She completely lost interest in Vikier, a small and old orphanage in a remote corner of the outer region, far from Yellow City. "Master, it's a sword master." A guy called Doxler ran, pleading, "Please spare me. I haven't done anything wrong." It was well past midnight when everyone was asleep. A chubby man was crawling on the ground, tears and snot streaming from his face in fear. And behind him, Vikier, or rather the night hunter, stood with a long sword emitting a red aura. Vikier furrowed his brow. A swordmaster, strictly speaking. Vikier was still a peak graduator. However, the aura he emitted through Beelzebub was so thick and dense that it was almost in a solid state. It seemed that the villain about to have his throat slit mistook Vikier for a master when he saw the dense aura of a peak graduator. In a dry voice, Vikier said, "Doxler, 52 years old, the mayor of the Goo district and the director of this orphanage. He made a pact with demons and sold young children. Given the abundance of noble bastards in the Yellow City, he probably only dealt with high-quality orphans, right?" "High-quality orphans? Where did you hear such a thing?" "High-quality orphans are those with noble bloodlines, fair and beautiful faces, literate, and have manners. Aren't they all premium, like yourself?" "No, they're not. What's the difference between good and bad orphans? They're all just blood bags anyway, oh no." "What?" Doxler unconsciously blurted out his crimes. A broker disguised as an orphanage director. Whether he knew or didn't know that the trading partners were demons was not important. Vikier raised Beelzebub. Now, if he applied some force and lowered his arm, the man's throat would be separated from his body and roll on the ground. But just then, Vikier felt a cold breeze blowing from behind. Whoosh! It was too cold and heavy to be considered a naturally blowing wind. Crash! As Vikier leaped upward, a large, solid object flew from behind, smashing the shoulders of the intended victim, Doxler the chubby man, and demolishing the stone pillar behind him. Vikier turned his head. Behind the pillar, something eerie was visible, a man in a neat black suit. His face was obscured by a dirty black sack-like cloth, and he held a large hammer in his hand, but most importantly, this smell. The overwhelming stench emanating from the man was the kind that only demons could produce. "Is he one of the 10 corpses?" Vikier flicked Beelzebub once. Thud thud thud. The blade, which had temporarily bent widely under the influence of great force, returned to its original form, and the auras that had been attached to the blade scattered like droplets. Amidst the countless droplets of aura, the man with the black sack on his head raised his hammer. Crash! The monster struck the ground with his hammer, sending dust and stone fragments flying, effectively blocking Vikir's aura pellets. Grumble, grumble, he made an unpleasant noise under the black sack on his face. Vikir narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black aura attached to the man's hammer. A graduator, probably high tier, but not one those 10 demons. He was a strong one, but not quite at the 10 supreme demon level, probably a henchman working under them. Good timing, if I kill you. I might encounter one of those 10 bastards quite quickly. The color on Vikir's face beneath his mask began to change. It was the first clue he had found since coming to this academy. However, grumble, grumble, as the man with the black sack raised his hammer, Vikir's expression changed. The posture the monster had when holding the hammer was quite familiar to Vikir. That's the monster emitting a strong demon scent. What he was about to use was undoubtedly the mace technique of the faithful Quo Vadis clan. Chapter 140, The Power of Men 2, Chapter 140, The Power of Men 2, Flash, crimson strikes flashed each other. As Vikir landed on the ground, he felt a sharp pain emanating from his wrist. It's quite powerful. Is this what a demonic rotten graduator is like? Turning his head, Vikir saw the figure of the monster, crashing into the outer wall of a building beyond. Grrrrrrr. The monster was holding a large hammer coated with a thick gooey aura, characteristic of a graduator, bubbling the boiling tar or liquid asphalt-like aura of the monster. It's at least a high-tier graduator. Vikir squinted as he looked at it. That was definitely the mace technique of the Quo Vadis clan. Why would a demon use this technique? The holy power of the rune order TL/N. Religion followed by Quo Vadis clan was undoubtedly the opposite of demons, and it was quite ironic that this sacred power was wielded by demons. Could Quo Vadis be somehow connected to demons as well? Well, there are rotten bastards on their side too. Perhaps one of the 10 corpses, a face hunter secretly operating in Venetir, could be found by following this lead. So far, all of the traitors, defectors, and collaborators he had pursued had been plagued by the same demon, and they all shared the trait of losing their faces as soon as they died. And the monster in front of him, judging by the black sack on his head, appeared to be a similar case. Vikir became more serious about infusing mana into his sword. First, let us sever your arms and legs. We only require your mouth for interrogation. A crimson aura extended from the demon's sword Beelzebub. The aura, which was dense enough to be solid, traced a crescent trajectory. ZZT, a solid marble pillar, was diagonally sliced off. The monster raised his hammer in a hurry to block the attack, but he couldn't avoid the rubble that collapsed behind him. Kurung, eventually. The monster emerged from the dust and dirt, and his black suit was torn to pieces, revealing a muscular body. Carved into his chest was a distorted inscription. Ephibo, Ephibo, is that your name? Vikir asked, but the monster didn't answer. He only, whoosh, emitted a stronger aura from his body. However, even with that, he was just a high-tier graduator. That level was no more than what Vikir had been when he was first taken to Balak's village and adapted to his powers. It worked out well. It's been tough just cleaning up the trash all this time. Vikir smiled lightly for the first time in a while. He had been hunting only weak targets, so he was feeling a bit rusty. If this high-tier graduator was decent, then it seemed like he could finally stretch his legs a bit. Flash! Vikir also raised his aura forcefully. Before long, Baskerville's 7th style manifested itself in this cruel trajectory. The first Fang, the upper front canine. The second Fang, the upper incisor. The third Fang, the upper premolar. The fourth Fang, the upper molar. The fifth Fang, the wisdom Fang. The sixth Fang, the lower canine. The seventh Fang, the lower molar, 4 upper and 3 lower teeth. A total of 7 fangs descended towards the black-sacked monster Ephibo. Ujuk, the first Fang bit into Ephibo's body. The second Fang widened the wound created by the first and pulled it apart. The third Fang helped the second strike to be more powerful and connected it to the fourth strike. The fourth Fang shredded Ephibo's entire body to the point where regeneration or recovery was impossible. The fifth Fang gathered all the recoil damage created by the previous 4 strikes into one place and hammered Ephibo's body again. The sixth Fang, acting as a support for the 7th strike, completely sealed even the slightest gap that Ephibo could escape through. The 7th Fang, although it still looked small and insignificant, was optimized for lethality more than any other teeth. The seventh style is not just for show, Vikier said as he instantly crushed a Phoebo who had become a rag. Even though it was small, it was still the seventh Fang. Except for Vikier and Hugo Le Baskerville, the head of the Baskerville clan, no one else was familiar with it. When Vikier's seventh Fang grows to its original size, that would be the moment when Vikier becomes a sword master. And once I reach that level, Hugo won't be so intimidating either. The fact that the death in his past life was more closely related to Seth than Hugo significantly weakened Vikier's emotions towards Hugo. However, even so, Vikier still didn't have positive feelings towards Hugo. After all, before he regressed, it was Hugo who had cut his throat, and it was he who had treated his countless brothers as expendable. Now, shall we begin the interrogation? Vikier kicked the mangled Ephebo onto a protruding iron bar on one side of the pillar. Kku goo goo gook. Vikier's hand bent the thick iron bar into a hook shape, like a fish hook. Ephebo struggled, but he couldn't escape because his body was pierced by the bent iron bar, like a fishing hook. Overwhelming strength that subdued even a high-tier graduator in an instant. If the Academy students who had recently witnessed a mana outbreak battle between graduators and high-level monsters from up close saw this scene, they would have fainted several times over. Vikier asked with a cold tone, "Now who is your owner? Who made you like this?" Grgrrrrr. Instead of answering, Ephebo growled softly, showing his determination not to say anything. Ephebo was probably unable to speak any language to begin with, but Vikier didn't care. It's not necessary to conduct the interrogation through words alone. Just by examining the condition of the subject's body, internal organs, bone placement, wounds, the freshness of blood flowing through veins, and the concentration of mana, as well as inferring their social status in life, a lot of information could be obtained. Vikier planned to dismember Ephebo's entire body and dissect it into pieces. Then, ha, a wind-like sound came from behind. When he turned his head, he saw the chubby man from earlier, the orphanage director Doxler, drooling from his mouth as he laughed. That person is coming, my face, to get my face, I must not make mistakes." It was clear that his mind had completely unraveled. After all, witnessing high-tier graduators fighting with their mana unleashed at close range was enough to drive anyone insane. Mana waves, shockwaves, collapsing debris, and the like would have instilled fear akin to a disaster situation in ordinary people. Eventually, Doxler began to walk unsteadily somewhere. I have to hide. He rummaged through the rubble until his fingers were covered in blood, and soon he dragged out a fairly large safe. Vikier watched this scene with interest. Information that Ephebo hadn't vomited up during the torture, information that Doxler himself might not even have been aware of, was now revealing itself in his subconscious state. Ironically, Doxler going insane was actually a good thing. At that moment, creak, Doxler, who was turning the dial on the safe, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, gruon, something unexpected happened. Doxler's entire body suddenly began to swell rapidly. Vikier felt the surging mana and immediately moved his body backward. Before long, quackrash, Doxler's body suddenly exploded with a loud bang. It seemed that a spell had been cast on him to self-destruct when certain actions were taken. This is unexpected. Vikier had managed to get out of the blast radius, but he still suffered considerable damage. The minor injuries were all healed by the regenerative power of the fog lizard, but his clothes were burnt to a crisp. His cloak, shirt, and even his mask were partially burned. Vikier removed the plague doctor's mask that covered his face and tossed it onto the ground. When he looked around, he noticed that Ephebo, who had been impaled on the iron bar, had disappeared. Judging from the flesh and organ pieces stuck all over the rough surface of the iron bar, it seemed that he had forcibly escaped with great difficulty. It was a method of escape that would be difficult even for a living human being. Still, there was some gain. Vikier peered into the shattered contents of the safe, which had been partially damaged due to Doxler's self-destruction. Inside the safe, there were a considerable amount of gold bars, real estate documents, and various gemstones. It was probably the dirty money obtained by selling orphaned children as food for demons when there was nowhere else to go. However, Vikier paid no attention to the wealth. What Vicyr truly focused on was the various bundles of documents stacked beyond the safe. Ledgers. In there, detailed records of money deposits, where the children were brought from, and where they were sent were meticulously written. This will require analysis, Vicyr thought as he tucked the documents into his coat. He planned to send them by mail to Cindy Wendy for investigation as soon as possible. Please, stop bothering me. Even from this distance, he could already hear her groaning after Vicyr left. Security guards rushed to the sudden disturbance in the middle of the night. They looked at the orphanage, which had become a mess. It seems like some giant monsters came and wreaked havoc. Wasn't this orphanage under the Quavades family? Who would dare to mess with one of the 7 great clans? The guards searched through the ruins but found nothing significant. The only thing they discovered in the abandoned safes was a substantial amount of unaccounted-for wealth. It was unclear why there was so much money here and where it came from. During their investigation, the guards discovered something shocking buried underground beneath the orphanage. It was the corpses of children around the ages of 10 to 13. Dozens of skeletons and pieces of skin were buried in the ground beneath the orphanage building. The security guards were all horrified by what they found, and among them was someone even more shocked. Saint Dolores, direct member of the Quavades family, the student council president, and the head of the academy's newspaper club. She had hurried here upon hearing that an organization related to her family had been attacked. Also, the students from the academy's newspaper club were here to cover the incident along with Dolores. There were rules in the academy's newspaper club. First-year students could only cover events within the academy. Second- and third-year students were allowed to cover events outside the academy. First-year students were considered inexperienced and needed time to adapt to life in the academy, so their reporting was limited to inside the academy. However, starting from the second or third year, students could go outside the academy for reporting purposes. Dolores and the other student journalists had come here to investigate. Unbelievable! Dolores couldn't find words to describe the scene before her. The orphanage had turned into rubble, and the remains of children were found in large numbers. Who could have committed such a heinous act? The security guards cooperated diligently with the student journalists for interviews. When we arrived, the incident had already occurred. There is evidence of a powerful and sinister presence here, judging from the scattered blood and flesh. It seems that a single individual attacked this place. A fearsome villain has appeared in the city. Similar incidents are happening everywhere. The academy students earnestly recorded the statements of the security guards. The next morning, these statements would become the outline of the newspaper articles to be distributed at the academy. At that moment, Dolores, who was looking around with a perplexed expression, noticed something. She picked up an item that had fallen to the ground while avoiding the gazes of others. This is. What Dolores picked up was a half-burnt mask. It was a plague doctor's mask with a crow's beak attached. Chapter 141. The Villain's Identity 1. Chapter 141. The Villain's Identity 1. As Vicyr returned to the academy, he pondered the events of last night. That guy. He was using Quavades' mace technique, right? The demon with the word Ephibo carved on his chest. He had the skills of a high-tier graduator, so dealing with him was quite an effort. Even then, he couldn't prevent him from escaping, which was disappointing. From tomorrow night onwards, I'll have to search even more vigorously. Well, if I keep scouring all the places where the stench of demons lingers, we'll meet again sooner or later. There was no way he wouldn't show up, because demons would destroy all of the businesses they had established in the human world. Demons are particularly fond of human blood, particularly that of children. As a result, I should concentrate on orphanages, hospitals, and monasteries. I need to become a sword master as soon as possible so that my hunting can go more smoothly. Vicyr was currently a peak graduator, having fully regained his powers from his previous life. On top of that, he has a lot of experience killing numerous monsters, as well as the Styx River's blessing, Beelzebub, and the 10 styles of Baskerville's swordsmanship. He was now capable of facing a sword master without any fear. Considering he had just turned 18, his potential for growth was boundless. First, the 7th Fang. I need to master Baskerville's 7th style perfectly. While Vicyr was lost in thought, someone spoke up, awakening him from his daydream. All right, everyone, pay attention. A voice roused Vicyr from his thoughts. A sophomore girl had gathered the first-year students and focused their attention. Her name tag revealed the following inscription: a club. This club, named Laikin, consisted of about 30 students and was a small-scale newspaper in the making. However, despite the newspaper's small size, their influence was significant. Their newspapers, which compiled news from both inside and outside the academy, were always in high demand and sold quickly. Outside of the academy, there was also a lot of interest from parents and stakeholders. It was natural that the world's attention was focused on them as a group that gathered potential future leaders of the world from a young age. And Vikir, as a hunter who hunted demons outside the academy at night, while posing as a regular student during the day, needed to make the most of the information available. The only way to get news of events that happened at night faster than the morning or midday papers was to work at the place where the morning or midday papers were produced, such as Laikin. By the way, surprisingly, there aren't many club members. Vikir turned his head to survey the scene inside the press club, a room filled with magical printing presses and various photographic materials. But the number of people in the room was not that great. A few sophomores led the club's new members. The rest were freshmen like Vikir. Here are the entries of the current freshmen in the press club: Tudor Donquixote, Cold Department, Class A; Sinclair Hot Department, Class A; Sancho Barataria, Cold Department, Class A; Bianca Usher, Cold Department, Class B; Figgy, Cold Department, Class B; Vikir, Cold Department, Class B. Initially, more freshmen had joined. However, Laikin was a demanding club and the workload was enormous, making it more than just a hobby club. Furthermore, in the already demanding academy where failing exams were common, neglecting personal studies even a bit often led to repeating a year. Therefore, unless you had exceptional abilities, juggling academics and extracurricular activities was nearly impossible. Moreover, the current head of the newspaper club, St. Dolors Quavadis, was famous for being a workaholic. It was only natural that new members couldn't keep up and dropped out quickly. Rumors even spread that it was harder to work as a student journalist in the newspaper club led by Dolors than taking midterms or finals for major required classes. That's why the remaining first-year students were a group of notable individuals in their own right. A sophomore senior gathered the first-year students and asked, "How did you all manage to stay in the newspaper club? Our Laikin club is known for its intensity." Tudor was the first to answer, "Ha ha ha, well, being an alpha man, it's no problem for me. I can excel in academics and extracurricular activities." His confidence matched that of a top-ranking student in the Cold Department and a member of one of the 7 great families. Next, Sancho spoke. I didn't want people to think of me as a strong but foolish guy. So I stayed. Being in the newspaper club gives you a more intellectual image. I want to be a smart guy." His unexpected, mature response surprised everyone. Then it was Figgy's turn. I like collecting and analyzing information from the start. I think it's my calling." Though he stuttered a bit, it was still quite an ambitious aspiration. This time, the model student Sinclair spoke. "Isn't money information, and power inherently interconnected? Among them, I believe information holds the highest ground." It was a precise answer demonstrating a deep understanding of the inextricable dynamics that moved the world. Lastly, Bianca said, I joined because I was tricked by Senior Dolors." Tricked. Everyone looked at Bianca with puzzled expressions. Bianca hesitated for a moment and then confessed, "They called this the sniping club." Well, it wasn't entirely wrong. Sometimes, the newspaper did contain articles that sniped at someone. When Bianca finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. A sophomore senior patted Bianca on the shoulder and said, chuckling, "Well, if you look at it that way, this is indeed the sniping club. Look at this article." She showed them a sports article from the previous issue of the morning newspaper, with magical moving pictures displaying view counts and comments. Exclusive the identity of the hottie who appeared in the Cold Department first-year rugby match. /views. 48,999. An unidentified freshman appeared during yesterday's afternoon physical education class. Comment. 31,021 equals / comment. Con, inus. First-year Cold Department. Every time this guy furrows his brow, I crack open a can of beer too. It's frustrating. ko yuyuyuenus, kong inus. Second-year hot department. I used to think I was a woman who wouldn't even be shaken by the imperial prince of Venetir, but today, I got smacked in the heart once. Can you beat me up in return, please? Kong enus, first-year cold department, even when I become a grandma. I'll probably come back to watch this. Kokek enus, kong enus, first-year cold department. Is it just me? Or does this guy have his own villa on the 10th floor of Venetir's imperial prince's palace? Sharing a cigarette and promising to live and die only for today. Kong enus, second-year hot department. He took a test and it came out sexy. Ko enus, take me. Kong enus, first-year cold department. I want to be one who gets suppressed between those mysterious freshmen's forehead wrinkles. Kong enus, first-year cold department, +2. Kong enus, third-year hot department, +3. Kong enus, second-year cold department. Isn't this guy's name Vikir? Kong enus, first-year cold department. Please leave a mark like this in my life. Kong enus, fourth-year hot department. What the heck, I want his babies. So sexy. Kong enus, third-year hot department. Don't like Vikir / what is that? / don't like Vikir. How dare you say that? Kong enus, first-year cold department. Opa, Vikir opa. Even if you're younger than me, you're my eternal opa. Because of you, a big lake was created in our territory as I kept crying. The insane results with nearly 50,000 views and 30,000 comments. As soon as they saw the article, Tudor and Sancho burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, hey Vikir, isn't this the day we had our rugby match? Vikir touched his forehead lightly with his hand and sighed softly. Meanwhile, Bianca turned her head with a disdainful expression and remained silent. Sinclair stared intently at the newspaper article featuring Vikir's picture. Figgy, who had become quite friendly with Tudor and Sancho, was looking at Vikir somewhat enviously. Just then, the door to the newspaper club's room swung open. Hey, everyone! The head of the Lycian Club, St. Dolors, enthusiastically called for a meeting today as well. With a smile on her face, she gathered first, second, and third-year students to discuss the content that would be featured in today's morning newspaper. Last night, our second and third-year journalists went outside the academy for coverage. The articles have been written well, so we just need to decide on the headlines. Dolors placed completed articles on the table. The topics covered in the articles were as follows: unpublished article / views. 0 on the night of the 0th month. A mysterious assailant appeared and destroyed an orphanage. Interestingly, the attacker didn't touch the treasure in the safe. It appears to be unrelated to a grudge crime. The assailant's identity, intentions, and combat abilities remain unknown. The damage to the orphanage in this incident. The confirmed number of girls aged 10-13 who unjustly lost their lives. Meanwhile, there is no official statement from the royal family or the Quavades clan regarding this comment. 0 equals / comment. Last night, a mysterious monster invaded an orphanage on the outskirts of Venetir, killing the orphanage director and the parentless children in large numbers, leaving the surrounding area in ruins. He didn't lay a hand on the gold nuggets or jewels in the safe, and it seems he was solely intent on slaughter. Well, roughly, that's what it said. As Vikir read it, he thought, there seems to be a lot of misunderstanding. The girls were killed by demons, not by Vikir, however. The belatedly arriving royal guards seemed to have concluded that Vikir was responsible for the demon's actions. Well, it doesn't matter. I won't get caught anyway. I just need to thoroughly investigate the data from this orphanage attack through Cindy Wendy. It seems there might be a connection to the slave auction I raided a while back. While all the newspaper club members were pondering what headline to give the article, Vikir was thinking about something completely different. Meanwhile, there was a continued serious discussion at the table. Everyone was working hard to come up with headlines for this article that would be featured on the front page of the national newspaper. A fearsome villain, a monster roaming outside the academy. What are the royal guards doing? The unprecedented villain challenges the Quavades clan. A mysterious massacre of kids. Who's the mastermind? Provocative headlines kept pouring out. However, none of them left a lasting impression, and the discussion came to a standstill. The clever members of the newspaper club soon identified the reason behind the lack of progress. Oh, we don't have a name for this villain yet? Yeah, that's right, just calling him a villain or a criminal doesn't evoke any emotions. Let's start by giving this villain a nickname. Notorious criminals often acquire ominous nicknames like the Cave King, Bitch's Son, Murder King, Human Scum, or Blue Beard. Therefore, this villain needed a nickname that would stick in people's minds. One day, without any warning, an entity appeared and plunged the Knight of Venetier into terror. This unprecedented villain brutally murdered prominent dignitaries, or mercenaries with widely recognized names, leaving no clues behind and disappearing like a ghost. What should we call this unique villain? The students of the newspaper club enthusiastically participated in a competition to come up with a fitting nickname. Since the incidents happened around Gebido Hall, how about Gebido's Wolf? The attacks and murder incidents didn't just happen in the Gebido area. How about the unfortunate Night Raven instead? That's too long. How about Orphan Predator? It has an impact. The word orphan is too derogatory and discriminatory. If we're going for that, why not orphanage attacker? But there were attacks on facilities other than orphanages. There were monasteries, hospitals, churches, and even municipal offices. How about this? Mr. Terrorist? This one is a bit subtle. Various opinions were being exchanged, but nothing felt just right. Everyone's opinions were in a temporary stalemate. Just then, Dolors unconsciously muttered softly, "Night Hound." Chapter 142. The Villain's Identity, Part 2, Chapter 142. The Villain's Identity, Part 2. Dolors. She was seriously contemplating the events of the previous night. The mask I picked up yesterday. I'm sure I've seen it before. That's right. Dolors, as the Saint of Quavades and the head of the Academy's newspaper club, had quickly rushed to the scene last night upon receiving news that the royal guards were mobilized. Soon, she witnessed the gruesome scene, with many people dead and numerous buildings collapsed. Under the rubble of the orphanage that had turned into ruins, the bodies of boys and girls who had turned into bloodied corpses were found. Even the second and third grade student reporters who had come along, and even the royal guards themselves, were taken aback by the gruesome scene they had never witnessed before. And near the scene, there was a partially burned mask lying on the ground. Dolors secretly picked up the mask and, to avoid the footsteps approaching behind her, instinctively hid it in her bosom. That mask was undoubtedly the property of Night Hound. Why was he there? She recalled when she first met Night Hound. It was during the Academy's vacation, and she was staying at the villa of the mansion, where he was taking care of the needy neighbors. Among the greedy and ignoble nobles who visited, one man stood out. "I am just a lost lamb." He did not boast about his status or wealth and humbly lowered his head. His initial appearance had left a lasting impression on her. Subsequently, Night Hound wholeheartedly treated the people in the slums afflicted with the Red Death. Despite his suspicious appearance, identity, and actions, his love and dedication to the unfortunate humans were genuine. As evidence, he even demonstrated divine power, albeit to a small extent. The mask I picked up yesterday definitely belongs to him. The scars and bloodstains on the mask that appeared when patients with the Red Death struggled were still there. Dolors was convinced that the partially burned mask hidden in her embrace was indeed the one worn by Night Hound. But why was he present at the scene of yesterday's tragedy? Did he really kill the orphanage director and harm the boys and girls in the orphanage? But why would such a virtuous person? She couldn't imagine the noble and holy figure who had treated the people of Mecca would commit such atrocities. She had always believed that he had stolen the tears of the saint for some greater cause. Is Night Hound the true culprit? It cannot be. My vision is precise. He was not a bad guy. If he was the perpetrator, there had to be a compelling reason. Dolors was suffering from a throbbing headache. Since last night, she had been haunted by the guilt of concealing the mask, which was undeniably evidence of the massacre. From the royal guards, she had hindered the investigation due to personal emotions, making her an accomplice or an accessory. That's why Dolors had been suffering since last night. Was it really the right thing to hide that mask? Am I doing the right thing? She had these thoughts when she woke up, when she took a bath, when she ate during class, and even now during this club meeting. Even worrying, but what about Night Hound? I hope he's okay. His mask was partially burned in such a massive explosion, even though he was incredibly strong. If he was in a crisis situation where he couldn't properly defend himself, where is he now? Could he be seriously injured somewhere? She worried to the point of considering these possibilities. Dolors didn't understand why she was so worried about him now. not even knowing the fundamental reason. Then a voice from beside her awakened her from her contemplation. "Night Hound, that's a good one." "Huh." When Dolores raised her head, she saw the second and third grade students busy at work, already pulling out the freshly printed copies of today's Lycan newspaper. Click, click, click. Zing, zing, the newspapers that would be distributed today were already being printed at a rapid pace. Dolores turned her head with a blank expression, and Pigeon raised her thumb. "The nickname Night Hound sounds good to me. It has a somewhat savage style of naming, but that's what makes its violence even more prominent, right?" "Yeah, I think so too. It gives off a gloomy vibe." "Agreed, after all. The incidents always happen at night." Tudor and Sancho also nodded in agreement with Pigeon's words. Sinclair and Bianca nodded as well. "I wholeheartedly agree with the chief." "Me too." Dolores turned her head with a puzzled expression. "What are you all talking about? What did I just mutter?" At that moment, they could already see stacks of completed newspapers in the room. "The villain, Night Hound, who plunged Venetir into terror, what's his identity?" /views. 0 in the night, a mysterious villain appeared, causing the destruction of an orphanage. Strangely, the attacker didn't lay a hand on the treasures in the safe. Comment. 0 equals /comment. Dolores exclaimed in astonishment. "What is this?" Pigeon replied with a cheerful expression. "Chief, you came up with the nickname Night Hound, and everyone thought it was great, so we went ahead with it." No, when did I really said that?" Dolores was bewildered and questioned, but everyone nodded. In just a few minutes, the situation had progressed rapidly. Dolores sighed deeply when she saw that the newspapers were already piled up. "Kids, there's still no confirmation that he's the culprit. Rushing to create headlines like this just for views is not right." However, Tudor, Sancho, Sinclair, Bianca, and others raised objections. "Well, the Royal Guard's testimonies have already come out. They say the guy called Night Hound destroyed buildings and killed the orphanage director. Although it's only partial evidence, it's there. The boys and girls did seem to have been dead for a while, but I find it hard to believe that such a thing happened at a daycare center directly managed by the Quavades family. I think it's much more credible that Night Hound did it. Since the chief is from the Quavades family, she's probably trying to remain neutral. I was moved, but with such a clear situation, I think it's okay to proceed as it is. Night Hound or whatever if I see him in front of me. It's an arrow straight through." The first-year freshmen were all excited and chirping. Dolores sighed deeply. She felt sorry for tarnishing the reputation of Night Hound with her mistake for a moment. However, the words of others also made sense. Whether Night Hound was really a villain or not, and if he was, what his true intentions were behind his previous acts of kindness and humanitarian activities. And if he wasn't, what was the meaning of the bodies of the boys and girls found in the Quavades-managed daycare center, and the large amount of unexplained wealth? Everything was a mess. Only Dolores was confused because she knew the hidden truths behind the situation. Eventually, she made a decision. "I need to make some adjustments to the articles, try to write them as objectively and impartially as possible, exclude speculative statements without solid evidence from the interviews with the royal guards." "But if we do that, what would we even write about? If you're not sure, don't take sides. We can launch a scathing critique once we understand why Night Hound did all of this. Let us await that moment." Other members of the newspaper club nodded in agreement as Dolores spoke. Bianca nodded, as if she understood. "If that's what the chief says, then so be it." I agree too," Sinclair chimed in. Sancho and Pigeon quickly stopped the printing press and started making adjustments to the articles. However, Tudor, with his strong hero instinct, still seemed a bit dissatisfied. Tudor whispered to Vikier, whom he had become close to through the wrestling competition. "Hey, buddy, what do you think about Night Hound? I mean, he looks like a villain. Doesn't he? What do you think?" Vikier replied. "I don't want to think about it." "I don't think I'm a villain." Countless faces flashed through his mind. The world of destruction, the hell that would unfold within the next decade. The faces of so many he had failed to protect. The end of colleagues, comrades in arms, friends, older brothers, younger sisters, and all the people you miss and love. How could he be anything but a villain, carrying their lives and sacrifices on his shoulders and coming back alive alone? Before answering, Vikier paused for a moment. Sure, he's definitely a villain. After all, he wasn't a saint, but Tudor noticed that the question had made Vicyr unusually quiet. Vicyr raised his head to find Tudor and the other freshmen looking at him with a puzzled expression. Even Dolores was giving him a cold look. Calling Nighthound a villain with certainty. "Have you not heard a word I said until now?" Dolores, who happened to be walking by, asked about Tudor and Vicyr's conversation in a chilling manner. As Vicyr remained silent, she repeated her question. "Even if we miss 10 thieves, we must not create one unjust citizen. Find solid evidence, even if it means letting go of some of the culprits and then report it. If the pen is mightier than the sword, then the punishment for a crime committed with a pen should be heavier than that with a sword. From now on, you all should have a sense of responsibility as journalists. Don't speak thoughtlessly without clear evidence." Dolores' words made all the freshman club members rub their heads. Even though they did not completely understand, Dolores was giving him a cold look. "Is something wrong with you?" Dolores asked in a tone that didn't hide her annoyance. Vicyr replied calmly, "No, nothing's wrong." But his response did not seem to satisfy Dolores. She continued with a stern tone. "Your name is Vicyr, right? Haven't you been late recently?" Vicyr had a history of receiving penalties from Dolores for being late since the beginning of the semester. However, Vicyr still remained silent. Dolores seemed like she was about to say something more when a second-year club member rushed into the club room looking for her. "Chief, Professor Banshee wants to see you." "What? Why?" "It's about the article we're working on. Professor Banshee wants us to revise the article to make it clear that Nighthound is definitely the villain." That person likes to create enemies among us conservatives. All right, I'll meet with him and discuss it." Dolores concluded the conversation and left with the second-year club member to meet with Professor Banshee. Once she was gone, the tense atmosphere in the room dissipated. Tudor let out a relieved sigh and lightly patted Vicyr's shoulder. "Chief sure is a bit old-fashioned." She's always been like that." "Always when? Just sometimes." Vicyr smiled faintly. "Why don't the knights push harder? These young ones these days are so lax in their faith. You should be slaying another demon during your break time. In my day, if a demon appeared, we just jumped right in and bam. You've gotten stronger. Charge in. Heroes never die." Remembering the image of Dolores in her 30s, leading the holy knights on the front lines of the battlefield before her return,